You better come right over. You're missing one of the biggest things in your life.
One of the biggest things in life is family. And yes, we're your second family, and welcome. Hello, traders, friends, family, and everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV. Today is Friday. Yes, it is. Oh, yeah. Friday, baby. Yeah. Sort of doing the Barry White thing there, but you're going to find no other show like we've got here today and each day of the week here. Anything that offers here the education, trading buddy, the swag, the market knowledge, good looks, and tradertainment. So tell your friends, tell your family, tell your enemies friends, and even tell your enemies family to join us here each and every day of the week. This is Opening Call. He's Ricky Bobby, and I'm Cal Norton Jr. We have an informative and educational show for you. Each and every day, we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, neighbor, and yes, even that voice in your head that keeps telling you it's not possible always to be the best, but it is always possible to improve your performance. So let's get ready. Let's say hello to our good friend, trading mentor, and that guy's sponsored by Wonder Bread, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. I always throw a little curve in there for you, brother. Good morning, Johnny. Happy, oh, yeah, Friday, man. What a week it's been. How you doing?
Yes, I'm good, man. I'm good. It's good to see you, Cal. Ready to shake and bake today. Welcome to the opening call, everybody.
Great to
Friday,
be here,
April the
man.
26th.
You got it.
What's that?
It's great to be here.
I'm not really sure what to do with my hands, but we're going to figure this out. As always, our focus on the opening call here is accurate context, good risk management, and patience. A lot of information to digest today. We'll take a look at that shortly. Back to you, Cal.
Back to me. Well, we got some news here today. U.S. stock futures pointing up. We had a number coming up here today, and once again, we did see that wicked head fake. Lots of earnings talk. I'm going to leave that to Johnny. But we did see the Dow futures contract about contract at 48 points. We did see the S&P rise 0.8% and an increase in the NASDAQ by 1.1%. So the main indices on Wall Street did finish lower yesterday, weighed down by the unexpectedly weak reading of the U.S. economy growth in the first quarter. Bitcoin, who's got Bitcoin? Raise your wallet. Bitcoin rose 0.2% over the past 24 hours, 64,339 for nothing. There's nothing there. What do you got? Bitcoin? There it is right there. Bitcoin. You see it? There it is right there. I got a bunch. Amazing. So fears continued. Regulatory pressure on the crypto came in for this week after reports the U.S. prosecutor were seeking a 3-year prison sentence for disgraced founder Changpeng Zhao after he pleaded guilty to violating anti-money laundering laws. So Bitcoin outlook dim as rate cuts waned. The token, along with the broader crypto market, took advantage of the overnight decline in the dollar following weaker than expected U.S. gross domestic products, but a stronger GDP price index reading saw traders further price out expectations for the interest rate cuts. So there you have it. Johnny, what can you add to this wonderful news that we have today?
Well, we were all patiently awaiting the PCE numbers this morning, and as well as a couple other economic numbers. The PCE numbers came out at 7:30 this morning without any major outliers. The month-over-month numbers for both PCE and the core PCE came out as expected. The year-over-year, both of them, the PCE and the core PCE, came out 0.1% higher than expected. A little bit of a knee jerk, with no major outliers from that information. We're going to see how these markets digest all this information from yesterday, the GDP, the PCE numbers. We also had consumer spending month over month came out 0.2% higher, but not going to be wildly impactful. Personal income came out as expected. Consumption 0.2% higher than expected at 0.5%. Also, probably not going to be all that impactful. We do have the Michigan sentiment this morning at 9 a.m. Central. And after that, it's the rig count at noon. For you crude traders, that is, of course, something you're going to be wanting to check out. We have no talking Feds as they are still blacked out because we know we have the FOMC meeting this coming Wednesday. As far as earnings this morning, getting into the energy sector now with ExxonMobil and Chevron, both missing on earnings per share, but beating on revenues. And that's about it for the economic information this morning. Back to you, Eddie.
Back to me. Dude, where's the crude? Well, taking a look here at crude right now, nicely above the $84 here by 22 cents here. Oil prices rose slightly in the European trade on Friday. They were set for a positive end of the week as traders eyed the possibility of tightening supplies regarding the unrest in the Middle East. We did see Brent futures inch up 0.7%, 89.67 a barrel, and WTI, which we're looking at here right now, what do you got, 84.23, and that's very close to where we are here. Advanced 0.7%, 84.15. And James, my good friend, you've been doing such a great job all week long, and you have that calming voice every time you chime in to the broadcast. Remember that. If you listen when James comes in, very calming, very calming. Keep us idiots in line. But James, you got the top step tip of the week, my brother.
I sure do, Eddie. Thanks for that.
Thanks for that. Seemed a little off on that one. But yes, it is a calming voice at time. All right. Continuous learning. Well, we are learning that James is a great person. Yes, each and every day. Remember, education can be fun. Yeah, not when I was in high school. I hated it. Couldn't wait to get out, but I wish I was back in. Challenge yourself, all right, and make yourself a better person in all aspects of life. That's what learning's about. Make your journey to your goals much clearer as we educate ourselves and more direct to what you really want. You want something that bad, you're going to work. And whether it be good, bad, or ugly, you're going to work to get to that goal. Johnny, what do we got? Last day for continuous learning.
Well, continuous learning, I wasn't really happy in school either. I wish I was back there now, of course, but life is a series of learning opportunities, and to really dig into continuous learning, make it part of your daily routine. Set aside 15 minutes, a half an hour every day to learn something, to read something, to watch something that is going to benefit you. Make it that journey, and before you know it, you're going to have a stack of books read and hours of online stuff that you can learn from. You can be careful online. Some of it's good, some of it's not good, but just set aside a little bit of time every day, just like you would set aside time to work out or take a walk or have a ham sandwich. Set a little time every day aside to continue your learning journey.
Right. That's well said, John, because the thing is, a lot of people, I don't got 15 minutes to do this. Well, the thing is, then you really don't want it. You really don't want it. And you know what? I am guilty as charged. I need to work on that too, Johnny. I like you said, 15 minutes and get all these books read. I'm going to take that to heart and I'm going to work on that. Thanks, John.
Good, Eddie.
All right. It is, like I did mention, it is Friday.
Yeah.
General message here for everybody. Please pay attention. I have an announcement here. Today, the support team is unavailable today. That's why don't start throwing tomatoes and eggs yet. We're going to be implementing necessary upgrades. We're working. This is something that it needs the big change, and it's going to improve support so much better. Okay. To serve our traders, we're improving the process and systems to provide quicker support. A lot of you are like, gosh, I've been waiting here 30 days and I haven't got my payout. You should have your payouts. You contact support. support. We want to get back to that 5-star experience. So we appreciate your patience. Like I said, we're working on an upgrade. Right, this is a complete overhaul, and we're going to make it the best possible support that you can have. So we appreciate your patience. Remember, patience is a virtue. And with our current support wait times, our team is heads down, working diligently through each and every inquiry. So please be patient, and we will have the support back up here at, I believe, 5:30 Monday. So if you can wait until then, we would appreciate it very much. But like I said, we're doing this to make us better for you. And that's all I have, Johnny. Besides the 10-to-1 micros, if you're new here, and the trade copying across all account sizes, express funded accounts and trading combines. And I think that's it. But Johnny, you got some charts for us today to end this beautiful
Yes.
week. John, what do you
Yes.
got for our contestants today?
All righty then. Well, yesterday it seems like the bulls have returned, at least for now. On the daily chart, we see some pretty decent volume came into the upside market yesterday. We also added 17,000 new contracts, 17,000 increase in open interest. Open interest is the number of outstanding contracts. And there were a couple of things early in the day yesterday that we were kind of noticing. There was a delta divergence. We had negative delta before we broke out the high just after about 11 o'clock yesterday. It was when that breakout took off, and then the market just continued to grind higher all day long. So that divergence indicates the potential of longer time frame participation on the buy side, and they certainly ended up getting paid by the end of the day yesterday. There's a lot of data to digest today. Of course, we know we've got all the PCE numbers; those are all out and being digested by the market. We still have the Michigan consumer sentiment due out. Who knows how that's going to respond? We always say here, ACH, anything can happen, and I'm adding something to that. Anything can happen, and we will respond and profit from when anything happens. We will, not we can, we will. So the upside move I was giving a D grade as more of a pullback than anything else, has been upgraded to a C plus because we added open interest, because we added volume on that upside move yesterday. There's still a lot of work to do before I think this market is going to really recover and head to the upside. We've had no play with weekly kickoff levels this week in any of these markets. Maybe today, 5150 is the weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps. Maybe we'll get a chance to look up at that area today. Who knows? Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. Okay, so yesterday we opened near the trend line that is basically off of a megaphone pattern from a few months ago. But once the buyers started to come in, and we talked about that delta divergence yesterday, and it saved us, I think, from taking a losing trade in the house account, which we're all very excited to be trading that this morning. And that breakout to the upside was pretty strong. It never went back, and it just continued to move to the upside all day long. So we know that the earnings came out yesterday and then ended up, popping price back higher. And if you'll notice, I kind of keep these on my charts, these afternoon pullback highs and lows. The market came up above that afternoon pullback high we talked about on the 20. It was on the 24th. We talked about it yesterday. Look where it's been kind of holding potentially some support. So this is going to be kind of a pivotal area for me today. If I'm going to be looking for opportunities in and around this area, it might offer the opportunity at the very least to limit some risk. So that level is 51.16 half, 51.16 half approximately, right? Everything is a zone in trading. Overnight inventory, we really don't have any overnight inventory. We are opening with a gap above yesterday's regular trading hour session range. So I'm gonna implement range gap rules. In other words, if we can't close the gap to the range high from yesterday, approximately 50.90 and 3/4, I'm going to look for opportunities potentially to the long side. This pop at the end of the day is kind of representing as a late spike. A lot of you have heard me talk about the late spikes. There was one in the crude oil, and I'll go over the rules a bit with that. But if we can't close this gap, we may be looking at acceptance of pricing at higher levels, and we should be looking for opportunities to the long side. Quite possibly. As always, anything can happen. Yesterday's profile was a double distribution trend day. We had the distribution for the first 3 hours of the session. We saw that there was negative delta. Price kept trying to push higher. We saved ourselves from taking a short against that high, and the market really kind of popped and then just continued to push higher the entire session. So let's take a look now at NASDAQ, which is largely in the same situation. We've got our recent low here. I've also upgraded this upside auction in very short time frame, of course, back up to a C plus because again we added volume yesterday, and we added 5,200 in open interest. That is new buying coming into the market on higher volume and an increase in open interest and higher pricing. An auction that is more likely to continue in that direction. And then, of course, anything can happen. So that good volume and that open interest increase yesterday has me a little bit more friendly to the upside instead of looking at this as just simply a pullback for a potential continuation to the downside. 30-minute chart here. So very much a similar situation. It was a double distribution trend day to the upside, an emotional move once it got underway. We've got no overnight inventory to really work with. This kind of pink line up here is 5% off the all-time high. This red line is that same afternoon pullback high from the 24th, finding a degree of support there already this morning. So we'll be kind of keeping an eye on that level this morning. Do we have the weekly kickoff high in reach in the Nasdaq? That's a pretty big move. I don't think that there's anything in the news that's known that's going to be able to push us all the way back up there. But again, with the gap above yesterday's range, that range high in the Nasdaq 17,605, we can't get that gap closed relatively early. I'll look for opportunities. If we can't close that gap and relatively early, I get that. That's a subjective term. These are things that we all have to weigh during our trading day. But if we can't close that gap relatively early, it might be telling us that price is being accepted at higher prices, and we may see this market continue a push higher. I don't think we can get to weekly kickoff high today, but the market loves to make a liar out of me. Maybe I should put my rally sweater on and we can make sure that happens. It certainly worked for the markets yesterday. Let's take a look at crude oil. All right. So crude, recent upside volume has been slowing. We can see on the daily chart here, as we continue to push price higher, volume has been shutting off. That's not encouraging for continuation to the upside. Open interest yesterday, just inert. We lost 500 in open interest yesterday. So there was no real interest in buying or selling into this market. We're still going to see if we can hold this potential head and shoulders pattern. It's not one yet until it proves to be. And to break that, I'm thinking if we maintain price above 84.75, that's going to take the probability of a head and shoulders pattern actually playing out a little bit away, especially if we see some continuation above that 84.75 weekly kickoff high. That's the one. That is one weekly kickoff level that we may get an opportunity to see price and how it responds around that level. We'll take a look at the 30. All righty. So we have a gap. We have overnight inventory a little bit to the long side. Now, if you've never heard of a late spike, this is what a late spike looks like. The market is relatively range bound for the better part of the day. And in the last 30 minutes, Price leaves the range that has been established for that day and then closes away from it. So the base of this late spike is 83.16. 83.16. It's the previous high of the day. Price rejected this area of balance and went seeking new levels to facilitate trade. The rule for the late spike is opening flat out above the late spike is the highest probability of acceptance of higher pricing. That's all that is. It doesn't say buy now. It says, it seems like price is kind of comfortable up here. Maybe we should look for opportunities on weaknesses to buy weakness. Opening in the late spike, which would have us, inside the range from yesterday, 83.62, and again above the base of the late spike, 83.16, is a secondary, but still a suggestion that price is being accepted at higher levels. That's all that means. Sometimes you can find some decent opportunities on days after late spikes. So overnight inventory to the long side, we didn't really do much as far as volume and open interest on that move yesterday. Just kind of popping at the end of the day. Is this market going to accept pricing at higher levels or isn't it, is the question. Gold. Again, no play with weekly kickoff levels in gold today. About a 3-day balance here. And we've been increasing open interest, but volume has been cutting off. That increase in open interest we've seen in this area of balance, I believe, increases the probability of a larger move coming once we break out of this 3-day balance area. Take a look at the 30-minute because we may be doing that at some point today. Here's the scaled. All righty. So, all right, numbers come out. Markets don't really move all that much. We did have some overnight inventory to the long side. We are largely in range, but above value. There is a large gap, a session gap right above. If we start to accept in this gap, a gap close could take us all the way up to 23.8770 to close this gap. 87.70 to close this gap, or rejection of it brings us back into range and back into the area of balance. So I think we're at a little bit of a critical level right here in gold. Might be an interesting opportunity if you don't trade gold to just watch and see what happens, learn a little bit about gold and about the auction process. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to take your deep breath. Remember to stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And by all means, make sure you pray for peace. We're going to have a great session today. I'm very excited about it. Eddie, tell them about it.
Oh, baby. Yes, we got lots going on here today. I'm really looking forward to this next segment that we call Fast Markets here because we got Coach Jay. I can see him from here. And hi, Coach Jay. He's smiling. I can see him smiling over here. And Coach Dakota with the Hoag and Andre for Fast Markets. What the Tuck? Yes, Peter's going to be with us here with Jack. That's going to be here. If for power players, we got Dobie and Hoag going to join after that. Top quiz. I put some questions together, so maybe you'll get maybe one right. I challenge you. I dare you to take our top quiz today. And shoulder tap, we do have Jack, Mick, and Dakota. I think I might be joining that also. Be here for Roast My Trades. We're going to have that. We have that every Friday. Hoag and Dolby for coaching. We've got Anne Marie for the 1 o'clock session. Remember, these are all Central Times. She's going to be with Hoag and Dolby. And to close out the day, the dynamic duel with Nick T. Yes, we know Nick T here in the chat. We've seen him here on Topstep. And that's going to be it. But Johnny, meet you at the coffee machine. We'll be right back in about just a couple minutes here. And get ready for Fast Markets. Get ready for today. We'll be right back. All right. Let's get our friends, family, and everybody else in the gates for a wonderful Friday here. And good morning, Andre.
Morning, Eddie. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, traders out there. Welcome to Fast Markets here on TopstepTV. In the upper right, we got John Hoagland. Lower left, we got Coach Jay. And lower right, we got Coach Dakota. Let's get after it. All right, John, bell's about to ring here. That inflation number kind of put the brakes on the rally for the time being. What are we looking for going in this open, John?
Well, Coach Jay and I were just talking about that 51.16, that afternoon pullback high from the 24th level, and it was supportive, and it just broke to the downside. I'm looking for a possible gap fill here, and if we can't fill the gap, maybe we recover these prices today.
Yep. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I'm looking at so we pushed down. We had that earnings print yesterday after the close. 50% of that earnings print for the ES was 51.06, where we just wicked down to. It's funny that it happened before the open, but we'll see if that's supportive. I might look to buy off of that as well.
Yeah, that was kind of the area that I was looking to buy right there, 17,680 here in the NASDAQ. And I think I just missed it because it happened right there. So over here yesterday or what was it? The other day, we have this level. You guys could see here on my charts, and I could zoom in for you. This is what I'm looking at. This is resistance, and it was support, and I'm looking for this to turn into support again. So some type of pattern over here today as we started to open. I'm going to be looking for this to turn into some support and looking for a reversal to buy. We were talking earlier before we went live about how amazing the earnings were last night. That just got crushed this morning by the inflation data. So maybe it's just a really ugly, choppy morning.
Yes.
We will see.
All right, Coach Jay, Coach Dakota, Coach John Hoagland. I'm going to need your levels today. We got the house account fired up, ready to go. Let's rock. Kind of got a bit unlucky yesterday on that close. I got puked out of those longs just to see the market shoot up with those meta earnings, alphabet earnings, what have you. That's trading. That happens.
If you were able to hold that one into the close, that would have been the greatest trade on that account.
Ever.
It is what it is.
Jay, that would have been the greatest.
We live and we learn. There's another opportunity coming up today.
Yes, we do. Max Maserati hopefully caught that nice winner. He was long at just the right time. It's all about timing in this game. But all right, John, what are we looking at? Opening range. Let's do this.
Well, let's see here. The opening range has broken to the downside. It's not a very big opening range. It's only 5 points. If we're going to be taking an opening range trade, I would see if we can take it all the way down to close the gap. I mean, that seems to be where we're at. Dakota, we're kind of getting close to your support level, though, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we're right there right now. So I'm going to find just some way to buy this. I don't know how yet. I'm going to just wait and see what the market gives me. I don't like to...
I don't either, man.
Yeah, it looks heavy right now.
It does look heavy.
Price. It's the right price, but I almost would rather let the market turn a little bit, wait for some confirmation because it looks heavy right now. I'm seeing it on time and sales. A
It
bunch
just
of selling coming
opened,
in
right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, it's still early.
Let's get these
We
orders
don't
out of the way.
wanna-
I mean, this does suit the parameters for the opening range trade,
Okay.
Mhm.
but we've already lost a little bit of location on that.
Yeah, I'm looking at both sides, obviously too, right? Where we do have that huge earnings candle. I wouldn't be surprised at a retracement of that either, right? And just like we talked about last time, looking both ways before we cross the street. What's the other side of that trade? Retracing this earnings candle would not be a surprise.
Okay.
And that's all the way down to 17,600 in the Nasdaq and 5090 in the ES.
17,600.
Dang it, I missed it.
We're good, Dakota.
That was the trade right there.
What was it? What
I'm gonna
price
see
would
if
you
we
have
can
gotten?
get a pullback.
You got it right now.
Okay, I'm long 17,675 and a quarter.
There you go.
675. 675s. All right, let's see how this one plays out.
Yep. We're hanging out down there. Yeah, nice trade. Yeah, if we're gonna take them this early, we got to be quick on them.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm cool being patient.
Yeah.
Now let's take out the high of that opening range for Dakota here. Let's do it. High of the opening range. We just took it out. 17,060. 17,060.
17.
VWAP going with them. Yeah, this looks good. Now we're back inside that news candle, right? For the Nasdaq at least 17,715.
Damn, Dakota.
In the ES as well. Yeah, nice snipe with that one, Dakota.
My goodness. All right, who needs some confirmation here before we get in these trades? That was a very nice entry.
Mm-hmm.
And man, just so simple with the technical analysis there. I mean, you just look back, found supports, found resistance that became support, back to support, and you take it. That's just so easy. You make it look so easy, Dakota.
My winner.
Andre, I told you, man, he sold his soul.
Okay, I'm done. I'm out.
Something's up, man.
That's why he's so
We got
I'm
200
out.
left.
That's good enough for me.
Hell yeah, it's
I'll
good
see
enough.
you guys later. I'll catch you Monday.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful trade.
Yep, good snipe.
There you go.
That would have been
Great
hilarious.
trade,
If
right?
you literally just turned off your camera and just left for the day, Dakota. That's all, folks. I hope you learned something. Enjoy your weekend.
You know, I
Pass
found
your
a
combines.
Dakota cardboard cutout, life-size cardboard cutout on Amazon. I mean,
He's just sitting. That was beautiful. We've got a mannequin of himself just sitting in the chair.
So this trade is still right here. Right?
Valid.
If we hold the high of this opening range, which is 17,705, I'm using the 3-minute in the Nasdaq. VWAP anchored to the session open already left the range. Right, that means buyers are in control. If we hold the high of that range, I still like the trade.
Okay. All right, we'll let it play out.
Yeah.
More trades to come. Just hit me with some levels. We got the 51.16 S&Ps. We're beneath that right now, trading 51.14. Dakota, are you out? Are you flat, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm flat. I that was just a small position because I was up last night and I'm like, I'll just trade really small today because I have other plans and it's Friday. I'm up about 30,000 this week. I don't want to give anything back.
Jeez. I don't blame you.
Where did it go back to? VWAP.
Right, I know, right? Now the VWAP.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What are you up today, Dakota?
3,500, 3,600. That was a quick
Nice.
1,000 on one contract. One contract. So simple.
Jay,
What's going on?
what do you make of this? Look at all the volume right at the high here.
Yeah, that's up at were you looking at 5140?
17,732 about.
Yeah, pretty much right under VWAP. Yeah,
We get a little
much right under
order
VWAP.
block there.
Yeah, there is a ton of. Let's see. There was a big sell, 107 contracts at 17,734. I still like this to the long side. I'm just waiting for that opening range to retest and hold, and I'll go ahead and enter there. 17,706. I'm looking to get an entry there.
17,706. 17,706. Dakota, you like that
17,706.
level? Done.
17 what?
706. And I'm going to risk 691.
1706.
706.
706, yep.
706.
Yeah. I mean,
What is Dakota's checked out? He's like, I'm done on the day.
I gave you guys my trade. I gave it
He's like,
early too. So come on. But yeah, no, I think if we're looking for a pullback, 1706 zone, it would be the area because that is the support resistance that, I mean, if we get back down there. Now, there is a chance we just break out from here.
I'm seeing 706s in the chat as well. L Short says same long 1706.
About the high of the opening range.
Is it?
Yep.
Okay.
Just want to
Great.
say
I like this. Some confirmation. I like it. 17,706. Come back. Come on back here.
We do have that number out at 10 or 9 Eastern, 9 Central.
That's right.
So just being conscious of it, but I still like this
that.
long trade.
If we can get a pullback, we'll definitely take it. 17,706. We got to be convicted in our trades today. Decisive, John. We're going to pull the trigger.
Not get that pullback. We might just
stop.
Decisive,
baby. Hey, while we got a minute here, Eddie, if you're there, what do we got for Ecos? Coach Jay just remind us we got University of Michigan coming up here in about 22 minutes. What else do we got on the calendar? If anything, it is Friday, Eddie. It's been a hell of a week.
You can call me Cal if you want. Yes. Ricky Bobby, yes. Yes, we've got inside of a half an hour here. We do have our Michigan consumer sentiment, some other Michigan numbers. Also, speaking of Michigan, had a great time watching the NFL draft in Detroit. Great city and shitload of people. 11:30, Atlanta Fed GDP. 12 o'clock, we got the Baker Hughes rig count. And scrolling down here later in the afternoon, CFTC with a bunch of goodies. And Andre, that's about it. But I'll be watching this number, this Michigan number. We'll get that out here as soon as it hits the wire. And back to you, Andre.
You got Eddie. Did you like the Bears pick yesterday? Real quick. Did you like the Bears pick yesterday?
We hit a home run. Thank you, Minnesota, for picking JJ. Yes,
we did it.
We got Rome. We have the best wide receiver core in the NFL.
Crazy.
So good luck. About this. Way to be happy, Bears fans. It's about time.
There we go. We won the offseason.
Breaking up into the 60s. That's going to be the next trade that I'm looking at is if we do break and we break above, say, 765, then we could see another run into the maybe test 800. But the question is, do we look and we wait for a pullback and get in on the pullback, which we're getting right now, or
keep coming back? 17,706. 706 is the level. I don't know if we're going to get all the way back to that, but damn, that was an aggressive turnaround.
Yeah. The level that this just is pulling back from it's almost exactly 5% off the all-time high.
5%. We talked about that earlier this week.
768.5.
Yeah. 706 is
Nick,
getting in sight here.
I'm not really scared about the Bears. I just hear this every year.
Yeah, well, you know what? You know what? Just let us live. Let us live in the offseason, please.
I was wondering when Dakota was going to chime in on
That's why I haven't said anything.
You can have the regular season. Just give us the offseason, please. That's all we got.
No, we're going to take it all.
We're going to take 17,706. Come on back.
It's like being in New York and hearing about the Knicks. Although we are having a good season this year, it's always the next year. It's always the next season.
We're going to take this 706 if we've got a bid in. Where is our stop and why?
My stop is 694, and that is the low of. Give me 1 second. The low of the the low of the PCE candle on the 30-minute. The low of that candle is 694. So I want my stop to be right below that.
Yeah, I like that. I actually like 690, maybe just a little bit lower.
That makes sense.
Some more room to breathe.
Give it some space. Yep.
And by the way, Jay, that afternoon pullback high for the 24th, 17,705 and a quarter.
Oh man, these levels are just lining up.
There we go.
Little confluence there.
Yep. Yeah.
The question is, can we get down there?
I don't know. I know, Dakota. I was just wondering that.
It gave us 709. It's a zone, right?
Could have got nines.
It's
Yeah,
a
it's
zone,
709.
and if it went down to 709, was that it?
Yeah, it might have been it. It's okay. It's okay. I'm patient. If I miss the trade, I miss the trade. It's all right. But I think that's the spot there.
Yeah, there's a few things lining up right there, isn't there?
Yep.
I like that.
Toby Larone says we missed it. Let's see, Toby.
Oh no. Toby, say it ain't so.
You got to believe, Toby.
There'll be another
You got to
one.
believe.
Gotta come back. Listen to us.
Just 12 minutes in. 12 minutes in.
Yeah, it's still early.
Thank you.
So if we do take a trade on that house account, do we want to do it in the ES or do we want to do it in the NASDAQ?
No, we're doing that. We got NASDAQ lined up, locked and loaded here.
NASDAQ.
I like that level 17706 with the stop at 694, 690 area.
Sounds good.
I feel like Rose from Titanic. Come back. Come back.
That's right. Come back here.
Come back.
We have unfinished business. NASDAQ, get over here.
Right?
Right.
Then the house account slowly falls into the North Atlantic.
Oh no.
Oh man.
If we
Brutal.
have my screen up real quick, that pull up that we just had, that move we just had, and I talk about these 50% retracements all the time. That PCE candle on the 3-minute, we rejected almost exactly at that 50% of that candle. So that's going to be interesting to watch as we push back up there. When we set our profit targets, if we get above that, then I think we can trade 17,800, but I would not be surprised to see some resistance up there when we get there.
800s?
Yep. We had some really nice buying in that PCE print at 800. Not surprised at a pullback from it. So if these levels hold, I think we trade back up there.
Okay.
But we will see.
So we've established the risk. Where's the target on this if we get it?
Yeah, if I get in at 706, I want to try to hold this for 800.
I'm with that, Jay. Say no more,
There we
man.
go.
I'm in on that trade. I don't know if we're going to get these.
Dakota, I know, man.
Good reward over risk.
Yeah, I love it.
This is what traders go through, guys.
Yeah.
We want to place a trade. We want to get in, but we just can't just FOMO into it.
No.
Yeah, I got to be patient here. Yeah, we don't want to do what we did yesterday, right?
Nope.
Where we buy in that Shark Tank. Yeah, let the shark go.
Less of that, Jay. Bad trade. Bad.
Yeah. Right idea, though. Right idea, right? Just sometimes that hesitation gets to us.
I don't know if we're going to get them. We're trading here right at VWAP in the old NASDAQ. S&P's just beneath. Catching a bid here. Trading 5118. Don't forget about 15 minutes. We got that University of Michigan sentiment number coming out.
Not really getting much as far as tilt is concerned. I mean, we're 67% long in the NASDAQ right now. 60% long in the S&Ps.
Okay.
Yep, it gave us 709. Could you imagine if it gave us 706 and we got in right there?
That'd be a great trade.
Let me just stoke your FOMO.
Yeah. We'd want to done the hell out of this, man.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we'd be out of it, but it's all right. If the good thing is
the Michigan number could easily bring it back.
Yep.
Absolutely.
It's the NASDAQ, so we can move 50
watch
points.
this. That's one big algo, man. I'm watching all these trades. It's just
ECH.
HFTs, man. There's all HFTs in this market.
Yeah, that New York session anchored VWAP left the opening range pretty early, and it's looking pretty supportive right now. Again, with that Michigan number, we could get some volatility. Books are going to thin out. I might cancel my order and just look to enter it on momentum because I don't want to get hit and the books clear out for 50 points.
Yeah, you get stopped out because of lack of liquidity.
There you go.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Just scanning around to see if anything else is moving right now.
How's oil and gold looking?
And that's what I'm looking around too. We're starting to get back down. We're back into maybe the 20s on the NASDAQ.
Dolby time called it. He said we're going in the 84s. Look out for 85s. Here we are.
Gold's starting to sell off a little bit.
Okay.
Oh man, I'm liking a gold short here. Ugh.
You are. Dakota just sprays all fields, man. I love it.
Speaking about
Yeah.
spraying fields,
We
cattle was a nice
rejected
short.
the.
Oh, cattle. My guys, we're looking at gold. We're looking at cattle around here. Jay loves himself some
traders. Come
cattle.
on.
We are traders. We are just looking for anything. Hey, John, we got a great question from Exotic Car Blacklist. Always see them in the chat. What's up, Exotic? What is Delta, John? How are we looking right now?
Good question. And the S&P is positive 8,500 and the NASDAQ minus 150.
I love when you hit me with a big number in ES and NASDAQ's just like $1.50.
Nothing. Right.
847. Okay.
You know, the thing
So
about
I
Delta
do
is
like-
sometimes. Go ahead, Dakota.
I was gonna say I do like a gold short, and I'm actually liking a crude oil short, and to me they're kind of like in line with each other, which makes me a little bit more positive and liking the trade even more. So I might watch for a gold or a crude oil short this morning if we don't get that NASDAQ to play out, or if it just sets up. And this is on a much higher time frame. I'm looking at a 60-minute chart.
Okay.
What I'll do is I'll just zoom in and see if we could find some type of technical pattern to prove me right.
What I was going to say is, Delta sometimes doesn't make sense, but when it does make sense, you really have to pay attention to it. Andre, that Delta divergence we saw yesterday when we were thinking about taking that short at the high in the S&Ps.
Yep.
Because there was a failed auction up there.
Yep.
And I looked at that Delta. I said, you know what? I'm out on that short. And it was a good thing because once that broke, it never came back.
No, it did not, John. No, it did not. Great call. We pulled all those offers. We were wrestling like 44, 47, 49, 50, 47, 50, 49 in the S&Ps. And thank God we pulled those offers. You called that. Might have been the best trade we
What we should have done, but I mean, it happened right after the end of fast markets. We should have just put a stop in to get long on that pop because there were so many stops above there. It never even looked back. We would have been in profit the entire time.
Yep.
So I think we missed out on that 706 trade in the NASDAQ. So like the next one I am looking at, and I don't want to say I'm missing it right now, but to be breaking the session highs, to be breaking, these 3 pivot points over here on the NASDAQ 5-minute is if we do break out of this, we definitely could see a move higher and test the 780s, 790s. So that's the next trade. And I'm either going to get in a pullback or using a buy stop. So that's what's next up on my list.
All right, well, we got this number 10. You're looking to take another move to the upside here, Dakota. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, you have a breakup above the 65 or 765. 17,765 is what I'm going to see if we could get a breakup above to take a long. And we are breaking out right now.
There you go.
Yep.
I missed it.
This is going back to 800. It looks like really nice buying. We just crossed that 50% level we were talking about. We'll get a pullback again. We can't think about the trade we missed. Let's just find the next opportunity. Dakota, I think you find a good one. Pullback to, I'm liking 760.
Pull back to 60s. Dakota, what say you?
I will agree with that. Yep. We broke out of resistance. Resistance can become support. That would be a very valid trade entry.
What our stop be on 60s? Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's
got a lot of questions. We got a lot of questions to ask before we enter this trade. I know.
That's the question, right?
I know.
That's a tough one.
But those are the right questions to ask.
Absolutely.
You're right.
I just don't think we're going to get down there. I think
this is strong.
We're gone, huh?
We'll see. That was the freaking buy this morning.
It was. You're damn right it was, Dakota.
I bought the low, baby.
You really did. You really did, man.
Yeah, 100 points up from there on the ES. So I'm still banking on this Michigan sentiment giving us the pullback that we're looking for. Let's just hope that it's a just be ready to be quick on it. I don't 100%. Know if we're going house account, if we pull back to these levels, if we want to go to full size on a quick pullback.
Oh baby, Coach Jay, we're going full size.
Let's do it then.
Yeah,
let's do it.
We're going to the 800s.
The boat has
I wore my
left.
fun shirt today. Let's have
What
some
is
fun.
it? It just says
I
fun.
don't know. I got this out of my got this out of my grandfather's closet a couple years ago. It's
I like it.
pretty cool pattern. So we'll see.
Good
Where are you
luck.
at in New York? Where
Good luck,
are you
sir.
at in New York? Are you in Brooklyn?
No. I'm actually outside of the city. I'm in Orange County, like an hour outside.
I
The
got
city.
There's the pullback.
Lived in the city for a while, but with age,
I got you. Sure, it's very Brooklyn.
Okay,
Oh,
yep,
by
that
the
is a
Absolutely.
pullback. Let's see if we could get back down into the 60s.
Yep.
Man, that is
Now we're holding it.
that's a 20-point pullback. We're going to be looking for 40.
Remember that 768.5 is the 55% off the all-time high.
68s.
and it's holding. It just held there on that quick test. We'll see. I got VWAP at 737,
60s.
738.
60s.
Okay, we're at the 60s now.
Yeah.
The zone, anyway, right?
This is the zone.
Yeah. I think that's the way we got to treat it.
And the last
Where's
time
your
we
stop
entered
here,
a
Dakota?
buy zone, we missed it.
We're in the zone right now.
Yeah, exactly.
One more pullback.
Yeah, let's. I'm giving it a little bit more time. I'd like to see more
too.
structure and give me a good trigger to get in instead of
Come
just
back.
jumping.
Come back.
We got some
back.
555, 755. Hoop is saying, yeah, this is all a zone. I'm looking at, there's a ton of stuff here. Asian session opening range, London session opening range. We're all in that same area. So if those hold, I think we're in a good spot.
There's the break. Ooh, let's see.
We don't want to be the last of the party.
I don't want to be a wet towel, but we do have a number in a few minutes here.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
Good. No, that's good.
Yeah.
Should we let the number play out and see if we can get the pullback off of that? We're right here.
Yeah, that could be possible. We have 6 minutes to the number.
Anne Marie's asking if you will define structure.
I mean, okay, over here on the 5 minute, here's some basic structure. This is resistance, resistance, resistance. Kind of like very basic pivot points on a candlestick chart. And you've seen like this morning, what was I even looking at this morning? I don't know. Here, I was looking at these little pivot points this morning. I said, if we get back down to this, I just want this to turn into support. Sure enough, guess what? It did, and it worked out. So
Damn it.
5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Eddie.
Yep.
Is that the
Very good.
Is that
I'm chilling.
Dakota? Is that the 100 tick chart?
on the right hand side, it's the 100 tick chart. On the left hand side, it's the 5 minute chart. And that was the pullback trade, and now we just feel like it was at 709s. It just did it to us again.
And do you have that 5 minute chart set for regular trading hours? It looks like there's a gap in there.
Yeah, it's regular trading hours.
Extended trading hours, I mean?
Who's here?
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Who's
yeah,
that?
standards.
We got our chief. Michael is in the chat. He's just in Dubai, and kids are playing with Legos. Glad you got there safe.
Bye.
Comes
Oil,
those 800s.
oil. Yeah.
What's up, Michael?
Let's see.
Michael, what did you think you were going to find in Dubai?
80% long tilt in NASDAQ.
Yep.
They bought those 706s.
Yeah, they did buy those 706s, Jay. All of them. All 80% are long from 06.
Right.
Yeah,
Those
that was the
800s.
pullback too. That was the pullback.
Yeah.
That was the pullback down to the 60s.
I think we're getting
68.
a little too greedy with our entry prices. It's gotta be
Don't
a
we just
cold
love
trigger.
when we're calling the market like spot on, but we're not placing
We're not
Five
getting
ticks
it.
away, 7 ticks away.
Yeah.
All good, all good.
Yeah, we're good. Number coming out, we got some buying at 17,800. We talked about this before, NASDAQ doing these kind of average retracements. So a 50-point pullback would put us right back into that zone we were looking to buy. We have the buying to get above 17,800. We just need to see them push it. So again, 50-point pullback would put us right in that zone. Just be ready to enter.
Yep.
What
I'm
price?
ready.
Anyway, if we get into the zone of, I would call the high of the zone 767 and the low of it 752. So if we get a dip into that zone, I would look to buy one and keep my stop.
767, 752. Come on, Michigan. Come back to us. We'll definitely clip it. We'll definitely clip it there.
Yep. The next level that we're going to be keeping in mind is the 1820s. Of course, the high of where we rallied up when Google released their earnings, the overnight high, yesterday's high, or pretty much that level, the 820s. If we break into the 800s, we can see it really quick. So it really is by the pullback kind of a morning so far.
All right, so we're just going to toss the inflation numbers out the window. Just get those out of the way. We're just going to focus on earnings. I got you. I'm glad.
Well,
I mean,
I didn't view them as that bad. I thought they were pretty much just right in line. I didn't think there was an outlier.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you, Hoag. Where
all right, good. Fair enough.
I think the amazing earnings is outshadowing like a 0.1% in that inflation, which to me, earnings is more important than the inflation when it comes to buying a stock.
I would agree. Definitely agree. Good stuff, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Con Rooster asked, what am I looking at for average pullbacks? It's just watching the market, right? You look at NASDAQ charts for 5 years every day. You kind of just get a feel for what they do after a while.
Hey, I want to chime in real quick here. We got about a minute left here. Check your positions. The sentiment number can turn the blender on, so be careful if you want a position. Yes. If you don't, make yourself flat.
Good call. Thank you, Eddie.
Dakota, you didn't hold a runner from that entry, did you?
No, I just got into one contract. Usually I'd get into 3 and leave a runner, but man, oh well.
Yeah, that's all right.
I can't cry over making money, right?
No, can't complain about
one day already.
No complaining about winning trades.
Yep.
All right. 60 seconds.
Business Beyond asked, if we already hit the target of 800, why enter on a pullback? Because I think there's room above 800. In my opinion, I just don't want to be buying in the Shark Tank right here, right? Where this would be buying the highs.
Indeed. We did that yesterday. Didn't work out so well.
Not at all.
Okay, we're getting a little bit of a pullback.
Oh, you just got thin as hell. Is it out?
Numbers.
All right, University of Michigan sentiment. They were looking at 77.9, coming in at 77.2. There you have it, Michigan sentiment, 77.2.
Worse than that. We're in the 80s now. Come back to the 67s. What about 70s? Would buying 70s be? If we're even going to get that.
Come back.
73 is the high of the London session opening range. If that holds, that's a good
73s.
73s.
We're just chasing this market, fellas. I'm not gonna lie, it feels like we're just chasing.
Yep. We're just 73s hold a moment ago, and
it's all good. It's all good. At least we're bullish.
Hey, we had the right read. We had the right read.
Hey, it's better to chase it verbally than to FOMO into it.
Yep.
Come back.
Just put on a one lot micro just to dip your toes in the water, right?
Just for the taste.
Sometimes that's all it takes, because I feel like we're doing this like, do we jump in now kind of hesitation thing. It's just like, hey, just put one on. You know it's going to be okay whether you win or lose. Small risk. I would do it with a micro. Nothing too big.
No, not a 20 lot.
First trade of the day. No.
I do a 50 lot queued up. I do a 50 lot queued up. We got Freddie A in the chat. The only Mag 7 stock moving is NVIDIA. Wait for it to pull back for shorts. Okay.
Anything else moving right now?
I'm actually looking to see if I can get into a short gold.
Yeah, so.
Dakota would trade tulips if they were still trading.
100%. Tulips an actual thing? No, John. Were they really?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, there was a
Tulips were.
It was one.
Who was
the first
hedging
bubble.
tulips?
400 years ago.
Mania.
I had no idea. Who the hell was hedging tulips and why? Okay. Tulip bubble burst, eh?
All right. I think we're going to
We're in
get
the
a
780s
nice
right now.
pullback here. Do we still like the buy side? I think we're getting a pullback in a second.
Just
Yeah,
BTFD
yeah.
today.
I like a
BTFD.
deeper pullback right now.
Yep.
I would
I don't know if
still
we're gonna
like the
get it.
60s, to be honest.
Yeah, okay. 60s. All right, fine. We are going to stick to the process. Discipline. We miss it, we miss it. Danielle says, oh my God, I'd love to trade tulips. How cute. Oh, Danielle. Danielle's just
It wasn't cute
size
for the
of
people
tulip.
buying them like $100 a tulip, and then it just tanked.
Slinging size in the tulip pit.
Crazy Dutch.
Yeah.
Roses, $1 a bunch. Roses. Used to have on the trading floor right before you'd get
remember.
into work. There was a guy with a
Yeah.
box of all dead roses. He must have found them in the garbage, but
I remember
he
that
would,
guy.
shout out, roses, $1 a bunch. You could buy a bunch of roses for $1.
Mm-hmm. Freddie, NVIDIA stalled. I'm short.
Yeah, we're not really pushing this 800 right here.
No, we're kind of seeing some resistance here.
Here it goes, though.
Well, boys, it's been a day.
Chat, hopefully you caught that. Some great analysis. It's what we're here for education.
Analysis has been flawless.
Yep.
Okay,
Execution. What's up, Isaac Rivera? Good morning.
I'm looking to get into a short here in gold.
Okay.
Yeah, we've kind of just missed the boat on NASDAQ. It's time for me to look at different markets instead of just being in. Sometimes I find myself doing that more often than I should, is paying too much attention to one market.
Yeah, I agree, Dakota.
I don't know. Technical analysis works in anything.
It's true.
That's the beauty about it, Hoag, to be honest.
Market's a market.
Yeah.
Yep, a market's a
One
market.
of our buddies in chat, Abhijit, says something's cooking in the Middle East right now. So I'm looking for some news. Abhijit, if you got it, let us know.
We got boots on the ground. Can we pull up Michael? What's going on inside?
Michael, boots on the ground. You are in Dubai. Please report. What are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Yeah, what's the squawk on the streets? Are they still wet, floating their Lambos and everything on the streets?
People, cops have Lambos and stuff.
Never make fun of
people on their
disaster.
ass. Andre, how did Max's trade work out last night? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. It worked out absolutely amazing. All right, 800 is kind of showing some resistance here. Hey Dakota, so I was going to ask you if you find yourself hyper focused on one market, maybe two markets, and nothing's really popular, you are missing trades, you'll start looking around at other markets. I see that you're looking in gold right now.
Yeah, I'm short gold right now. But yeah, I mean, I have the main markets that I will continue to watch: gold, oil, NASDAQ, and the Nikkei, and I will get used to trading them. I'm short gold now at 23.56.6. Yes. So yeah, I'll continue to look around. Watch
here's a pullback. Hey, something cooking? What's gold doing right now?
Well, I'm off a little bit.
I'm short gold 23.56.6.
We're in the 70s right now here in NASDAQ. We are in the 70s.
We've sold off some.
Here we go. We just touched 69s. What do you think, guys? I like this
deeper
level.
Pullback.
Deeper.
All right. About the 50. Yeah, wait for about the 50s. VWAP is at 743.
743.
I'm looking for I'm looking for 50 points off the high, right, for a retracement. Now, again, I might be over analyzing it and trying to be perfect, and we missed the entry the last time. It's a zone, like Dakota always says, but we're coming down into that area. So
yes, we are. Vicious sell-off.
Yeah, this gold trade's working out really well for me.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm short gold 23.56.6, and we're now down to the 54s.
Michael Sand says, let this pullback settle. Will do.
Hmm.
Anne-Marie, I like
No.
749. All right. Well, we're all waiting for the pullback. That's cool. I appreciate it. It's, helps give conviction. Heather says, don't let the house account affect your trader psychology. Oh, at this point, I don't think it can, Heather. I think we're pretty much hard on this thing. I think we're good on that.
We're
But I
maxed
appreciate
out on that one.
Yeah, I appreciate the concern. I think last week, perhaps. This week, emotionless trading, Dakota style. Wow, that pullback. My goodness.
Within a tick of that 5% off the all-time high on that 17,768 half was 5% off the all-time high.
Could have gotten 69.
That low, 17,78 and a quarter or three quarters, whichever one.
So,
3 quarters.
So
within a tick of it.
Here's what the market's telling us: adjust our levels by like 3 points.
I think you're right. I think you're spot on.
We're right where we're not. I'm looking for average pullbacks, but it's not giving it to us, and that just might be the personality of the day. So we just got to adjust.
I like that.
Yeah, directional markets do try and keep you out.
Yep.
They're doing a hell of a job today, John.
Yeah, they are. They're just doing a hell of a job today. Yeah.
It
seems like, right?
S&P's taking off here. I did see a comment in the chat. It could be some good advice here.
All right, gold's
Daniel
breaking
Grant.
down below 43.
I would move from NQ to ES now. The read so far has been chase. ES has been respecting levels and revisiting them better than NQ so far. Okay, something to ponder.
Okay. Good share.
It is a good share.
Yeah, very interesting.
Stuff in the chat. Well, S&P's moving to the upside for trading 51.34.
I've been focusing on the NASDAQ, something I rarely do.
I know.
So the high of the day and the 730 high, 51.40 and a quarter. We've got weekly kickoff high above that at 51.5.
We can pull up your levels here. Everyone, make sure you get Adobe at the top here. Thank you, Adobe. Get your levels in at the top of the chat here. We'll pull those. Take a peek. Maybe we get a confluence of levels here. Yes, John, I'm taking a look at Topstep daily levels here. We put them out on TopstepTV. 51.32 or above that. 51.50 weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps. Boy, and NASDAQ is just running. My goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this short gold's playing out pretty well. I'm up $300 on it.
Nice.
Well, nice job.
Nice.
Oh, just got some news came here. Actually, it came out about 30 minutes ago. We missed it while we were running. Feel free. We got a B2B coming out next week for one free reset. So there's that. You can look forward to that next week. Yeah. And
well, that's happening. That PC print on the NASDAQ. This is the exact trade we were looking for.
Freaking real, guys.
It's all right. Hey, listen, if it's a trending market, it'll give us another opportunity to get in. We'll just have to be patient and wait for it.
Thank you. I needed to hear that. I swear to God, I need to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, we had perfect levels all the way down, just not trading it. You can't let that affect your trade. It's easy to let it
gold
do that,
selling off.
Is it? Okay.
Yep.
Dakota's got a runner.
And I was running.
There we go. One more push. I'm going to be out.
Is it Monday, Dolby? I don't know. Just know it's next week.
What was your entry?
Okay,
on
there we
that,
go. Quick $600 there on that gold trade. I got in short 23.56.6. I bought it back at 23.51 and a third or so. All right.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on with NASDAQ?
Just running.
The overnight highs, but we're kind of hanging out right there right now.
Some nice buying. Dow leading the way. Dow is leading the way.
So
you need about 2 more screens.
Starting to feel that way, isn't it?
Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, we are light on likes right now. I agree. We got 4,000 people watching here at Topstep TV. Boy, we are running. Click the like button. This market's rallying hard, and we are not long. A lot cooler if we were. It'd be a lot cooler if we were long right now.
We need a house 401k. That's what we need.
Yeah. Oh, now you're talking,
right.
Jack. We can just watch that puppy grow. My gosh, what a rally! Dow too. Hey, what's happening over in Dow?
Dow's up about 0.5% right now. I don't know if I would call that the leader, but it's doing a better job of trading the range where it left. It traded above the overnight highs earlier than the Nasdaq and ES did.
People's Champ says, "Why are you guys looking at anything else?" At Michael Patak, why are they not in YM off the open? House account fail. House account fail. They say.
We're gonna take that advice.
So I think
we are sorry to have failed you, House account. Or who is it? What's the name? The People's Champ. Speaking on behalf of the people. Speaking on behalf of the people.
Yes. We will only look at the Dow now forever. Thank you.
I'm sorry to have failed you, People's Champ. Anyways, back to the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq's where the action is.
The opening range in the Dow is the dead ass low.
Oh,
he's not wrong,
man.
Or they're
People's Champ, where were you on that open, man? We could have used you then, not now, man.
Right.
We could have used you then, not 45 minutes after the fact. But hey, we keep it chill around here. Thank you for that, though. Thank you for tuning in. New highs.
Where were you at the high of the tulips market?
I need more
Dakota,
screens.
can you explain that gold trade? Sure. If you guys have a minute, I could explain it.
Always.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, take a look at my charts. There's my charts. Man, that was a nice gold trade. It
was.
So over here on the 5-minute chart is what I was looking at. Actually, first I had a 60-minute chart over here on gold, and guess what? Something that's very basic again is support resistance. We had this level right here in gold that was showing some strong support. We rallied up there, showed resistance, and we started to sell off. This is a higher time frame. And let me get this out of the way so it's not so ugly looking. So once we started to reverse and sell off, I know I came over here on a smaller time frame. I dropped down to a 5-minute chart, and guess what? We did break down below that. We started to rally up, and I was looking for an area that we could reverse, and then I started to zoom in, and guess what happens? Gold has been selling on these little really pop-ups. We bounced up. I just got in short. Not really overcomplicating it, and we immediately sold right back down to the low, and I closed it out for profit down to this low. And not very complicated.
Nice trade. Keeping it simple.
That's right.
Yep, all morning. It's really boring, to be honest, guys. Like I get so many questions asking, like, what's this? What's this? What's this? It's simple. It's very, very boring, and it's very repetitive. It's the same thing over and over again. It never changes.
It's true. That's why computers do this thing. Well, we are coming up to 15 after here.
Yeah, if you guys are flat, I could show something real quick.
Yeah, Jack, it's about that time. We're probably gonna chill out here. We'll see. Yeah, Jack, let's hit him with some news.
Hey, on CNBC yesterday, it's our guy who is always what is the word I'm looking for? Photograph.
There he is.
When the Dow is down more than 300 points. He's going to be on today at 11. I'm going to be talking to him and trying to get a signed headshot for my mom.
Still working on it.
Still working on it, but I'm confronting him in person.
You got your chance. Shoot your shot, Jack.
Yeah. So next up, we got a chart. Currently, the ratio of the S&P 500's market cap to nominal GDP is at its highest since the end of 2021, which didn't turn out great last time. Charts like this, I just find interesting. Obviously, they're not going to affect how you day trade. We're not trying to call tops, and we have Dakota the permabull on, which I am too. So just something I found interesting. Also, Eddie had mentioned the Bears won it last night. There's our new guys. Caleb in Rome. Thank you to the Vikings again for drafting JJ McCarthy.
What did they win?
They won an
The
A letter
draft.
grade from the ESPN analysts. Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to hang the banner. And then lastly, I thought this was an amusing observation someone had. Brock Bowers got drafted by Vegas. And this looks like a man, his dad right here, looks like a man who's not allowed back in Vegas and his family has no idea.
There's something to that. Yeah, there's something going on there.
2024 draft champions.
We won.
Back to it.
Yeah.
You
guys could put that in your banners.
We just might, Dakota. That's all we got.
S&Ps still haven't taken out that 730 bar high. They're lagging.
Maybe that's where our opportunity is.
S&Ps, switch over there. So let's say got the highs of what was that? What was that price, John? Sorry.
The 730 bar high, 51.40 quarters, 51.40 quarter. Currently,
I made my first ES trade yesterday, guys.
I saw that.
Did you?
Got into you.
Yeah, I mean, I heard Jack trying to convince the house account to short it, so I decided to buy it. It worked out pretty well.
What are we talking about? I was looking away from chat.
Jack just
or not Jack. JD, sorry, not
JD.
JD.
Do not besmirch my name.
Any word?
Any word? Guys.
Any word on if is JD? Are they champs? Do we know? Does anyone?
He's bowler.
Yeah, they
bowlers.
We'll wait for JD to tell us. But I've been taught. Like I'm doing the stats today. He prepared them, but he didn't come out and say it that they were the champs.
No way.
So I don't think it's looking good. But JD,
I have some bowling stories. I have quite the bowling stories in record.
You roll?
Yeah.
I roll. I won state here in Utah.
What? Really?
Yes.
Damn, Dakota. Okay.
It was junior high school type thing. I had a 207 average. I actually went to state with a 165 handicap because I was sandbagging, and I bowled a 287 for my first
game. You kidding me?
St. George.
Damn.
Yeah.
Dakota. Did not know that.
Wow.
Jack.
You were sandbagging, huh?
Yeah, you were.
I was sandbagging, if you guys know what that means.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I go.
Everyone does it. I mean, it's a beer sport. It's one of those beer sports.
Yeah, it is a beer sport.
Well,
you gotta make them think
money, so
you got to make them think you're weak when you're strong.
That's right.
Who do you think you are?
Mess with the Jesus.
I am. That guy rules, Jack. That guy rules.
He's awesome.
Man.
Speaking of sandbagging and MJ,
I have 2 sisters and a brother.
Did you watch the Bulls series on Netflix or whatever? Where at some point somewhere they were talking about how MJ lost all this money, famous gambler MJ, to like renowned golf hustler someone.
Yeah.
How do you lose money to a renowned golf hustler? Why would you bet money on golf against a person who's a legendary golf hustler?
Renowned golf hustler, yeah. All right, here's a bit of a pullback.
It's a bad trade.
All right, how are we going to buy the NASDAQ now?
How are we going to buy the NASDAQ?
Great question.
I'm being serious. I'm not joking.
Let's measure the pullback and then trim off 5 points and then buy it there. Right, wherever we think that pullback is going to be, since we've been measuring it and we've identified the pullback, we're just wrong on it.
Let's scale in whatever we
793?
want to get in on size. Let's divide it by 3 and get in like instead of like 706, let's get it at 709, then 706, and maybe some at 703 as an example.
Yep.
Are you open for that? Are we open for that?
7. All right. So just repeat those numbers. Repeat those prices
Wait,
again.
No. That was just an example, Andre. I was
gotcha.
saying that's how it would have worked this morning, right?
Yes.
Instead of just going blowing the load at like 706 or waiting for it.
Right.
Full 15 lots at 706. We do 5 at 709, 5 at 706, 5 at 703, and it would have at least we would have got a piece of it.
Yeah, that's pro trading right there. We got anything
And
else?
where
coming up
does
today?
this rally break? Where does this structure break? Where is our stop going to be?
Yeah, let's watch. Let's see. What do you have, Coach Jay? I'm looking at maybe closer to 800 evens. I still would like a pullback. Actually, even more tempting to me is 790. 17,790s.
793. I have a 793 there. Yeah, I like that.
Yep,
All right.
I have a 793 1/4.
Yep.
793, 790s. All right.
Yeah, I like that, Dakota.
And that's kind of where we got a lot of this
793.
consolidation at as well. This
Now, Dakota, you're talking about starting to build a position at that 793, right? Or are you going to full
this is
position
the zone, right? And if we do sell off, like maybe down like this, maybe into the 7, that's where I think if we are going to get a pullback,
All right,
we could start to look at this zone, the 790s.
Isaac Rivera just said he's short ES.
Ooh, does look like it did run out of a bit of steam. Yeah, it ran out of steam up there.
Yep.
Will Murray, we have a limit 790 as well.
If we could get down there, that's the thing.
Big if.
We're holding above that earnings high.
Kind of the opposite of what the S&P is doing.
Right. Hoop says market is going to make it tough to get in.
Yeah.
Welp.
Directional markets.
But easy
Try
to
not
get
to
out.
let you in. Yep.
Nvidia pumping.
Easy to get in if you want to sell it.
Yeah,
right.
I think that's what's going to take this market higher. That's all the shorts.
That's a good point.
I did just take a small crude short. I don't like it for a house count trade, but for me, it's just testing the waters, looking if crude can sell off here. Not risking a whole lot here. Risking about 15 ticks.
I like that short.
Like we talked about getting the jitters of that first trade needing to be perfect out. Just taking the trade and putting it on.
I like that. It's like a football game. You got to go in there and get hit for the first time, then you're good to go.
Exactly.
Yeah, I thought that was going to happen to me this morning.
What, when you bought 75s?
Yeah, when I was like, oh man, I'll just buy here. Let's try it.
I wish we could pull the trigger like that in the house account. Unfortunately,
yep.
We have to be a little bit more, what's the word? Judicious in our approach. But it is thin, isn't it? Watch this NASDAQ ladder, John. It's a trip, man. Oh, did we step out? Oh, a little coffee for John. Right, come on back, John, when you're ready.
For a second.
Oh, yeah, he's going to
see hopefully
get this. Watch him come back. We'll be long at 15 lot. He'll spit his coffee out right away. He's like, what did you guys do when I was
going? We got a tilt update. Where are we at?
Good question. Crude, we got 73%. If you are in crude, Coach Jay, we're short 73%, 74% short now in the crude. 50-50 across the board with YM, ES, gold, and NASDAQ.
Nice. Thank you, Andre.
Yep. What are you short from in crude, Jay?
83.72. I'm looking for about 50 ticks. So 83.25 is my target. VWAP is sitting right around there. VWAP from yesterday's VWAP, 2-day VWAP sitting there.
Joe
Yeah, no,
Santiago
I like
says,
that trade,
"Pretty
and
liquidity
that's
in
kind of what I was looking at a little bit earlier, but I decided to go with gold. Yeah, essentially, we're on the 60-minute chart here on my screen, and look at this. We've been respecting this downside resistance on this higher time frame, which is a 60-minute. And if we are going to have a pullback, that is a great setup to limit your risk reward. I pulled the trigger on gold, not crude, but I do like this crude trade. To see if we could get down towards the $83 a barrel, somewhere in that zone.
Let's see, we're kind of just hanging out here.
Yeah, we are.
The equities.
Weird.
Volume died down just a little bit.
S&Ps are confused right now.
Man. Yeah, NASDAQ does not want to pull back at all.
A lot of shorts building up here, I'm guessing. When John gets back, we're going to need a Delta update. I'm guessing there's some shorts building up here.
That's what it seems like, right?
We won't break. Yeah, we won't break. They'll take it higher. They'll stop out and push this higher.
I mean, if you want to short,
on the
people would... What's the delta?
I'm seeing plus 2,200, but mine starts from 6 p.m. I know Hoag's is a little bit different because his starts from the session open.
So we got RDK, Delta ES is 14K, NASDAQ does Delta's only 400. All right, we're finally starting to get a little bit of a push lower.
790.
So let's talk through this trade, Jay. We're getting this sell off. Now we said the 790s is what we were liking. I'm still liking the 790s. It's something I'm actually going to be looking at.
Same here. Yeah, 790s. And then I really want to see this I want to see 770s hold, right? If we get 790s, I want to see 770s hold.
Yeah. Now it's a zone, so it's not an exact price.
So 790s. Every level we've been pretty close levels, but we've been off by what, 6 ticks, 5 ticks, Jay? So how do we adjust for that?
Yeah. If it's close, it's close enough. I think, right? We don't want to be 10 points away from the entry, but if we're within 5 points, I think go ahead and take it, right? And we just establish our risk.
So we're in the 790s, 793, 794s.
Yep, I just bought 793.
Okay, I think we could get another little push down lower.
I agree.
Oh man,
I agree. I think we can get another push.
Did you say you got in?
How many are you in, Andre?
Yeah, I'm in 10 from 99. I don't like the entry though.
Okay.
Shout.
And is that your first entry? Are we going to be scaling?
Yeah, I was quick in out. We can get a better entry. I'm thinking. We're up $600, but
good out.
Yeah.
Good out. Yes. I think we can get a better entry.
Scaling into here.
Here we go. 80s. So what do we think, guys? We're in the 80s.
Yep. I think right. Maybe 83, 82.
Let's do it. And whoa! I like the music. We are long. Wow, we're taking heat. I got this. Where's
okay? I'm long as well. I'm long 86 and a quarter.
Where's my stop?
My stop's below 770.
Where the hell is the stop?
My stop's below 770.
Right.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. There's going to be a lot of people thinking the same thing we're doing. There is a possibility that we run some stops and then reverse, but we'll see. I'm long 786 and a quarter.
From
so we need to get some volume to push above 800 here.
That'd be cool. We're long from 88. Long from 88 10 times. Long from 88 10 times.
Where's your stop, Dre?
62s.
Okay, I like that. I like that.
Profit target 837. Wait till John gets back from his coffee break. He's like, "Holy shit! What did you guys just do?" John, you're back. John, we're long.
John, you're on mute.
We're long from 88.
So
10 times.
Sorry, I pulled a Hoag. I like
What's
your
stop
level.
Target, Andre?
837 for now. That's just the normal. That's just default though. That we can obviously adjust.
Okay. I definitely would consider 810 pulling off maybe something.
Mm-hmm.
810 could seem relatively reasonable if we could get up there.
I'm cool with that. I'm definitely. I like that music, Jack. That was funny.
We need these buyers to push.
Give us some
mouse.
folks confidence in the trade, man. What did you say, Dakota? What did you say? 805s?
I said 810 is what I said. Maybe pull off a little bit, and here we are. We were back up above 800, 805, 806.
Sold 5 right now. Peeled off 5. We've got
So
5 on right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Great trade. I'm gonna wait for another little momentum push higher before I slap the ask.
Hey, how about this, Dre? On the rest of the let's move the rest of the position, Dre, to break even. No need to take any loss on this. I think this can actually run. We got the 50-point pull off from the high about, so I think we can let this go.
Should I click the break even button? Should I click the break even button?
Break it even, and let's let this run.
Done. Break even button has been enacted. Hands off. Hands off.
We're all in agreement there.
Yes, finally. There we go. Anne Marie says, excellent. Thank God. Michael Patak, are you watching? Please tell me you're watching.
And I'm out at 810. I'm out at 810. An extra $400 for me. I'm sitting at 4,600 in my live account.
I'm taking one off, so I got one left. I did add on that dip, so I'm taking one off, and now my stop on the second one is at break even.
Break even.
Good job, guys. See, we missed it.
And I'm out. I'm flat. That was the trade.
That was the trade.
Good job.
To the moon.
Good job.
We are in a groove. We are in a groove.
I moved my crude stop 100 points in the profit. If it takes me out, it takes me out.
It's you guys.
And I'm just going to let that one sit.
Carving it up.
Nice.
Hey, real quick here regarding that break-even button.
Yeah.
The break-even buttons it's only going to show on both order card and the DOM components when a position is open and the position is in profit. A lot of people asking, where is it? Where is it?
Oh, that's right.
That's the only time it's going to show.
Great distinction.
There's MP in the chat.
Yeah. Michael, we're long.
Yep. Good job.
That was let's not retest break even. Let's just go.
If we do, we do.
88, right, Andre?
Yeah,
88.
If we do.
88.
Oh,
new high.
There we go.
5?
Yeah.
We're still in 5?
Yes, we're long 5. Yes, we are long 5.
Nice.
Got target currently, obviously we can adjust 17,837. 837.
Let's go get 850.
Hell yeah. I like
we might. We just might, Coach Jay. If we start to break out of this 820s, we could see a huge burst in momentum.
Nice push.
To make a run on session highs.
Peel off maybe like 2 more at your level, Andre. We got to let
at 37s?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. We can do 2.
Yeah. What I like most about this trade was we gave it enough space.
Yeah.
The stop was really good.
Yeah. Yeah, we could have been too tight and got stopped out there.
Man,
okay, here we are. We're breaking above it. Let's see if we can get a lot of momentum to run to the new session highs.
Let's let this go.
29. We see 29.
We got 30s.
30s. We're into the 30s.
Peel 2.
Sold toast. Peel 2. Peel 2. Just sold 2. We are long 3.
Beautiful.
Long 3.
Nice.
So
wow, it's working.
I don't want to be over eager. I don't want to be over eager here, but I'm seeing a lot of nice buying. I have a monthly VWAP up at 963. That would be a stretch target. You got to always go with conservative targets first. That would be a stretch target.
What was that price again, Jay? Say again.
963.
God,
I wouldn't try to hold more than a one lot up there, but if it's going to go, it's going to go.
We're along 3 now,
and this is why I always trail my exits, where I don't want to pick a profit target. Just come back and get me, right, and I'll just trail as the market goes up.
Don't cap your upset.
Do you know how many times?
Let's pull.
Do you know how many times we've said the following day or in the afternoon? Oh, if we would have only just had one trailer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Let's
so
not
what I was
let
thinking,
that be today.
Let's pull the chat maybe and see if we should establish a new stop.
Do it.
I'm not saying
definitely
trail it
move it up.
aggressively.
It's super easy to do on Topstep X. I literally just click and drag this up. It's very easy.
Yep. Yeah, we might get a little pullback. I'm looking at Looking at 796-ish about. So I'm looking at, I got to thank Coach Paul for this. I'm looking at the 20 moving average on the 3-minute. It's at 796 right now. It was supportive the last time we hit it. It moved up. So, and what I really like is our exit on the break even is below that right now. So
yeah, I like that pill off those 2 contracts in the 30s.
Yeah,
that was a great.
Yes.
Shout out, Jack. Nice call.
Up against the highs.
Like you said, at the end of the day, how many times have we said to ourselves, if we only had 1 or 2 just running? No, we got 3, so let's run.
Gentlemen, where would we trail our stop to?
So give me a price. I can move it anywhere.
I like to make sure I'm trailing my stop with a reason. I use 100 tick and I follow it between the pivots.
Between the pivots.
You have a pivot right now,
just
Dakota?
below, right? What's that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a pivot you would trail to right now?
As of right now, the first pivot, like we got in at 88. Then the stop loss starts at like 78, 79 is where my first area for a stop loss would be. And then maybe it's debatable to say 800 because we have a little bit of something right there at 800. And then the next one that can be debatable would be pretty much 810. There's a pivot forming right there at 810 to where my stop loss based off that would be 807.
3/4 of the chat is saying to trail it. What do we a little room?
Give me a price.
Roundish.
How many we have?
Yeah, we're long
807. 807, 808
Good.
is my price for a trail.
I can move it.
Yeah.
Then no matter what happens, that was very successful of a trade.
Yeah.
So what price do you guys like to stop at?
You say 807, Dakota?
807?
Yeah, I said 807
Andre,
based off of just this.
That Andre, that break even order.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might just want to cancel all the orders and then drag it from where that entry is, because that break even order is a stop limit. So just cancel what you have there and then drag it up there.
Oh, thank you, my man.
Gotcha.
It is. Shit's getting the fuck. Oops, sorry.
Andre, bad boy.
Sorry. All right, what price? Sorry, what price?
807.
807, 804. I got an 804. Dude, that was killing me, Chad.
Gotcha. That works. I think we're good.
No.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to rally.
I just closed it out. Oh, shit. I accidentally closed it out.
That's okay.
Hey, you gotta be
I would
put
say,
it back on. All good. Put it back on if it dips.
Yeah, I would say
I agree.
3.
We had 3. Put 1 back on and go 807 stop.
Oh, mother.
That's our runner. Put 1 back on, go 807 stop.
No, I'm not chasing. Son of a. All good. We're up 6,300 on that.
It's not a chase. It's the same position. That would just be considered taking the 2 off. We're gonna see it. It sucks because it looks red on the screen, but it is what it is. I'm still in 1. I'm actually thinking about trimming this. I think I want to cut this 1 and go 5 micros. But
yeah, I know class indicators. You're right, Mitchell. This isn't my screen. I can't.
Hey guys, good trade. Okay,
it was a good trade.
Yeah,
it was a good trade.
Yeah, good job. And
How much did we make on that one?
6,300. I know. I'm not complaining. Sorry.
Great.
There we go.
Andre, I do that so much. I get myself out of positions like that.
All those damn indicators are getting freaking away.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to ask this question again. Where should we buy it? Where should we buy it?
So Dakota, at this point, what I want to see is I want to see us test 17,850 for the buyers to tell us that there is actually more room up, right? Because right now they're running out of steam at these highs. So I would want a test of 17,850, a pullback off of that, because we know the buyers are above us. We can get a better position than them on that pullback. But if they're not going to buy it up here, right? If no one's convinced to buy it here, I'm not either. All right, we want to see that bigger player come in, push it, test those 17,850s, let us know that there's more room, and then we'll get a better trade than them. I trailed my stop up to.
Go ahead.
Look at this.
I'm going to buy it right here. 837 and 3/4. I'm
I mean,
gonna try a
we said we
momentum
needed a bigger
trade.
player. Here's the coder.
Yep.
No, this could be a signal that we could sell off.
No, don't
my
say
goodness.
that.
Yeah, volume's pretty low here. So if they're not convinced, it's going to be a tough buy here.
I'm going to. This is just trying to see if I could get a momentum trade.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good, Jack.
And a break. So.
Yeah, we looked above the IB, and that was a pretty quick pullback off of that.
Where's IB high right now?
IB high in the NASDAQ is 17,840. 840.
Gotcha.
Okay, here we go. Let's see if we could break. Let's go.
You get short?
My profiles are set to.
No, I'm long. I'm long at 37 and 3/4.
Nice.
I'm going to buy the high and sell higher.
There you go.
This is one of the hardest psychological trades to take, at least in my experience.
You're getting a little bit more extension above the IB.
Yeah, guys. LNA, you're right. LNA, you're right. Get these indicators out of the way. Hit that up arrow. Maybe out of the way.
There's
I wouldn't be dragging around that stupid stuff.
There's 97 at 17,850. They have to hit 850 here.
850s.
Right. If buyers are that convinced, why not? Why come this whole way and not hit a major level?
Right.
In my opinion,
because
a lot of times
long.
that's a great indicator for the reverse trade. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that was.
There's a potential failed auction on the high there.
Could have been there, John.
Yep. That was a quick in and out for me. Minus 250 or something.
Gold Goblin in the chat. You guys are bad traders, bro. When the daily closes bearish and it breaks below 17,777, blah, 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 blah. Amateurs don't close longs, blah, 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 blah.
This is
Yeah,
bad.
I'm gonna cry.
I'm gonna assume.
Shout out to Gold Goblin. Shout out Gold
I'm gonna
Goblin.
assume Gold Goblin is not your government name. Can you please share it in the chat and we can look up your trade reports? And we can tell how good of a trader you are. Thank you.
Daniel Grant.
If your name is Gold Goblin, that's dope.
We should get him on. We should get him on.
Shout out Gold Goblin. Daniel Grant. Lock out the house account. That was an awesome trade.
Who are you guys talking to? I'm sorry. I'm just spacing it out. Do we have a?
No, just some goofs. Just some goofs in the chat. George, I didn't mean to exit, but it wasn't. I know. All good. All good. Over it. No complaining about winners, like Dakota said earlier.
Right.
Awesome work, guys. John, Jay, Jack, Dakota, chat, man. That was good stuff. That's team trading, textbook team trading. Just simply following orders here. And I did fat finger the exit. Sorry, guys.
So again, if we're still looking to buy, I would wait for that 17,850 because we've seen this a lot where this might be exhaustion. Buyers can't push it. Coach Paul calls this like when you're in the gym and it's that last rep of like an overhead press and you can't push it up. So you need to rack the weights again. That looks like what the market is doing right now, right? Where we're trying to push, it can't do it. Volume's not going with it. So we will see. Great trade though.
Yeah, I tried to. It didn't work.
Yeah.
That happens.
Yep.
Get an A for effort.
I'm out there. I trailed up to 820s. I just got out.
Yeah, we would have been stopped out anyways right here. All right. I don't feel so bad now. All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, Jack. Jackie's going to kill me now. All right, good. I feel better now.
I'm not going to kill him.
All right, let's recruit.
Yeah.
Feel better, right? At the end of the day, you're going to say,
Jack, just let it be, man. It's been a week, Jack. Just let it be. It's been a week. All right, is everyone flat? Oh, they want I need to update Jay on that crude trade, please. What we yes, can we get an update from the board here?
I'm out of crude. I got out at 52, so I took about $100 on that, and then I just got out of the NASDAQ trade as well. So I am at 1,100 on the day.
Nice work.
MP's over there stoking the fire.
Yeah,
he's loving it. He's loving. He's at the Burge. He's at the Burge. Patak, Michael? Where are you staying? You at the Burge?
Free for all Fridays. I remember those. Used to do those on Squawk Radio.
Yeah, with a little Nugent to introduce it.
Oh, we still got people voting on trailing the stop. Let's just.
What are they saying? What are they saying? Oh, she just left.
They're still saying yeah.
Yeah. All right, deal.
I still like a breakout here. I got whipsawed. I'm not gonna put my hand to the stove again.
Yeah. I still like the upside. Like I said, I was looking for 17,950 pretty much. But you can have the direction right and be wrong on the trade still with the location. Dakota, your location this morning, man.
Oh, 675.
On
man.
point. Yeah.
Well, that's been the question since we opened, right? Where do we buy it? That's it.
Yep.
That's all I've been asking myself. Where do we buy? Where do we buy? How do we manage the risk? Getting in good trade locations, and that's been the story.
Especially when you're a perma bear or a perma bull. I mean,
he's the bull. Chicago Bulls.
Well, that makes it that much easier, right, Hoag? When you're a perma bull and we go up.
Hey, Jack, if you're there, we can do well. We're pushing here to the upside again. Dadgummit.
Stats can wait. We're pushing.
Stats can wait. Stats can wait.
And then just for the chat real quick, because I know we had a bunch of people and we're about to trade 850s. We had a bunch of people saying, you guys missed the trade or things like that. And it's really easy to feel that way. But watch this segment back. We missed probably 3 great entries and we're still able to take a trade because you refocus, right? I'm a basketball coach, and what I have to remind my players of all the time is next play mode. You miss a shot, you turn the ball over. It's not the time to complain about it. Review it after the fact, and then find another opportunity. We just traded to the tick of 850 and didn't take it out.
Yep.
It's interesting.
What is that?
What
What
is
is that?
Buying? Let's see if they take it out. Why do all that buying and stop here, right? If you
MP
really
gets like
a
C minus for his troll effort.
Who's he trolling? Is he trying to troll us? Is he trying to troll us right now?
I don't know.
Time I'm out
He's
here.
trying to
Someone mute him
in there.
Put him on timeout for 60 seconds. Who has that?
I could do it.
I'm out 60 seconds. Come on.
I just kicked them out.
All right. Oh no, they timed out Gold Goblin. I'm talking about timing out MP. Is that what we're
60
saying?
seconds, Goblin.
He's out for 24 hours now.
All right.
It's like the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? If you're gonna shoot, don't talk. If you're gonna trade, don't tell us what we did right or wrong. What does it matter?
Right.
It doesn't.
It doesn't affect you.
850 just traded. We took out. There was about 120 contracts there. Would not be surprised at a little bit of a pullback from here. If we hold that 20 moving average on the 3-minute, that is at 814 right now. Might be a decent pullback. Normally on these pullbacks, I'm looking for about 50 points. So 50 points would put us right at 17,800 if that holds, and then go and buy it from there. Yep.
So you like that 50% retrace, huh? That seems I'm picking. I see what you're putting down here.
Yeah. So on the Nasdaq, it's usually 50 points. Actually, on this whiteboard over here, I have trade the majors, and what that is just look for major levels and these average retracements because they do them all the time. So 17,850. I would not be surprised at a 50-point pullback. It could do it in a minute. It could take 20 minutes. But if you get that 50 points, then it's usually a pretty safe bet that the market is going to turn direction.
That's actually about where I'm looking. Is right around the 800s or the
800s. Okay.
800.
All right, let's queue up another one.
Yep.
Hey, shout out to Akil. Akil, hi, I'm new on the stream. Welcome, Akil. Welcome to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Markets have been fast today. All right, we're looking for a pullback back to 800s here. Okay.
MP still trying out there.
He's about to get timed out for 60 seconds if he keeps this up. He's gonna.
What if we can? I should test if we can. Just for like 60 seconds.
Can blue names get timed out?
It's open mic night in the chat.
It's free for all Friday.
Nick T is short from 842. I like that trade, Nick.
Nice entry.
Yeah, really nice entry.
So we're kind of just in a lull right now, waiting for us to either go down or
nice cover,
up.
Nick. Nick had a tough day yesterday. Nick T, getting short all the way up. Going to tilt a little bit.
Hey, where's
just part of the trading journey? Good,
I'm
nice trading.
Curious, how's that Jerry trading?
Jerry?
That Jerry who
I have
is on the number one spot.
Stats.
Let's
So
do
we
it.
won't get to. Well, let's do the first set of stats, and then I'll look up
Okay.
Jerry. James, you able
Yeah.
to trigger some overlays here? Let me get to. I'm doing this in place of JD today, so we'll see if I can make this work. All right. Funded hot streaks.
Nice.
Easy peasy. No change to the list today. All traders extended their hot streaks one more day. We're getting into the 30s. The record, I believe, is 36. So,
Wow.
Ooh.
Aaron and
That's wild.
James,
Nice.
immortality awaits. Next, we got yesterday's best live P&Ls. This will probably give you a clue of how you're doing because the D-Man
Hey.
is in second. Jesus with a 10K. Karen, Philippe, and Corey rounding it out.
Yeah, we've been seeing Jesus
We'll be back
name pop up a
later
lot.
with the top 10s, and we'll see what happens, Dakota. I haven't seen it yet.
Ooh.
All
Uh-oh.
right.
Uh-oh. I think I saw something.
Oh.
I saw something
I
real
think I
quick.
see something too there.
Eddie, yes, please. Eddie, you want to jump in with some plugs? By all means. We're hyper-focused on the trading. We got some housekeeping to do around here. It's a bit of a bit. Eddie, if you're there, yeah, please.
Yep, wanted to jump in for the report card. Boy, we're having fun in chat today. We want your
Very lively.
feedback to help us make TopStep TV even better. I'm going to post a link in the chat, and if you can provide some feedback directly to our on-air crew. Yes, all these lovely people that we are talking about here, and about each segment on TopStep TV. So I'm going to put that link in. Have at it, but if you're trading, focus on your trading, and we'll get to it. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. The chat's been very lively today. Wow, there's your
Yes, it
50s.
has. The rabble rouser in there.
Yeah, I know. Oh boy,
There it
60s.
goes. There it goes.
I've got those 800s.
Smaller
Yep,
pullbacks.
just where do we
today, right?
buy? That's
Where's
the
that one
question
lot
today.
runner?
Where do we buy?
That one lot runner
Smaller
would be sweet
pullbacks
right
today.
We got 5 minutes to see if the market opens above the IB in the next 30-minute period, and that might be, I mean, at least that gives us a way to limit risk. We get back
Hey,
near
Andre.
that
Yeah,
IB.
explain that, John. Explain that to the people. So we have some new people in the chat I'm seeing. Explain that, what you mean.
Okay, so if you want to go on my screen for just a moment, if we look at the profile here for the NASDAQ, right? The first hour of the session creates the initial balance. The high of the initial balance is 17,840. If we open the next 30-minute period above that level, it has the possibility of leaving single TPOs here. And if we don't come back inside the initial balance or by much, let's say, then the market could continue this push to the upside. I don't see any reason why it can't. But if we do open the next 30-minute bar inside of the initial balance, again, that level would be 17,840. We open the next 30-minute bar below that, then we run the risk of having a failed upside auction, and the market could rotate back to the downside. So this is really interesting. We'll watch this as it plays out in real time and see if we can't get an opportunity from it.
Okay.
So I'm going to create a little bit of fun. If you want to pull up my charts, and
yes,
Andre, wouldn't it be nice if we would have just held a runner?
Dude.
So everyone, and I get this question a lot, is Coach Dakota, how do you trail the stop? So as we were saying, stop loss 800, then we put it at, what did we say, 806, 807. Then we trail it to the next pivot, 814, 820, and just slowly do it as we continue to rally. So I think this is a beautiful example of how I like to trail my stops on a 100 tick chart and just give it room to breathe and slowly trail it into the sunset. Hopefully.
I like that. Wait, do you have a one lot on still?
No, I only got in one, so you can't really trail it.
You can't
and scale out.
That's
if
all
you
in,
get
all
into one.
all in, all out.
Yep.
Yeah, we could have made back yesterday.
Wow. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart here and anchoring that VWAP to the New York session open. It left the range so early that I don't think we look back really at all today, to be honest. 17,900, we might turn around.
Damn. Okay.
It's all right. We'll find another one. We'll find another one.
So
we still got
if we are
an
just
hour
trend
left.
higher, how much of a pullback are we looking here then, Jay? Are we looking for about a 50? You say a 50 point pullback in NASDAQ to get in? What if we don't get that? What if it's what if the pullback's like 25, 30 ticks? How do we?
And
are we just sitting on our hands?
That's kind of the
sticking to the system.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because that it's the personality of the day is showing us that those 50-point pullbacks that we normally expect are few and far between, right? We have one here and we got one here. So we eventually do get them, but it's how patient can you be to wait for that pullback, right? The last one we just got was about 30 points. But in my opinion, if we get if we get the full 50 points, then I have more confidence in the move continuing up. If we get 30 points, and I see you guys are laughing at MP in the chat there.
Yeah. He ran out of gas. He ran out of gas. He was trying so hard. Wah, wah. No one was picking up. Sorry, Jay, go on. Yes.
Yeah, so with if we only get a 30-point pullback,
Thank you.
Then I'm not expecting a full move, right? I'm not expecting continuation because in the back of my mind, the potential for the full pullback is there, right? It happens all the time where we think, oh yeah, that's a pullback, I'll buy that. The trade looks good, and then ultimately you get that full pullback that you were looking for. That happened a few times today. So it would be, if we only got 30 points and we bought it there, it would be see profit, take profit. If we got 50 points, I'm more comfortable holding that trade.
Here's my follow-up question: how much time do we need for us to figure out or determine what the quote unquote personality of the market is? 15 minutes, 30 minutes? How much time until you can kind of get your hands around, your head around what the personality of the market is?
5 minutes.
If you're looking at my chart,
first 60 seconds of the open.
Yeah,
just buy it.
This guy here.
That's because you're a savage. You're a savage. That's the.
The way I tell, Dre, if you're looking at my chart right now, this red rectangle here is the 3-minute opening range, and the red line is VWAP anchored to that 3-minute opening range. If that VWAP leaves, and look, it left the opening range within the first 9 minutes, that's telling me it's a trend day. If this VWAP hangs out in the middle of this range, it's telling me potential trap. And
say that again one more time, Jay. Please say it again one more time.
Yeah. So 3-minute opening range. We have anchored VWAP to the first 3 minutes. You see, like we see the chart like this, right? So on that first 12 minutes of the day, VWAP already left the range. That's telling me that there's potential for a trend. Now, does that trend always continue? Maybe, maybe not. But with seeing that angle of VWAP that early on, that tells me buyers are in control really early. We do see, and I'll try to find another market to see where it's choppy, and we'll see the exact opposite, right? Where that VWAP stays in the middle of the range, and then we'll see it chop back and forth. So give me a minute, and I'll find another market that didn't.
You got it, man. That's excellent stuff. That's rich right there. I'll be honest, like we got 4,000 people watching. Click like, click subscribe. We're getting you're getting the goods today on this Friday. You got Hoag, you got Dakota.
Ever had dreams that
man, this is
that
the goods.
you had.
What was that, Dakota?
I don't know what that was. That was behind the scenes, not on my end.
VMix is becoming self-aware.
All right,
I mean, it's one of those days where we just grind higher and everyone wants to buy it, but it's not giving us great opportunities.
I'm sitting this trailing stop.
Keeping us out.
Yeah. If you want to sell it, you have all the opportunity you want.
Oh, you got yes.
For sure.
Hey, John, what's Delta? Are they just building into these longs on the way up?
Yeah, 18,000 positive in the S&Ps, but the S&Ps haven't extended above the initial balance just yet. We've got 2,100 positive in the NASDAQ, and we did open this next 30-minute bar, leaving single TPOs below. This market, as long as it doesn't come back inside that initial balance, could run who knows how far to the upside today. But we don't still have that runner on.
Yeah, I like your
950s. Have that back, please.
So 930s to 950s is
that's where it's going.
Because we just started entering in like April 16th, April 17th zone and range, and if we continue to run, like that's very possible. 930s.
Seriously,
it wouldn't surprise me anyway. What's that?
Also, we don't have any news out for the rest of the day, I don't think. And what I'm thinking is, right, that we have that monthly VWAP up there at 963. We haven't traded 18K since we traded it through the downside, right? We haven't looked back at 18K that entire time. So again, it's still 120 points to the upside, but we have not traded that level. And what is there that is going to bring us back down? I don't think there's any news out for the rest of the day.
I'm thinking that
just
too,
an
Jay.
idea, right?
No,
And if I'm
I might
looking
continue
at
to say this until we're done, is how nice would a
where we're
runner
looking for a place
be?
to buy it.
the runner.
Come on, Dakota.
Yeah.
Runner.
Yeah.
Or yeah,
Runner.
where are we looking to buy this market?
The runner. What if you already bought it? You don't need to worry about getting back in here. Actually,
Yeah.
Jay's like, get back in. Jay's like, get back in. I'm like, yeah, you're right.
So the last thing I'm looking at here, average daily ranges. The daily range right now I have in the NASDAQ is 210 points. The ATR on the daily, and this chart probably looks insane right now, but the ATR on the daily is about 362. 18,000 would put us right at that daily ATR.
Okay.
So if we're going to hit a daily ATR, there's potential for us to trade up there. Now,
to what,
you got to look
price?
at both sides. I mean, why not target 18K?
Yeah, we're
gonna do, like you said, Jay. If we're gonna do all this buying, why not go?
Don't sell a Friday rally after Google announces dividends and buybacks.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
And then the thing is, right, that's a stretch target, right? You're always going to go conservative target. Right now, we have to see what we do at 17,900, right? There's major levels in the way that we have to contend with. So you just want to, like we just did with 17,850, right? Are the buyers convinced enough to trade that price? When they are, cool. Then that means there's more room up. I want to try to get a better price than them. Now let's see what they do at 17,900. Are they convinced that we can continue trading higher? And then at that point, everyone who's trading NASDAQ is thinking, well, if we're this high, why not trade 18K? Right.
Well, yeah, I'm looking at weekly kickoff high right now. We got 18,190. 18,190 weekly kickoff high.
Yep.
So people are taking a peek up there.
Like Dakota said, where can we buy it? That's the only question. I think there's room up, but where can we buy it?
Yeah. You know, the auction grade, what I put out in the opening call this morning. I mean, the auction to the upside in the S&P and the NASDAQ. I thought it performed really well yesterday. So that changed the move on the daily chart from a pullback to an actual trend, right? Because we had some good volume yesterday. We added 17,000 in open interest. Doesn't surprise me that this auction is continuing after a day like that yesterday. You know, there was no news that was able to take it down, so I don't see any reason why these markets can't just continue to grind to the upside now, right? I mean, that's the natural hint to them, right? I mean, if there's no bad news, the equities just kind of grind higher, and I think we're back on that grind right now.
I mean, the only pullback we had, guess what? We did buy it. What did we buy it in the house account? 788.
Yes.
So we bought the pullback.
Rips in the house. Shout out Rips. What's up, Rips?
There he is.
What up, Rips?
And James is saying I might have had that daily range off. Let me measure that again. Let me just confirm that.
You're good.
But what's going on, Rips? And then one other thing I did say I wanted to show another market that with that kind of opening range and VWAP. Right, this is the British pound. This is the only market I found that did this. But here's our opening range, and look at VWAP. Look at VWAP. Look at the market. Right, it's chopping around. It never leaves. As VWAP starts to leave, then price goes with it. That's your trend. Right. So if you're looking at this early on in the day, this took what, a half an hour.
How long did that take to develop?
Half an hour.
30 minutes. Okay.
Yep.
All right, we're getting a little bit of a pullback.
Little bit here
to really write home about.
50 points, 50-point pullbacks ish.
Maybe 840s is a possibility. Actually, I like 840s, 17 840s. in terms of a possible area. I mean, that's where the pivot was. We broke out, and that could be maybe where support becomes resistance becomes support.
840s. I see that. Okay. If we get there.
That's the IB high.
Right?
IB high?
Yep.
All right, hold on. Hit me with that level. 17,840. 17,840. Thank you. Thank you. Nice, guys. Not gonna lie, you guys, we're working very well together, us four. It's been a pleasure. Absolute pleasure working with you guys.
An honor to be here with you guys.
Fun.
840. Where's your stop on 840s, Dakota?
I would say 821.
Okay.
It's tight, no?
That's the first. It depends. Like once we get down there, maybe we see some market structure. I do have a little bit of a trend line that it shows a possibility to have a really good risk reward if we get down there. It's just so hard because I just want to see some type of a flush, some type of a good solid pullback like we seen earlier when we bought it.
Gotcha. All right.
840s. 840 or 840.
The high of that PCE candle is 818. So if we're gonna go with a 820 stop, maybe give it the few more points to be below that high, so that high can hold.
What was that price?
It would be like another 818 half. So I would go like 818 with the stop, maybe 817. Give it a few more points just to let that high hold.
Yeah, that's fair.
Good stuff, guys. Good stuff, guys.
Use my stop as your entry.
That's probably what it.
That's what I was just going to say. That's what I was just going to say. See if we can get it, but we've been
enter there.
We've been too cheap on all the longs this morning. Really.
Yes, we have.
Yep.
Yes,
But
we have power
if we
hours.
can find those stops, that'd be a good end.
Yes. Influencer update. Influencer update alert. Here we go. Wow, a lot of green on the board today. Isaac Rivera up $4,500. Dakota up 44. Nick T up 31. Good job, Nick T. Way to come back strong today, man. I know you had a tough one yesterday. Coming back strong. Great job. Pin up 8,600. Philippe up 1,500. A lot of green on the board today, guys. Good stuff. Great job. Shout out to Nick T. Hell of a job, man.
Let's see if we can get that pullback here.
I'm seeing this question a lot where we're talking about these average pullbacks, and people are asking, well, if you expect the pullback, why not short it? That is a trade, right? That is a potential trade, but it is counter trend. And if you take that trade, right, and I think we talked about this last time, what are the expectations for the outcome of that trade?
Are we expecting a pullback? Or are we waiting for the pullback?
We're looking for one.
We're looking for it. So if it comes to us, we'll get it. We're not necessarily expecting the pullback, right, Jared, John? We're waiting for it. We're looking for the pullback. If it doesn't come, we don't trade. So we're not going to be the ones that call the pullback. We're going to wait for that pullback.
Yeah, I will take those pullback trades.
Here we go. 40s, 840, 840.
It's a tough trade to take because you don't know where the high is, right? You don't know where the cap is on that pullback. You can see it, but you're not going to catch the high. Yes, it would be a good trade. I actually have that in one of my trade setups. It's not a comfortable trade, though.
All right, 840s.
Yep, here we go.
840s, boys.
Let's see if
Let's
see if we can get there.
10 points.
Yeah, that was
come on.
30, almost a 40-point pullback now.
Is it? Here we go. Here we go.
Yep.
Okay, 45. We see 45.
Come on.
Let's see if we got anything else.
See a little bit more volatility down here.
Buyers are stepping in right now. We're seeing the same
Just a little bit. Let's see. Let's see if we get a little more.
Yeah, I don't know if I would go full position on that.
I got 10 queued up.
Maybe take.
No, like maybe 5 to start. I mean, like.
Yeah, go 5 to start.
All right, we just bought 5. Long from 7 or from 840. Long from 8. We are selling off here.
Yeah, we are.
Be tight with that, Dre.
Shit.
Ouch.
Yeah, we just got steamrolled on that
All
one.
right. Let's see if we get some market structure and give me a reason to get in.
We got those 40s. Get this shit out of here. What do we like to stop at? Sorry, 17s?
Yep.
All right.
Yep. How much of this profit are we giving back today, though? We don't want to give too bad.
So we'll give back 2,500 on that one.
Okay.
If we get stopped out.
Hell no!
Mm-hmm. Boy, they just ran right through that.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Yeah, that was coming in pretty hot.
And we're stopped out.
Yep, and we're
Okay,
out. Yep,
I'm
that's
in.
fine.
I just bought. I got in long at 817.
Oh, why are we? Oh,
We still got a
have 3.
position.
Yeah, we do. We only got out of 2.
Just Dakota just bought my stop.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to wait to see if you guys get stopped out, and I'm getting in.
You want to get out? You want to get in where the stops are at?
Yeah.
Let's see the house
got
on screen.
Yeah, you see that,
I
Jack?
guys stops.
Okay, well.
Okay, I'm in.
It's above our stop, so.
Yeah.
It might not work. We might just continue to just tank. We'll see.
So, yeah. So, Hoag, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, with the initial balance, right? When the market trades back into the initial balance, where can you say, hey, that's a failed auction to the upside? Right.
Well,
when do you get that confirmation?
Really be more of an auction fade.
Auction fade. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, and the difference being is, there were two. We extended the range, and then here's the profile.
Ooh, come on, push,
So,
push. We're seeing 35s back into the 30s. Sorry to interrupt you.
You're good.
We extended the range. We opened. We left single TPOs. We put in a high, and then we took out those single TPOs and came back inside the initial balance. If I'm going to take that long, I'm going to be pretty tight below the initial balance, because taking out those single TPOs indicates potential change. Coming back inside the initial balance indicates potential change in direction. So, as you know, Jay and everybody, I mean, nothing happens exactly the same twice ever. So,
right.
Now I'm looking more for confirmation of a failed auction at the top of the S&Ps now, because we did take that look and we came back in, came all the way back down to the point of control near the low of value. Yeah. If this selling tail remains up there, that's a failed auction. And then I would be more confident looking for shorts as long as we didn't take out that high.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I'm looking for another push here up into the 40s here on the NASDAQ. Nice. And I'm going to just
we're long from
get out in from 17,817.
You are?
Yep. Man. Yep. And I'm out. 842. So there we go.
Damn, dude.
This guy's going to set some records if he keeps this up.
Quick. Andre, we got 3 on. So
yeah, I know.
We have a runner's back. So
we have a runner's back.
Stop and
I was going to get out. Where should the stop be?
Yeah.
This is actually a fat finger trade. I'm not managing this trade quite well. Where should
cancel out your earlier?
I'm flat. No, I was playing with fire there.
Flatten it.
I was playing with fire. I know exactly what I was. All right. Let's go 4610. 4610 P&L.
I think that's a good place.
Those 840s, we got rolled. Yeah, I know. Dakota got in where the stops were. You see that?
We were talking about it, and I like, you know what? That's probably the play. Yeah.
Hey, Dakota and Jay, what's your P&Ls?
I'm at 860.
46.
I just took a loss on that.
4,600.
I'm at 860 after that loss.
Did you get that, Dolby?
I can't let the house account.
What are you looking at, Hoag?
I need 10 more.
Nothing. Just looking.
100.
ES is looking a lot heavier.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and
I know
we've got,
Isaac caught that short.
yeah, it was nice.
It was a vicious sell off there. All right, we got 15 after here. If we got those leaderboard. Yes,
Yeah.
off yesterday's closing price. Yes. Yeah. Did we also have that yesterday's closing price?
Well, we can show the top 10 and stuff. I think first we have James, if you have the trigger available, we can show yesterday's, I hope, show right here. XFA P&L leaders. Oh, it does. Alexander B with the $23,000 profit. Austin and Michael also above the double 10K club. Jared and Lynn in the 1.5 10K club. Long way to say it, but great trade, everybody. And now let's take a look at the top 10 list, starting with numbers 6 through 10.
Okay, that I don't have.
Oh, I have to do that one.
Yeah, I got 1 through 5.
We run this off of multiple computers.
What's happening back there?
Damn
it.
Yeah, that buy at 7.818 was the buy the dip right there.
The 17, yes, we had, Jesus, yeah, it was.
Yep.
All right, here they come.
A little bit of a fight going at the IB high right now.
6 through 10. Stop me at any time.
Yep.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, little update here. Jesus is back on the list after leading all live funded traders yesterday. Ming is new, moved up from 15th place after a 13K winner in the NQ. Jared also made it to the list after a 16K winner. We saw him just a moment ago. And trading a few different markets, he was in 24th place yesterday. Let me take this down real quick so we can get to the main event, what we've all been waiting for. Oh, good show, Eddie.
Yeah.
Looky, we pooched this a little bit earlier, but
yeah, wow.
Jerry was in first place yesterday, but took a 28K drawdown, which moves Mr. Dakota into first place.
Man, NASDAQ is pushing.
Yeah, it is.
Have you ever heard the story of the...
1 second.
Wow. That's a new one.
Congratulations, Dakota.
Yeah, no, I was seeing about this NASDAQ. Have you ever heard the story about the rabbit or the turtle and the hare?
No, haven't.
No?
Tell us.
What's up with it?
Google it. On business trading.
How's it go?
What's Google?
I'll probably tell you in like, when does the session end? We still have 40 minutes here on Fast Markets. I'll tell you in like the last 10 minutes of the show. I'll end it there.
Thank you.
No, tell us, Jack. Oh, Jack.
I have a little kid's book. I read it every night after slow markets.
How was slow markets yesterday?
Pretty good. We had the Bank of Japan decision and some volatility. I got in and made $2,500, and then that's where I make most of my money anyway.
Not bad.
Coach Jay, you're going to be on for slow markets on Wednesday?
Yes.
Next Wednesday, yes. Let's do it.
Awesome. We'll get that audio figured out, and we'll start getting more guests consistent. And I want you, Andre, and you, Hoag, as well. Some late night pajama trading.
There you go.
I like that.
I'll try and stay sober for it.
Yes. Maybe might make for better trading.
It's Wine Wednesday, Dakota, so I might not be.
Hey, that's okay. I'll stay sober for us. You don't have to be.
We liking anything right now? We kind of just. I feel like this is usually the time where I'm trying
Chill
to,
out mode.
to settle down.
I'm trying to chill out. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for a place to buy it.
Not chill out mode.
I mean,
I love
All right,
it.
we're back.
that's the story. Where do we buy this? If we do get another push down lower, I'm going to be a buyer. End of story. That is the way the market wants to react today, and that's how I want to play it. So right now, I'm going to see if we can get to the closer to 800.
Isaac said he still likes the shorts
I saw
in
that.
ES right now. Right now in the ES, we're hanging out at right at 50% of that PCE candle. I don't know why my charts are loading like this, but yeah, we're just kind of hanging out in the middle of that candle right now. We can see that. I'm gonna act like I've used this system before, but right around here, this 51.28 level. Isaac, are there any levels around there that you like to maybe get into a short? I mean, it is still moving down, but
okay. I think I might be putting some buy limits around 17,780s. If we could have a nice sell off.
780?
In the 780s, 790s, right where we bought it in the house account before.
Yep.
Yep.
That's assuming we could get down there.
I'm thinking we do.
Yeah, I think so too.
780s. All right, we got 780s. Queuing back up.
That would give us a pullback to that VWAP that we were talking about, anchored from the New York session. It's at 794 right now. So it would give us a pullback.
Fair. I like that. I mean, it's a zone, right? And we can't be picky and say only 780. If we get down to that zone and the market wants to just show us that it wants to turn around there, then we can't be picky on that. All roads lead to VWAP, apparently.
Yeah. Where's George? Shout out to George. 17,780.
God, man, I might be getting sick.
Oh, Dakota. Don't let the markets hear that.
I'm supposed to go camping this weekend, and my voice is starting to...
Moab, where are you going?
I'm not sure yet. I'm going to figure it out. It's one of those where I just spontaneous. Let's go find somewhere to go camping. And
you live in that part of the country.
Yeah, I mean, it's away from the electronics, away from the phone, go into Mother Nature and just relax.
Love that.
Yeah, that sounds
spot that.
On.
Do you
sounds like a great
weekend. Do you camp or do you glamp?
Oh, I'm not a glamper. I grew up in a very small city where we'd just go out. Me and my older brother would go out with me, him, a tent. We'll eat what we catch, fish, other small game, and some of the best times.
I like stories.
Danielle says never invite her camping.
Yeah, Danielle says no, she's good on the camping.
Does that mean she likes it or she doesn't like it?
I think she does not.
It's not that bad. Worst, I grew up in the wilderness. I've been around mountain lions. My worst experience ever was not with a mountain lion. It was with a freaking moose. I got chased down by a moose. It was the scariest moment of my life.
Wow.
I was out hunting and we was walking and we ran into a baby moose, and we was just walking by, and then just out of nowhere the mother comes just charging us and jumped into a tree. Like it was pretty dang scary. I would prefer a cougar over a roof or a moose any day, because you could scare off a mountain lion, but not a moose protecting its baby.
They're huge.
Yeah,
they are giants.
Just
they don't mess around. For 2.
Even if you shoot them, they're still going to come at you.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's like
moose ain't playing around.
Stopping them.
Bugsy. Yeah. Cougar, mountain lion.
There it
It's
is.
play on words.
The jokes write themselves around here.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do.
Jack, the whole joke yesterday with Jack's charts yesterday, and today with the Cougars. The jokes just write themselves around here. Even Max Maserati was getting in on the joke yesterday. I'm like, yo,
yeah,
easy. I saw Dakota.
Oh,
I saw
Max.
Dakota in the chat getting in on it too.
Yeah, that gave me a good chuckle.
I just his own monster there.
If many gooses are called geese, what about moose? Are they meese?
Mooses.
Mooses? Meese? It's a good question. I learned recently that there is a name for a group of crows or ravens.
Yes, it's called. Oh, wait, go ahead. I won't ruin it.
Go ahead. Yeah.
What is it? A group of crows or ravens? No, go ahead. Okay.
It's a murder.
It's not what you think. It's not what a lot of people think.
Murder?
A murder.
Yep.
Oh, the chat's all over it. Wow, chat.
Yeah, they are.
The chat
They
knew.
are.
Apparently, it's not that uncommon.
You said a group of crows?
Yeah, who knew?
There's
your top quiz question. Top quiz question alert right there.
Quiz is already written.
Ooh.
By Eddie. So take that.
All right.
Actually, one of the answers has already been in chat. There you have it.
Ooh.
Oh, really?
I like that tease, Eddie.
Nice.
See if you're paying attention.
The
chat's been very active today.
Hoop is saying crude is on the move. We're back above 84.
Okay.
Yeah, crude's pushing. I just pulled it up. Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yep.
Does that mean gold's pushing? Nope, gold's not.
It's not. Gold's still selling off.
Man, I should have held on to that short on gold, huh?
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy.
I shorted at 56.6.
Yeah, it was a great trade.
You got 200 ticks on that sucker.
The crude bounced right off of the monthly VWAP, which was at 83.35. After that Brian Shannon session, that just added the confirmation that I have in using VWAP in your trades. And it's not, hey, I have VWAP here. It's easy. I'm going to take the trade, buy it above, sell it below.
Right.
But it adds a lot of confirmation, and we tend to see it play out with levels all the time. I have the Japanese yen up. Coach Paul trades it all the time. I actually had an order in to short the Japanese yen last night. My entry was a little bit too high, but if I look at the weekly VWAP, it wicked right to it after that Bank of Japan announcement and came right back down. So if you haven't tried to, and if you're interested in trading volume, try to consider that in your trading. I don't think I'll ever trade without it again.
Nice.
Well, in my quest to continue always learning, I got his book here. So there it is.
Yeah, I just ordered it. I should be getting it probably tomorrow. Have you started?
Highly recommended. Pardon?
Have you started it
No,
yet?
I haven't yet. No, it actually arrived at the house while he was on screen. Kind of strange, right?
Yeah.
I am going to look for a short on crude oil right now. I don't have the I don't have the crude oil live down on my live account, so I just enter it live on my phone. So yeah, I'm gonna see if we could get to 84.15 or just something that will signal like it's time for crude to go down. I like this rally. Essentially over here on the 5-minute chart, we made a low, and now we're getting up into this zone where we did break down. That's the start of the break. So I like this crude short. I'm going to see if I could get 84.15. Maybe I enter around here if we can't push any higher.
I like it, Dakota. Opening range is the dead high in crude. The low of the opening range is 84.15. You just picked that number right there. Value high, however, is 84 quarters. So there's a zone there where you might look to get in if it gets there.
Yeah, I'm short one. I'm now short one. I might scale into 3 contracts here. It's only $10 a tick, not as volatile as the NASDAQ, so I'm okay getting into multiple contracts on it.
Where's your stop on that, Dakota?
So I'm going to build the position around this area, and then my stop probably going to be around 84.30. We'll see.
Are you entering trades, Dakota, while I was taking a little bathroom break? What'd you do, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm short crude at 84.09 to see if we get a push back down below 84s.
Dakota, I'm just looking at, I know you trade these 3-bar reversals all the time. I'm looking at a NASDAQ 30-minute. Is that potential for a 3-bar reversal?
I don't really look at the 30-minute.
Yeah,
I mean,
just off the pattern alone.
Off the pattern alone, yes.
Okay.
What are we thinking? 8.12, 8.13?
Right. Yep.
Yeah, that's something. Technically, yes, right?
Got you.
But I'm over here on crude.
Yeah. Short's working so far.
Yeah, I want to get into a bigger position rather than just one lot or one contract. We'll see if it gives it to me. If not, then I'll be happy with just one profit or one contract if we do sell off here.
I like it.
How many different products do you trade, Dakota? 4 or 5?
So NASDAQ, crude oil, gold, and the Nikkei. The other day I traded ES just to be despite JD, and I liked the setup. Wait, was it JD? Who was trying to short ES yesterday?
I think it was JD.
Who was trying to short ES yesterday? John, do you remember? We did. We took a loser on one.
Yep.
Chat, you guys know who was trying to short ES? Jack, if it was you, say now.
It was not me.
Dakota's coming for people today.
I bought the box.
Bring him to the stage.
Jack. My God. My goodness, Jack. I trading 17 to 8. I'm going to switch over. I'm going to switch out of the house account for the last 20 minutes of fast markets. Kind of want to give some love to other markets. We've been hyper-focused on S&Ps and NASDAQ. I know these guys are in oil trades. That's cool. You guys mind if I switch over to the global screen here? I don't think you guys have a problem with that.
No,
all right, cool.
We'll switch it over. I'm not seeing anything great right now. So
okay, we'll switch over. Something pops. House account's gonna be on pause for now. We do have house account coming back in power hour. Maybe we start thinking about doing this throughout the day. But for now, we'll be back in power hour. We've got Nick T join us for power hour. Hell of a comeback by Nick T today. So it'll be great to hear that story. I know he was really on tilt yesterday, but was able to.
What did I miss on that comeback?
Yeah, man. It's that Dakota. One of the hardest things to do, and John, I want to hear from you too. A comeback, John. Coming back from a shitty day, tough trading day. You're wrong. Finally, when you hit your DLL, finally the market turns and goes the way that you thought it was going to go all day.
Oh, it always does.
It always does, right? And it just drives you mad. But then you come back the next day and you get on the horse. I mean, John, it makes us go crazy in this game.
Well,
don't worry about that.
Mean, I usually don't let myself get to a point like that. I'm pretty good at recognizing when I'm tilted. When my cheese has slipped off its cracker. And that's pretty much when I'm going to stop. I don't revenge trade anymore. I don't try not to. At least I try not to. I mean, we're all guilty of it from time to time, but you got to remember that first, you're a trader, but it doesn't define who you are, right? I mean, that's what you do. Who you are has nothing to do with being a trader. And two, that, the trades you took yesterday have nothing to do with the trades that I'm going to find and hopefully succeed with today. And you just got to let go of that venom. Don't carry that around. It's just going to eat you up. And, when you can just kind of let go, and, open to come back the next day, kind of, feeling fresh and ready and just try and just let it go. I mean, I like what Dakota's doing this weekend is something that I used to do. Like when I would have sent in a down draw, I would take a day off. I would just go out into the woods and leave my phone in the car, just leave everything in the car and just go walk around and get lost in there and just kind of feel vulnerable in that way and get lost and find your way back. I mean, where I live, there's forest preserves all over the place. So I know I'm never more than, 3, 4, 5 miles away from a road or a gas station or something like that. But you just go into it and, just traipse around and find a way to get lost and find your way back. And I find that God talks to me there. And I always feel so much better after I do something like that. And, Dakota, not that you're going to lick any wounds out there. You've been trading wonderful, but it's going to feel great just to be out there, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just go out there, be it's you can't replace that. And crude's sailing off now. It didn't get me in that full position.
I know the feeling.
But no, I agree with you 100%. I love it. We all need and then the weather's getting nice. It's like be outside. We're all traders and we're trapped behind computer monitors sitting at the desk.
Yeah.
Yep.
We do preach.
I might just close out of this
screen time.
crude. I might close out. If there's a way to get frustrated when you're reading the markets, I'm just taking little small trades and then I'm just nailing them. And then sometimes I'm like, man, why can't I not just get into full positions? Because here we are, crude is just tanking right back down.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
popping Dow. Dow has had a mind of its own today. I see. Just looking at the charts here. Dow's catching a bid here. S&P's, NASDAQ just trading sideways right now, barcoding, if you will. Looking at the 5-minute charts. Crude selling off, gold with a pop. Markets are all over the place today.
Dakota, your story about the moose just kind of reminds me of I was on a motorcycle trip and we were in Glacier National Park, Montana, and we're camped out right on the shore of Lake McDonald, and it's a campground, and we're in a tent, and all over the place there are signs that say, do not put food in your tent. Do not wear clothing to bed that you cooked food with. Grizzlies come through this campsite every night. And I'm like, oh, my goodness. And we're in a tent, and so, we were there we were there at that campsite for like 3 or 4 days. And, I never heard anything. I slept great. I cut my thumb. I still have a little scar on my thumb to remind me of that period of time. But there was a guy in a camper next door to us that had this like huge, like 44 Magnum gun. He's like, well, if I hear anything, I got your back.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
If I hear that gun go up, I'm going home.
It's kind of scary, but we never did, hear anything, or we didn't get mauled. So I guess that's a good thing. And, but just being chased by a moose, imagine.
No. All right.
We did see a couple of moose while we were there. We did see some bears, but they were like on the other side of the lake. We did see a lot of buffalo, a lot of eagles and waterfowl, and just so nice to be out there with all
Gorgeous
that.
out there. Absolutely stunning.
Absolutely.
It is.
Absolutely.
It slows time down too. It just
Yep.
it's amazing what it does for you. You know, your internal clock, you're away from electronics, time slows down. And yeah, anyway, I'm out of crude. I got out at 83.86. Yeah, I think I'm done trading for.
Yeah, Rips talks about this.
You're doing great, son. You're doing your old man proud.
Oh man.
Bit of a bid here in gold. I did take a peek at tilt. 80% long gold right now. As we continue to rally, train 23.48, call it. Mental capital, yes, Rips. Mental capital. We only have so much. It's finite every day. It's finite.
Mm-hmm.
Getting to that point, we're going to need a refresh. Jump back on for power hour if you will trade that up. But yes, Rips talks about his mental capital.
I just want to point out one thing. I see some people saying, you know, the NASDAQ looks like it's building for a short. The NASDAQ looks like it's building for a long. I use volume in all of my analysis. If we look at the volume that it's been trading for the last 30 minutes, it's all below average on the 3-minute chart, right? And we can see this kind of chop around. I would not be looking for a trade unless we can break this zone, and it's 17,822 or 17,850, we'll call it, to the high, unless you're going to range bound trade it, right? We can see what it's done in the last 30 minutes, kind of chop around on lower volume. Once that volume increases and we get a break out of this direction, if you're looking for a breakout trade or a trend trade, you know, you want price action and volume to go with it. Otherwise, we're going to chop around for a little while. That's what I'm looking at right now.
So, okay, well, to that point then, Jay, so are we building for a long or are we building for a short? What's your analysis telling you right now, NASDAQ? Because we are catching a bit of a pop here.
Right now,
neither.
Or neither.
Neither.
Very good.
The trend for the day is to the upside, right? So I would lean 51.49 to the long side, but it's neither. Yeah, we can see it right now. Right? We're breaking out of that box. The low of the range, if you want to buy it, and then you hope for the breakout. But if I bought it down here at the low of this blue box here, I'm thinking about trade management as we get to the highs if volume stays this way. Now, if I buy it down here, the market pushes up and volume goes, then I get that breakout. But it's kind of hoping for a breakout right now. We can see the price is going out of this blue box right now, but volume is not going with it. I would not be surprised if we trade right back into it.
I mean, there's a reason why they say that trend is your friend, right? When we're talking about just normal probabilities and statistics, a continuation is a lot more probable than a reversal.
Definitely agree.
Justin McCown, volume is just so low here. That's what we're saying. Yep. We're seeing a bit of a pop finally. It looks like the Dow is going to drag the S&Ps and NASDAQ higher. Dow's been railing a bit here. Catch the pop in the S&Ps a little bit as well. Gold's still on the move to the upside. Trading 48.60s now. All right, we're trading 860s.
There we go. And there's
that 84% on gold
pullback. That was a beautiful pullback on the NASDAQ. I should have been watching the NASDAQ.
Think so?
Crude. I mean, I made money on crude, but I think I would have preferred that pullback on the NASDAQ. That was a very, very simple and basic pullback. Oh, I did, right? I got in at 17.8, 17. It kind of consolidated, and there it is. I think that's a good example, right? We had a rally, a pullback, a rally, a pullback, and guess what? Rally and a decent chance to go and make new session highs. You can overcomplicate it as much as you want, but like, what more do you guys need in terms of support and resistance, right? This was the resistance. We broke out, it came back, we consolidated around that resistance, and resistance became support. And here we go. We're off to the races.
New highs. Are we going to see new highs here in the next 9 minutes of fast markets? Will we see new highs?
I don't know about the next 9 minutes, but statistically, before end of day, we have a chance of.
Don't sell. What is it, John? Don't sell.
I would like
don't sell
more,
Friday rally.
Yeah. You don't sell Friday rally after Google announced dividends and share buybacks.
Well, that's you just added that on, Dakota. That wasn't never the saying. You just made that last part up.
Well, that accounts for today.
100%.
Google's part of NASDAQ, right? And
100%.
If you told me that you sold Google the day after it just announced share buybacks and dividends, I would just smack that person all the time. What are you doing?
Smack them once a quarter at least. Those dividend checks go out.
Yep.
Oh, yep.
Taking a look around here. Hey, real quick, we're not even at 1,000 likes. Please, let's get 1,000 likes real quick before Fast Markets comes to a conclusion. That was very active. Everyone made some money today. Really good stuff.
All right, I just like this.
Oh, I don't think I liked the video today. Where's YouTube?
What do you got?
Like.
Oh, like.
No, just making sure I get my like in there.
Yeah, get those likes. Smash that. Hey, we got to 1,000. Very good. Very good. Got to 1,000. Okay. The markets can move again. Let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the day coming up here today on TopstepTV. Oh, boy. We did preview it earlier today with the news. We do have Peter Tuchman on Power Players. Jack is going to be working with Peter Tuchman today on Power Players. Will Jack get that autographed headshot, or will he shoot a shot and ask for it? Then we got Dolby there to Hoag as well. Hoag, you're on Power Players too today. Wow. Then we got Eddie with TopQuiz. He wrote the question. So if you're going to get mad, send all your complaints to Eddie. If you don't like the questions this time. Whoa, we got Roast My Trades. Mick is going to be roasting trades today, and someone might be dropping in. I'm not going to say who. Is that a surprise? Or
I just move on.
Who's coaching Dolby and Hoag? Strategy Lab with Avery.
Ron Burgundy.
I didn't see that. Yes, and Power Hour with myself, Dolby, and Nick T. I didn't know, Jack. It doesn't say here.
Here we go. We're Nasdaq's pushing.
Yeah, we are.
It's going up. That was a very basic pullback, and traders just really overcomplicated it. Right? It's building short. It's building long. We're just don't sell a Friday rally, and trending market continues more often than it doesn't. Just so I hate to keep saying it's just so freaking simple.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dow's still on the move. Dow finally got his act together. Crude kind of trading sideways. Did you make money on that? You made money on that crude trade, Dakota, correct? That's short.
I top ticked it, bottom ticked it.
Come on. Get out of here.
You don't believe it? I did. It was.
I do believe it. I'm just like, man, it's one of those days.
Yeah, I sold it at 84.09, and I bought it back at 83.86.
When you're hot,
I think I might need to go walk in the woods this weekend, Andre. I need some of that.
Jay, I'm with you, man. I'm with you, Jay. My God. All right. My goodness. All right. We're starting to see trade 873, 870s in the NASDAQ here. 51.36 half in the S&Ps. Getting close to those highs of the day.
Mm-hmm.
We might need to walk
we do have a failed auction at the highs in the S&Ps. If we start taking that out, basically 5150 is the next target, and that's weekly kickoff high.
I was just gonna say it is weekly kickoff high.
Be good to see at least one weekly kickoff visit this week. I don't think any of our markets have been that close. Maybe a little bit of crude.
Maybe gold.
Yeah,
oil almost.
Yeah, we got it almost close to it in crude oil this morning.
Oh,
no hits though.
Here's the sellout.
It's the breaks.
Is this a pullback here, Dakota?
That's a great way to end it. What's that?
Is this the pullback we're looking for, or is that a double top? I'm looking at the 5-minute here in the NASDAQ.
I would bet on.
How would you assess this little sell-off right here?
I mean, that's like just static in the market, right?
Okay.
To not overanalyze it. If anything, it's just noise. It's Friday. We're getting the New York sessions done.
Yeah.
It's a great way to end a Friday. It really is. I'm up. Wait, the house account's at 4610. I got it. I got 4,800.
Nice. Live account, Dakota?
Yeah, it's my live account. Yeah.
Attaboy.
Nice.
Well done. Well done. So we do a top step here. Real trades, real money, real accounts, real P&Ls. No fake around here. We have about 5 minutes left in Fast Markets. Gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you guys, team train this thing. We have to do this again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Been great.
It's been fun, right? I mean, what do we have next? We have the amazing Peter Tuchman, and then we have
Roast My Trades.
Roast My Trades. Yeah, did you hear that last week? You guys were watching Roast My Trades last week.
What happened? What happened?
Mick
Dolby went after Mick. He didn't like Dolby even disapproved.
Yeah, they roasted me hard. Mick roasted me hard. So I'm like, you know what?
I roasted you the hardest.
Jack came at you.
Yeah, Jack, you were great.
Jack,
at that.
you got to get your revenge.
I'm just taking orders.
I don't really need revenge, though, to be honest. I mean,
no,
I could see taking jabs at Mick, right? Like, because, and here's a question. I get this question a lot. I get this question a lot in Discord, and this isn't a roast. I'm not roasting anybody. The risk management team, like, because I was always curious. Maybe you could do some clarity on this, Hoag or Andre. Is when traders are trading in XFA, is there an algorithm or some type of system that the risk managers use to call you up to an express funded account, or from express to live?
Algorithm? Not that I'm aware of. No.
No, it's I mean, they're watching all the accounts. So, you know, if they're seeing somebody doing well, they may look at their trade reports and see what those look like.
There is a process.
There's a process. It's a case by case basis.
So it's really discretionary then. It's pretty discretionary on the risk managers.
Jack, yeah.
Trading itself is a je ne sais quoi involved, right?
Okay.
So like just because someone's like, we have a you're up a certain amount or you're doing a certain thing, we'll look at you. But just being up doesn't, it depends on how you got there sometimes. Usually. Always actually.
Well, that's why we have a risk managers, right? Because they use their discretion to determine to call you up. Great.
Yep.
So on that note, Mick's call-ups is like the Chicago Bears quarterbacks.
What?
Looks good on paper, fun hype, but when it comes to performing live, it's cut short. And I've seen that. So take that as you will, Mick. If you like that, I mean, I don't mind sharing jabs, right? Game recognized game. I mean, it's very similar to, say, Tiger Woods and Tiger Woods going back and forth with someone else, maybe Tom Brady and another goat going at each other, sharing jabs. That's why I'm not going to roast you, Jack, because as Tiger Woods is to his caddy, or the caddy is to Tiger Woods, the ball boy is to Tom Brady. But I do have one thing to say. I do love you and appreciate you, Jack. To be honest, the world cannot turn without, the 9 to 5ers of this world. I mean, my brother, he's a mechanic. My family, they work in the coal miners, and the 9 and 5ers really do make this world turn. And you make GIFs on the internet and search news for YouTube. So whatever that material provides, I'll praise to you, man.
Well deserved.
Getting spicy on a Friday.
Other than that, I'll let you guys go ahead and finish. Jack, you enjoy your 9 to 5, and I am out.
Hey, Dakota, real quick, how are the Lakers doing?
He left.
Oh my goodness, he didn't want to hear about
that. Jay, he left.
He's being too nice to me with the 9 to 5.
Wow, what a diva! What a diva!
We're gonna go camping right here.
He's going camping. Wow, he dropped the mic. Well done, Dakota. All right, guys, let's wrap this up. Jay, on all seriousness, man, that was awesome. Great trading, great call out. I learned a lot, especially with how reading the personality of the NASDAQ today. Very, very great stuff. I hope everyone in the chat was loving that. Shout out to Jay. Check him out with Coach Dakota next week and Slow Marcus. I think we'll see Dakota again, hopefully sooner than later. John, amazing stuff, dude. Thanks for being there throughout this whole week, man. You're still gonna be on, right? I'll be on for Power Hour. Thank you, everybody. We got Power Players coming up next. Peter Tuchman. Let's see if Jack can get that headshot autograph. Later, guys.
Later.
everybody. Welcome to Power Players with the one, the only. You saw him on CNBC's homepage yesterday, Peter Tuchman from Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Peter, how you doing?
I'm all right, guys. Yeah, that was fun. That was a good old picture of me back in the day, although I think I look better these days. I'm okay. I'm kind of ready for a weekend. It's been a really long, crazy week, so I'm really happy to be with the Top Step Nation here, guys. How's everybody doing?
We're doing great. I'm with you today for 2 reasons. My mom's watching. She wants to get a signed headshot at some point. And if you happen to...
You asked me, I promise I'll take care of that.
We'll do that. And if you can call Dakota Andrews a loser at some point, we'd like that as well. But that's besides the point.
What's the name?
Dakota Andrews. Dakota
Andrews. Okay, Dakota Andrews is a loser. Gosh darn it. Let's go.
There you go. Let's do this. All right, Peter, what's going on? We've tanked after the numbers, but off the races.
Yeah. Look, it's amazing what goes into a day, what goes into a week, in the markets these days. It's such a wild, accelerated movement, right? These are the kind of moves that used to take months and generations to happen, and we're seeing them happen in a week. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable. Just the swath of the markets going up and down hundreds and not hundreds of thousands, but hundreds and thousands of points. So look, we've seen we had a really rough beginning to the month, right? And we've obviously seen the interest rate question is one of the biggest problems, and that sort of lack of clarity coming out of the Federal Reserve and all the other Fed governors and whatnot. But obviously this week, a lot is happening. We have a big earnings week. Okay, so look, we've seen some big day up days this week, and we've seen some big down days, right? And we've seen a couple of days where the markets opened up and then faded. So it was sort of, my best view of what's happening is right now. So let's talk about today, and then I'll sort of go back. Give you a little overview. The piece number came in. Number one, it's what the Federal Reserve uses as its interest rate monitor. Really, it's the personal consumption expenditure, right? And that gives everybody a sense of where is the consumer at. And the consumer is the most important person in the room, right? So at the end of the day, and I spoke about it over and over with you guys before, expectations are really the lifeblood of the market. If the market is being given an expectation and that expectation is not being met, then the market has a visceral reaction to it, and it's almost an overreaction, right? So you'll see, and we've seen it this week with Meta, we've seen it with a number of the different earnings that came out this week. We saw it with Tesla. We saw it with, that when they either something, they're all in and it goes up $50. They don't like it, they're all in and they're down $50. His number came in right in line with expectations. Even though it wasn't a great number, it wasn't a bad number. And it's so funny to think that these small little things, look, the biggest sell side we've seen over the last couple of months was a day that the market was told that we've come from 8.5% inflation down to 3, and they're 3.1 actually. And there was one of the days where the Federal Reserve gave us the expectation that we were actually going to come in at 2.9%, right? That 2 number was in everybody's minds, and and the market was anticipating it and had all these expectations. And in fact, the market did not support those expectations that time. This is back in like February, and the number came in at 3 as opposed to 2.9, and the market sold off 1,000 points that day. Now you're talking about 0.1%. I guess it's more significant than it seems, but it surely isn't enough for the market to be sold off the way it is. And so it's all about expectations. Today we're up 50 points. I kind of think that we're in a short-term oversold mode, right? This market has been, we had a couple of days where the market was up, even though it did fade into it. So this is a bit of a rotation time. I think we're in a state of a bit of confusion. Let's talk about earnings, right? So we had Tesla. Tesla has been down 40+% over the last number of months, right? And the stock, there's just nothing but hate in the stock, and all eyes were on Tesla's earnings to come out so that they could come up with either a reason to sell the living heck out of it or to finally buy it, because everybody's been averaging into that trade. I'm sure a big part of your audience has been buying it at 180, 170, 160. And look, at Wall Street Global Trading Academy, my partner David Green and I always talk about it. If you're averaging into a trade, you're in a bad trade. Okay, it's just not the thing to do, right? The only time you average into a trade is if you're in a reversal swing trade, which is an advanced trading technique. But at the end of the day, we find our spot. We have confidence in those spots. This is technical analysis at its best. So Tesla coming down from 180, coming down from 2 and change down to $140. Earnings come out. The earnings were terrible. The earnings could not have been worse on every front, right? Guidance was bad, cash flows was bad, everything about it was bad. However, they did throw this little look. These guys are smart, right? And they knew they needed to give with the earnings as bad as they were, they knew they needed to give the market something to hang its hat on. And what they did talk about was that they were going to fast track the robo taxi. Right. I don't even know what the concept is crazy. I'm never getting into a car with no driver. That's for damn sure. But I guess some people in the world are. So they said that we are fast tracking a cheaper vehicle so that your normal run-of-the-mill Joe is going to be able to buy a Tesla. It's not going to be a $40,000, $80,000, $100,000 car. They're coming out with something more reasonable, and that they're going to fast track the RoboCab. Right? Those two little bits of information, even though they were not very immediate, because the soonest one of those little gems they threw at us was 2025. But the market was dying for a reason to buy Tesla, even with the earnings being so horrendous. I mean, you year after year, you've never heard of
bad.
Worst report. However, the stock was way oversold. They loved it. They bought it. I don't know what it's doing today, but they took it from 140 up to 155 on that earnings report after the close, then up to 158 yesterday. So as I said to you, that when they love them, they love them. When they hate them, they hate them, right? The market is not particularly forgiving. We saw Meta, right? Meta earnings were okay. Earnings were okay. The guidance was a little bit poorer than expected, and they were just done. They just sold the living heck out of it, and the stock was down $50, and it kind of dragged the market down with it. So look, we are seeing a bit. Yesterday, the market came in. We had GDP number was disappointing. It signaled a bit of a hot inflation number, that the number was not getting better, and they just decided, you know what, we've had a really crazy week. The earnings have been somewhat disappointing overall, and they just decided today's the day we're either going to push it into capitulation, which means they're just going to throw out the baby with the bathwater, or what. And what happened yesterday was they put the gas on the sell side. They sold the market down. Earlier in the day, the market was down 85 handles, equivalent to about 700 points on the Dow and 85 handles on the S&P 500. They sold it with abandon across all sectors. They really decimated the market, and then it was as if they were done. The sellers were tired. They didn't want to sell anymore. They took their ball and left the playground, and the market completely reversed. It must have hit somewhat of a technical support level in the spiders, maybe in the futures a little bit with the MES and the NQs. You guys are all trading futures, so you know that. When we talked about it with David Green at our Q&A, everybody at Wall Street Global, we coach and mentor all our students there. If anybody wants to learn that, go to Topstep for futures. Come to us to learn how to trade this market. But yesterday's reversal, at the end of the day, in the eyes of $1 billion, we've talked about it before, the market imbalances on the close were for sale, and it was for sale big. We posted 1.6 billion for sale. The market didn't care. At that point, they were buying it up. It was a bit of a major short cover. They decided that the sell side was done. We've been selling for about weeks, right? And they took the market up. After we closed down a little bit. They actually took the spiders up 30 handles after the close of the market. It was as if they had everyone said, you know what? Sellers are exhausted. They were done. They left the playground, and the buyers took over. And I think that set the stage for this morning. The PCE number came in. It was right in line. There was nothing to be upset about, nothing to be excited about. But look, as we talk about expectations, there was nothing for them to say, okay, this kind of fulfills that prophecy we've seen over the last 4 economic releases of data, the PCE, PPI, CPI, all that stuff, which has been disappointing for the last couple of months. This was the first number that actually came in line with expectations. And at this point, with all things being said, that was a green light. And they took the market. Now, look, it's 12 o'clock. I don't know if this is going to close that way. We've seen major reversals this week even, where the market was up in the morning, and then they sold them off and they faded, where the buyers got tired as well. I don't know if that's what today is. Maybe the sellers are done for a while. The markets, the markets can handle one or two bits of information. But when it's inundated by multiple bits of bad information, I call it the perfect storm. And when that happens, the market either goes up or down. And it's been going down due to a perfect storm for a while now. And I think it feels like it's a little bit fatigued. The sellers feel a little bit done. And so I think we're in store right now for a 50 handle rally on the S&P. So it seems like it's a good day.
Absolutely good day. Those shorts got trapped this morning, off to the races. As Dakota was saying just before, we love Dakota, by the way. Looks like Peter might be frozen for a second here. Peter Tuchman, Wall Street Global Trading Academy. I wish I had that sort of Friday energy every day of the week. But alas, I am just mortal. If we don't see Peter come back here, thank you, Peter. That was excellent. I will keep a lookout for that signed headshot. But Peter's the best. We're going to take a break for a few seconds here, and we're going to come back with Hoagland, Dolby, and myself to take you to 11:45, doing some power playing and some trading, perhaps. We'll see you then. everybody. Welcome to Power Players with Dolby and Hoag. Where's Hoag, you ask? He's fighting the landscapers outside his place right now. Not actually fighting with them, but there's noise.
Oh.
He's going to pop in a few seconds here. But in the meantime, we have Mr. Pulled Pork himself, Dolby. What have you been up to today?
Oh, hanging out in chat, watching a very, very entertaining Fast Markets. That was some excellent TV there, Jack. That was very, very good stuff. Very good stuff.
I thought it went well. Great job, Andre, on the execution.
Yeah.
And we caught a good piece of it. And it seems like everyone was in agreement there that we might push higher. I haven't seen the market in the last 15 minutes, so let me check real quick.
It's an eternity.
It is. Well, looks like we've consolidated a little bit, at least in the ES, what I'm looking at. Have you made any trades today? Probably not.
Probably not. No, I have not made any trades today. I'm actually kind of marking up my charts right now in the YM, and it looks very range bound. The YM has kind of done its own thing, like it typically does. It doesn't really follow the other indices. It looked like a completely different market compared to the NASDAQ this morning. So I think there's still trade opportunities. I think the ranges are much kinder in the YM, so that's really good. I was trying. Yeah. About what?
Changed my mind about the YM. I'm a well-known, I've
hater?
called the YM many things along the way.
Yeah. Well, actually,
a boomer index, among others.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't really care about, its reputation or like the underlying assets that are in it. I care about its price per tick, its volatility, and how much easier it is to trade a little bit more size. So what I can actually do to prove my point is I'll put on a 15 lot in the YM. So I can just long or
That's
short
bold.
cessation. It's practice account. Right? So I'm only risking let's say, I don't know, $1,000 or $1,500. And my stop is in a very reasonable place, really, really reasonable place. And so I can trade a lot more size and kind of hang out in position for a lot longer. Now I'll flatten this because I don't really care about the profits. And then we can go to the NASDAQ and we'll try the same thing. So we'll sell 15 and you see just how much tighter everything is. Okay, I made $800 accidentally trading a 15 lot. It just moves so fast. So fast. So that's why I like the YM. Even though it's a boomer. Yeah.
We're friendly. Can I push back a little bit on this?
Yeah.
What's the difference? Okay. Why just trade a fourth as many NASDAQs?
Yeah, you could.
You know what I mean?
You
just like the idea of size. You're a size man.
Yeah, I'm a size king. It's true.
That way, it reminds me of when I was when I was working for a prop shop or whatever. It was I'm not saying you're this person, but you want the size so that when you are on the train, you could say a size on the phone that people around you could hear, and it would make you seem like a big deal. These are the people that instead of 5 lots would be like, hey, I want to sell 10 million 10-year right here or something like that. So yeah, I get it. It's sexy.
It just helps you manage risk a little bit better, in my opinion. Also, I find the NQ too volatile for my strategy. I like trading ranges, and I feel like it extends ranges much too far.
I think that's definitely a more fair critique on them. The same way that when I'm trading on here, I'd use the ES. The NASDAQ, the ladder for the NASDAQ scares me. It just gives me ill feelings, and on a Friday, I don't want any part of it. Well, are you scoping anything out here?
YM, I think is pretty interesting, actually. Nice 5-minute range. It looks like it is finding a little bit of resistance, what was previously support before a nice 5-minute consolidation that we had at the high of the 30-minute range. So if you are a range trader, what I try to do is level time trade, right? So find your levels. Are we spending time there? And then place the trade. It's kind of like my system of what I want to do here. So, if I was trading around 9 o'clock, we had our level 30-minute range kind of by the 1-hour range high, which is 38,479 to 38,500. And there's your consolidation. We're spending time, put in a short, and then you could, have a nice cheap stop, up above at 38,509. That's the the very basics of range trading is short tops, go long bottoms, and place your stop on the outside of that range. And you hope you don't get stop run. And that's it. Cross your fingers.
As Long Game says in there, NQ is for momentum traders, not range traders. And
I would agree. I would for sure
well,
agree.
there's less of the the NASDAQ is so heavily weighted towards a lot of, for lack of a better word, YOLO stocks, even if they're good,
That's a good point.
It's got all the Nvidias, Teslas, all the other things that, people will pump to the moon and have crazy expectations for in the future. Whereas they did add Amazon to the Dow recently, replacing my favorite YOLO stock, Walgreens. But yeah, no,
right. all the Wall Street bettors are super hyped about Walgreens.
Well, I mean, that stock's had a rough time, but also I don't know how anyone could buy that stock if they ever step inside a Walgreens. You know what I'm saying?
They're not. I think it's
They're
just
not
like
a
a
nice place to
slightly
be.
fancier 7-Eleven. Is kind of my vibe.
It's like but a 7-Eleven has a better beverage selection, I think. It's like a 7-Eleven. It's like a big 7-Eleven with a bunch of people with infectious illness waiting in line.
Yeah.
And
you can also they have a hot bar
medicine.
too at 7-Eleven, so you can actually get hot food, whereas Walgreens doesn't even offer hot food at all.
You heard it here. We're long 7-Eleven. So yeah. Well, I mean, if you're a range trader, there can't be much you're looking at like right now.
It is pretty quiet right now. I mean, if we're running through the Dow, we have big ranges in play, so ideally we want to wait for those ranges. I would feel like hopping into a short right now could be a little bit premature. Maybe if the 15-minute tightens up a little bit. It doesn't mean it's a bad idea. I just think we'd have a better value for a short if we got up to 38,480. But this is one of those things for YM. Like, you theoretically could probably just put in like a one lot, and your stop could be pretty far out. Like, let's actually see what a one lot would look like. So I'd risk like
Matt was saying in the comments, by the way, that the pharmacy rakes in the cash for Walgreens.
Ooh,
I'm on air right now, so I can't pull this up. Well, yes, but just Google Walgreens stock price and hit max, and you tell me. Go ahead, Dolby. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'm in my practice account, but I'm just testing this out. So I've put in a one lot, in which I would consider like an early trade for a short here. But even still, I'm only risking $300 on that trade. No, obviously I would only be making like 450. So like the volatility is much, much tighter, especially if you start like, zooming your chart out a little bit. There's just like not that much going on. So you kind of do have to add a little bit of size, if you want to have those NQ-esque numbers. But I like being able to put my stop further out. But I'll flatten this because I don't really care about the trade. Just an example. But I would like to find something. I haven't really touched these in a while.
Yeah, People's Champ, we love you, man. Short now? I don't know. Like, from what Dakota was saying, if there's a trend in the day, I wouldn't want to be, if I was trying to play that, it wouldn't be until much later in the day. Like, I don't want to get involved with that now. I don't want to get involved with anything on a Friday afternoon, really. Dolby, I know you hold trades for a long time. What's the longest sort of ranges that you're looking to play? Like, you had a 5-minute chart there. How far do you go with this? You're still trading on the day time frame.
Yeah. So I just have daily 4-hour, hour, and 30-minute. And what I'll typically do is I'll use the daily 4-hour, 1 hour, and I want to find the biggest ranges I can find on the day. And really, you're just like eyeballing it. And people ask in chat, like, how do you find your ranges? It's just, this one looks good, right? A bunch of candlesticks. They're kind of smashed together. That's really all you're looking for. It's just candlesticks that are smashed together. And that is your range. And then you want to get your levels off of those. Sometimes there is no range. And so I really would consider that a very good level, because you want it to like spend time and like respect that area. And so I think 30-minute is probably the 30-minute or 1 hour, because they're about the same. It's only like a 2 difference, is probably the highest I would go for a day trade. And then that trade you'd probably want to hold for at least half an hour. So that can be tricky. If you're playing, in my opinion, if you want to be a really good range trader, you have to get comfortable holding positions for a long time. if holding positions is one of your weaknesses, I think you're going to have a very, very hard time trading ranges, because you're going to get the most value out of your trade by playing a big range, and you're going to have to sit in that trade for a long time so you can capture the gains of either getting to like the halfway point of the range or a full range to range move. Or if you really get lucky, you can get the range extension all the way to the other side, and now you're like breakout territory and you have like the best entry on earth. So if you do like trading ranges, just get ready to hold trades. I would probably say at least 15 minutes to half an hour is good if you want like a good 2-to-1 or 3-to-1. The other cool thing about using ranges on like on a 5-minute chart for your setup for like the actual execution is that it takes about 15 to 20 minutes for your setup to happen. So as long as you're patient, you can actually get fairly certain like confirmation that your level is going to be good. And so it can kind of help you with FOMO, because you don't have to be jumping into these trades. You want it to kind of sit and marinate a little bit and stew. So like an example for the YM would be this little 5-minute range at like 38,349. Like we printed a bunch of little 5-minute candlesticks right there, and that offered a lot of good opportunity, because you could have taken a cheap long, in my opinion, because your stop would have been below 38,334, and that would have been a great cheap trade. Yeah, and honestly, this is kind of what Dakota does too with some of his stuff and his levels. I think something I do want to comment on for fast markets is because there are a lot of people in chat being like, Dakota, how do you nail like the tops and bottoms of these trades? It's so fluid how he's getting in and out, and he just takes these levels and they just happen to work. I think what helps him is that he has no decision latency. He's comfortable with like the risk for the trade. And so he doesn't need to think about anything else other than, I like this, I'm putting on the trade. Everything else will just take care of itself. And so if you've already accepted risk, it's much easier to put on a trade quickly, because you've already accepted both outcomes. Either I'm losing $200 or I'm making 600. And that makes you, it helps you get into better location faster if you are that type of trader.
And as much as it pains me to say something nice about renowned bowling kid Dakota, is that he actually will hold on to those trades. I mean, so many people, we see over and over again with you'll hit that maximum loser every time, like a clock. But do you take those three? Will you actually hold something for those 3-to-1, 4-to-1, 5? Like sometimes he does stuff like that. It's what you got to do.
You have to. And I think if you're new to trading, a really good way to put that into practice of just how how the math works out. And I did this when I was doing trading combines, is just go 2-to-1 for all your trades. Risk $100, try to make $200 or some variable of that. Go 2-to-1 and then just do that for all your trades. And say you have 3 losing trades on the day, and like you'll see how the numbers play out. Like you have to let your winners run if you're going to be risking X amount of money, because you have to basically pay for all the other trades that you're going to have your edge. And if you keep putting all of your winners short, you're going to, in the long run, screw up your risk reward. And so if you risk $1,000 a day, but you get cold feet holding a position for half an hour, but that is how long you have to hold the trade to at least get 1-to-1 or 2-to-1. Now you have a misalignment of your like mental skill set and your strategy. And so you have to make sure that like you're aligned, like your strategy is aligned with the risk that you can handle. And if you can't do that, you will find yourself consistently losing money no matter what and wondering why. And the answer is probably because you're not letting winners run and you're screwing up your risk reward on like the macro scale, like day to day or week to week or month to week.
We got someone in the wings coming in here. It looks like the landscapers have gone away. Hoag, you there?
Yes, I am. Sorry about that.
No worries, man.
Always makes Lacey go crazy when they're out there, and they're noisy anyway. So,
all right, I actually am going to try a short in the YM.
I was listening to what you guys were talking about, and Dolby and Jack. The ability to hold trades to greater than the risk you have in them is difficult. But it takes me back to an experiment I tried with a personal performance coaching client, and she was learning to use the profiles, and she was really finding good trade locations. And on one of those trades, she hit a grand slam on it. She took 6, 7, 8 times the risk that she took on the trade, and then she started to think that every trade was going to be like that. And so she was getting really good profits in a lot of these trades, and then having them, come back and hit her stop.
Mm-hmm.
So I suggested to her, I said, well, we're going to try an experiment. Don't think about performance. Just keep finding good trades and take every one of those trades at twice the risk, 2 to 1 on every trade. Don't worry about what happens afterwards. Don't focus on performance. Just give me 30 trades that way, and then we'll take a look and see how things go. Now, she was in a 50K trading combine. She had never succeeded in a trading combine before. I said, don't even look at your trade report. Take the trades at 2 to 1. Give me 30 trades to make it statistically significant, and then we'll see where we're at. Well, she sent me a spreadsheet after 30 trades, and whether she was long or short, prices, and so I looked at her trade report after I looked at this spreadsheet, and she had succeeded in a 50K trading combine where she never had before, just by taking trades at 2 to 1 reward over risk. I knew she was really good at good trade location, and I kind of felt like if she could just kind of take trades at 2 to 1, that she would do well, and she did better than I thought she did. So I called her and I said, this is really great. Do you know what you did? And she said, no. And I said, well, you succeeded in the 50K combine. You're getting funded. She started screaming on the phone like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And I was like, now it's not every trade is going to be a home run. And if you just start taking trades, asymmetric trades where the potential for profit is greater than the potential for risk or loss, you can do this. You now know that you can do this. And she got into her funded account and started doing the things that she was doing before. We had proved to her that she could do this, and then she went right back to doing what she was doing before. It's just difficult. It's difficult to do. Holding on to trades is.
It is.
We can all find good trade locations. It's getting out that seems to be the hard part.
Yeah, well, we're pushing a little higher in the ES right now.
Yeah, I'm short YM, and it feels kind of mediocre, to be honest. But we'll let it play out. We're in the 50K trading combine account, just trying to make some action here. We'll see how this goes, but we'll probably end up just getting stopped out on it. I think traders want to get better at certain things, like in their trading skill set. And my best advice would be to get into a practice account and then start journaling what you're feeling. Like if you have a really hard time holding positions, hop into a 1 lot in a practice account or like a trading combine and just be like, I'm going to hold this trade for as long as I can, and I'm going to see what happens. And most of the time, what's going to happen is either you're going to get stopped out or it's going to hit your profit target. And that's about it. But you have to start getting over waiting for stuff, because it doesn't matter. You can wait for a long time. You don't get to pick and choose how something goes from point A to point B in the markets.
Absolutely. Checking in on everyone there. If you got trades on, let us know.
No, I got
People's
nothing
Champ,
right
did you
now.
go short? Yeah.
I'm probably going to get stopped. So we were trying to trade this 5-minute range, and we're looking for 38,455 to be resistance, and it just didn't. So we'll risk 385. If it gets a pullback, that'd be nice, but I think we're donezo with this one. Yeah, we're stopped out. I did say I wanted to wait for the 30-minute range high, so that's probably my bad. I've not traded in probably a couple days. So a little out of practice.
I feel like we got to test these highs again.
Yeah.
I would not want to be short here.
No, it did have a nice little consolidation. Yeah, no, it caught a massive bid. Yeah, wow. I was just dead wrong. Dead wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now we're up at the 30-minute range high, which is what I wanted initially.
We're starting to chomp through the failed auction at the high in the S&Ps here. At least a portion of it we chomped through.
Yeah.
Oh, you're sharing your charts, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna sell one more up here and see if we can scratch back.
You love that pain on a Friday, don't you, Dolby? I guess it's practice pain. So
No, I mean it's a trading combine. I am trying to pass this one, but I feel bad because I really should have been more patient and should have waited for this range up here. So I feel like I'm trying to undo my previous bad decision by actually doing the right decision, which is taking the short at the range that I said I was going to trade in the first place.
fair point.
So this is the profile for today, regular trading hour session only in the S&Ps. And in the fourth 30-minute period, we extended above the initial balance high, which was 51.38 quarter, and we came back in and reopened back inside the initial balance. So this is presenting right now as a failed auction. We've started to kind of Pac-Man through these single TPOs here, and that might indicate a change. But to me, this is still a short up here. We're still inside value in the NASDAQ. We haven't even extended the range above the initial balance in Dow. So if I were to be doing anything, Dolby, I would be looking to short here as well.
Yeah, I'm just early. And I said it. I said I was early. I knew I was early. I said I was going to wait for these levels. I didn't wait for the levels, and I got punished. Like, if we looked at like a 30-minute or 1 hour chart, my entries would have been like right in here, which is no man's land on a much larger time frame. So that's why I like drawing up levels and ranges on higher time frames, because it gives you more important levels to get, because now you're more in tune with larger time frame players who are the ones who are really moving the markets. So basically, I got long a 5-minute consolidation within a bullish range extension from the bottom to the top.
Right. Yeah. And
So
the only reason I'm not taking this short is because, in essence, I mean, we've been in an uptrend all day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that that's broken yet, so I'm not looking to take the short. But if it was a different situation and we had that failed auction at the upside, I would certainly be looking to look for a short.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. When you have like a 50K trading combine, you don't have a ton of risk. You don't have the luxury of not following your system, in my opinion. And I find that the smaller accounts you have, like a 50K account, you have to be much more particular about your entries, because you just don't have the wiggle room. You have 1-2 losing trades that you're being too casual on, and now you're down $300, $400. And it's like, do you really want to push it all the way to $1,000 on the day? It's like, no, not really. Not if you're trying to have a good week.
And I like the way you put that, Dolby. You don't have the luxury of not following your process.
No, this isn't a 150K account with, a $3,000 daily loss limit where you can take a bunch of base hits. And you have to be very, very particular with your trades. And let them run, too. Let the market work for you.
Mm-hmm.
I would consider, like, as far as limiting risk, if we get near the highs of the day here,
Yep,
for a possible short in the ES, I'm not gonna let it ruin a Friday or something like that. But heading into the weekend, I don't know if it plays out or stuff like that. I always have a slight short bias come the afternoon. It can burn you too. You can't fall in love with it and turbo fade everything.
100%.
But it's
kind of drifting up there.
Yeah, I'm gonna try box actually where I got into this.
The cheap trade is to short.
Yeah, yes. and that burns you in a trending market.
Yes,
because
it does.
You're always going to be trying to short highs, and you're always, or vice versa. But you can use range trading, in a trending market. But you have to know that that is what you're going to be doing, because now you're going to be looking for probably 5-minute or 15-minute setups, and trying to just buy the bottoms in that stair step higher, if that's what you're trying to accomplish.
By the pullbacks. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So here's a good example of why the larger time frame is so important. So this box I have right here at like 38,448, that was the 5-minute range I was trying to short. But when you look at it compared on a 1 hour chart, this is no man's land. Why would I short here if I could wait for 38,480? There's so much more going on up there. And so like that's why it's important to have, longer time frame perspective, because if I take this short up at 38,500 or 490, it's a lot more relevant on a larger time frame. But this is just me getting, caught up in the chop shop because I had a little bit of FOMO.
Shop Friday. FOMO. That FOMO is a nasty thing.
Oscar says, would you call it the wrong decision if you won though? If I was journaling, probably yeah. Yeah. I also said it before I put the trade on, that I drew these levels before I put the trade on. I said I want to wait for the 30-minute range high. So if I went back and did my research and journaled, I'd be like, yeah, technically this is not a trade I should have gotten rewarded for.
Yeah, if it was
you
really
knew
fast,
you could probably.
Yeah,
go ahead.
It's like it's like if you decide that you want to play a game of Russian roulette and you win. Was the decision to play it still bad? I'd argue yes.
Yeah, probably. Probably yes. I would agree.
But
Jenna,
when you
I agree
said
with you. I should have waited. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
And when you said it beforehand, I think you had a pretty good sense that you were going to be able to get better trade location on it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's just how, but look, see, now we're getting the price action that if I had waited 10 minutes for, I would have gotten rewarded, because now we're starting to get a little bit more resistance. It's starting to hang out a little bit up here more, starting to define itself. It's a much more interesting level. We're just getting more action in the ladder as we get up here, because, longer term traders now have to start making decisions. And this is where, being a good range trader can be nice, because, we're playing a 1 hour range. Well, if we have the patience to wait, that means we can get really, really good value on our trades, because we can risk, $200. But if the range is $2,000, then we only need a little bit of that range to play out, and we're sitting pretty.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, while we're being patient, we have approached nearly 11:45 right now, which means it's almost time to go play some TopQuiz, which Eddie wrote the questions. So if he writes them, he's got to do them. So I can see Anne-Marie in the green room right now getting ready for that. Stick around afterwards, because we got group coaching. We're closing out with Power Hour. Dolby, what's happening on Power Hour today?
Power Hour? Well, we're trading the house account, Jack. And we're going to try to make the best damn trades that we can. That's what we're doing on Power Hour.
Good Lord. Michael's in Dubai. Dolby's got the house account keys.
I think Andre has
Let's
the house
see what
account
happens.
keys.
Well, the two of you together, I wouldn't give it to you, but I don't
Good
run
luck.
the company. So, yeah, should be something to see. So stick around. We're going to do TopQuiz right after this. We'll be back in just a minute. Stay tuned.
Top Quiz. Yes, it is Friday. They are my questions. And of course, one of our favorites is here with us today. Anne-Marie, how are you?
Oh, I'm chewing my nails off knowing that you're the guy I got face.
I love this. This is fun. Well, you know what? Questions, we're going to get to these right away here, and we'll see how everybody does. But are you ready?
I am.
Okay.
All right. Fire them up.
All right, let's get to our first question. And what is it? All right, first question here today for April 26, 2024. And the countdown is now. All right. Where is our Topstep CEO, Michael Patak, traveling to? Is it Dollywood? Is it Dubai? Is it Tokyo or Queensland?
Do you mean where he's going to at the end, or I
Where
can't
he has
remember?
just
I think
traveled
he's going to. Oh, he's in Dubai.
All right, let's take the answer is Dubai. Very good. Good job. You got that right. And a lot of people else listening to our show today. There was our quiz. Good job. All right, so we got Two Ticks, One Wick, Diva Dakota, Chopazilla, Speedy Kitchen, and Nassau, our top 5. All right, let's take a look at our next question. And the question is, which one of these countries is located on 2 continents? Turkey, China, Sweden, or the land of Oz?
Whoa. I don't know. I'm going to say Turkey.
Turkey is correct. Anne-Marie, you
I did
are
not
2
realize
for
that.
2.
So are we saying Europe and Africa? Is that right?
It was
Because
I believe so. I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes,
All right.
that is very good. And
All
we've
right.
got our third question.
Did you have a question?
Yes, we've got a third question. And fictional birds, TZMD, Betty Betty, and Q and ERJ are our top 5.
What's your question?
Our next question is coming up, and we'll see what we've got here. In which country did Cassius Clay, a.k.a. Muhammad Ali, win an Olympic gold medal? Was it Austria, Italy, or Mexico, or United States?
I mean, I know that's Muhammad Ali, but I don't remember the one, so I'm going to guess Austria.
Austria, you were close. It was right next to it. It was
Oh,
Italy.
I thought Italy.
Yeah.
Crumbs.
Don't ask stupid questions.
All right.
What?
Okay. Diva Dakota heading it off here. We've got Kyrog, Haster, StopTep. Yes, it's Stop. Anyway. Lev and Shermads coming up in the 5th spot. Shamads in the 5th spot. All right. And let's see here. We've got for our last question of the day. And what is the main ingredient of Bombay duck?
That's a stupid question.
No.
Don't ask stupid questions.
This is one that could have got
me. Chicken.
Chicken is not close. Chicken goose, teapot, Mumbai good. It's fish.
I don't answer stupid questions.
No.
Don't ask stupid questions.
Okay, there it is. It is fish. Look it up. Why would they call it Bombay duck? Actually, it's derived from where it is coming from. Duck means to mail or to send. And yes, this is a dried dish of dried fish.
Very interesting. All right. Well.
All right, let's see what we've got.
Suck him again.
Just stupid people.
Oh, SPD blew up. Number 2, Diva Dakota slipping out of that first spot. And number 1, congratulations, we've got TopStep.
Lots smarter than me, folks. Very nice. Love it.
Now remember, if you got 3 out of the 4
it.
questions, you will be entered into the random raffle for a free reset. And we're going to have those out today around 2:30 Central Time at Power Hour. So we will see you there at Power Hour. Great job, everyone. And Anne Marie, it's great to have you here for
better luck
Top
next
Quiz.
time. Hey, listen, I'm climbing
Have a
up.
great week.
The next time I'll get 3 with you.
Okay.
Because first time I only got 1.
It can only get better. It can only get better. Anne Marie, have a great weekend. It was very nice to work with you today, and we will see you next week.
You too. Take care, everybody. I'll see you on Strategy Lab.
Welcome back, as promised, and welcome to our Friday's version of Shoulder Tap. We're going to do a little shoulder tap, and we're going to do a little roasting of trading. And, of course, we've got our good friend Mick with us here today. Mick, you're looking like Tom Cruise from Mission Impossible. Looking good there, brother.
I do my own stunts. Thanks. You too, Eddie. Nice to see you this Friday.
Well, you know what? We're here to share some success, talk about failure, and well, let's jump into it because we got a lot going here on today. But what do we got for our first trader? What do you got there, Nick?
We don't have too much in the way of failure to talk about today or this week for that matter. We've actually called up 12 XFAs to live accounts this week. We've only offboarded 5. So we're back to our regular routine of adding more people to the prop account as opposed to, closing down more live accounts than we call up. There was a 2-week stretch there. It's only 2 weeks since we've been really doing shoulder tap and talking about how many people are getting called up, how many people are losing their accounts on the live side of things. So we're back to normal. We called up more than double of what we had to close down this week. So that's always good. Before we get to the trading cards you were mentioning, I have some shout outs. I've got a shout out for Pin, one of our live traders. And these are all live accounts that I do the shout outs for. Pin, he's up about $3,500 right now. It was looking a lot better earlier this morning when he was up $11,000. So he's given back quite a bit of those profits from this morning. I would have loved to have seen him call it quits a little bit earlier around the $7,000, $6,000 mark, but continued trading. At least it's still a profitable day for him, so that's good stuff there. We've got Isaac Rivera. He's up about a little over 5,000 right now. Very happy to see that. It's obviously a good day, but Isaac's had a bit of a struggle this week, so at least he's getting some payback here on Friday. We never want to add any insult to injury on a Friday. If we can find some good trades, get a little bit of that money back, makes us feel good going into the weekend. And what makes you feel better going into the weekend other than, making $5,000 today? So I would imagine Isaac's going to be having some nice cigars over the weekend. Isaac, if you're listening, I hope so. Dakota. Now, Dakota, we talked about him last week. We talk about him every day. Dakota had a rough week last week. He's gotten his payback this week. Up about $4,800 on the day today, and he's right around 32,000 on the week, Eddie. So he lost about 32,000 last week, or about 30 grand last week, getting his payback this week, and got his account balance up to $138,000, which is just about 2 G's shy of that $140,000 account balance high. So I'm very happy for him. I roasted him last Friday, 7 short days ago. And then he had a really good day on Monday of this week and asked me how I like them apples. So shout out to him. And then Nicholas T, another person we talk about a lot. He was up $2,400 earlier, now up $5,900 on the day. So good for him. We got Brett here in the office. Looks like he's got a goodie bag for me, maybe something like that. And a sandwich. Then, Jesus, one of our other live traders who had back-to-back $10,000 winning days, hit his daily loss limit today and another day this week, but still up $14,000 on the week. So really, really good week for Jesus. He kind of needed those $10,000 days, but very happy for him. Also, we've got just a couple more here. Prince up $3,300. Omar, a name we don't normally hear. Omar's up $2,500 today. So good on you, Omar. Very happy for you. Beautiful. And then another shout out to everybody who's viewing and calling out trades on our house account, up $4,500 today. Really liking that a lot. So good job, everybody there. With that, let's dive in and talk about a couple traders.
I am ready.
Production stuff.
Yeah. Diving in with my Speedos.
Now that Brett's here, Reva's all excited. She's got a tennis ball in her mouth. Let's pull up a card for Salman. Salman's someone we talked about last week. If anybody remembers, he was the guy that had that $51,000 winning day weeks ago. And Reva, get out of here. Sorry about that, everybody. He had the big $51,000 winning, almost $52,000 winning day back on April 17th. So it's really one of 3 days that he's been profitable in this account over 17 days. The metrics don't look very good here. Daily loss limits. So he had the $51,000 winning day. There was an $11,000 winning day and then a $6,000 winning day. Other than that, all daily loss limits hit. So there's a little bit to unpack here, Eddie. I mean, he's swinging for the fences. I'm happy, unlike Nathan, who we've talked about a lot this week, actually locked in a $50,000 day. That's all I'll say about that. I heard he was getting a little bit of shit in the chat here this week. So I'm not going to put any salt on the wound there other than mentioning he didn't lock it in. But so I kind of wanted to talk about Solomon just because, this is something we see out of the big swingers. Low winning day percentage, low winning trade percentages. I talked about the best winning day there, worst day, minus $3,900 with the slippage. The average winning day of $23,000 really, got inflated because of that big $50,000 winning day. And then, on average, he's just, like I said, hitting the daily loss limit. We got to make some adjustments here, though, in my opinion. Scaling in is probably the biggest thing that I could say for Solomon, because his average winning trade and average losing trade, it's good. He's making 4 times more on his winning trades than he is on his losing trades. We're just not having enough of those winning trades here. Again, overall profitable. That $50,000 winning day he had is keeping his average daily P&L at $1,300. But this is kind of reminiscent of that trader we had out of France, Hugh, who was putting up big winning days, but just bleeding out the account on all these losing days. If you're someone out there who's putting up big numbers, but you're regularly hitting a daily loss limit or big losses, be it $1,000, be it $3,000, you really should stop and reflect on what's going on. That kind of activity is unsustainable. Eddie, we talk about account balance maintenance levels. Now, Solomon's only got the 3 winning days, but if he puts up 2 more winning days of $200 or more, he's eligible for a payout. And if it comes to the payout time and he takes half of his account balance, you're really putting yourself in a position, Solomon, where you can't have a lot more of those daily loss limit losing days. So I just kind of wanted to do a follow-up on him here. Overall, he's profitable, but it ain't the greatest trading. And I wanted to, just recognize that and share that here. But I don't think we need to get hung up on that too much. I kind of spoke my piece, unless there's anything you want to add.
Well, if we were playing baseball, he'd be under that Mendoza line, his average. He'd probably be sitting the bench if I was his coach. He's bringing that big bat out and trying to hit that home run. I see that a lot of these trades are 15 lots, 10 lots, 15 lots. So that's a good indication that somebody's trying to hit that home run. But anyway, scale in, like Mick said, scale in. If you need to, if you got bigs, put in a 5 lot, put in a 3 lot, see how it's going. If the water's fine, add to it. Right.
I'm with you there. The 10 lots and the 15 lots you were talking about. Last thing here is scale in. It's going to allow him to stay in the markets longer than he is, because on those losing days, Eddie, you can see that average hold time. And I think we talked about this, weeks ago when we featured him. But there's a couple days where he's not spending more than 2 minutes in the market. I mean, shit. Sorry for my language, Eddie. There was one day early on in the account, he hit the daily loss limit of 3,020 seconds. Like, traders, that's an extreme example. There's very few people that are doing that, but like, by golly, what are you doing if you're putting yourself out of the markets for the entire session after 20 seconds? All right, enough there.
Let's move on. What do we got next?
Let's talk about Tyler. While Solomon was a shoulder tap, Tyler is a shout out. Really like what we've seen out of Tyler. He got called up from an XFA to a live account yesterday, Eddie, after 10 short days. And I think everybody will be able to see why. Over 10 days, averaged $10,015 a day, trading the NASDAQ, high winning day percentage. Not even half of his trades are winning trades, but take a peek at the I don't see it on the card. The average winning trades and average losing trades. But I got it on the
Average
trade
losing
report.
trades here to negative 200. Average winning $46.
Yeah, so he's making $980 per winning trade while only risking 232. So that's like 4-to-1 risk reward ratio. That's really good. You only have to be right less. You don't even have to be right half the time to be profitable, to the tune of, if you got a 4-to-1 risk reward. So that's really good. I also like the hold times here. Oh, we do have it up on the card. Sorry, got distracted.
980 winning, average winning trade, average losing trade negative 232.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my kind of piece to him, just really don't, as Hoag says, don't risk thy whole wad. Some of these losing days are, am I looking at the right stuff here?
Yeah, I got him right in front of me. Not hitting his DLL. Just a couple of these losing days here.
Yeah, that
putting
last,
the brakes on, shutting it down.
I feel like Ron Burgundy here, Eddie. I'm reading the teleprompter, the trading card. It says, don't risk thy whole wad. That doesn't apply to Tyler. Tyler's been trading great. So there's not much here. This is good trading performance. Whoever did that to me, are you playing mean tricks on me? There can be some mix-ups with sending information over to production creating the cards, but that was my Ron Burgundy moment. So go F yourself, San Diego. Oh, we got Jack here.
Well,
Jack,
you sound like you might be ready for some roast at some point, but we can finish up with Tyler first.
All right. Jack, you get those coals ready because I am hungry.
Jack's chomping at the bit with his one-liners. He had some really good ones last week, so I'm excited to see what he's got. Jack, you're so much better at roasting than I am. All right, so back to Tyler. I mean, I won't get caught up as like Ron Burgundy does reading the teleprompt, but really good stuff here. There was 2 losing days in this account. One of them was for $113. The other was $2,400. So it tells me he's taking trades and closing it down for the day if he's not seeing any additional trades in the market, which is nice because a lot of people tend to be down money. All they want to do is get back to zero. They keep trading. That daily loss limit, gets hit then. So it takes some discipline to say, I'm going to call a losing day, be it at $100 or stop yourself at $2,400 in losses. But overall, good stuff. And I think we'll, see some great things out of him. That risk reward is going to be really sweet, having him trade in a live account with us.
Right. Consistency. No greed. If having a losing day, he's throwing the towel in. Profitable days, he's making some great trades, taking what the market gives him. These are all things that you need to put together for a good formula. And I see a good formula, a good recipe, and I see a good trader here in Tyler. Good stuff. All right.
Should just start calling these trading cards recipes for success.
Recipes for success. Well, they are, honestly. You start putting pieces together. They're doing this right. They're doing that right. Oh, see that? Doing this. But good stuff. But
at least on the shout out side of things, the shoulder taps, those aren't recipes for success. But speaking of shoulder taps, I'm ready to get into the roasts. I see Jack in the background. I know you can't see him.
I am here.
Yeah,
let's do it.
What's up?
All right. I am bowing out. Thank you.
Have a good one, Eddie.
Nick, have a great weekend.
You too, buddy. Thanks.
I got that fire inside me after catching strays from Dakota for doing my job, which apparently he looks down upon. Anyway,
what was he giving you a hard time about?
Oh, we're just going back and forth. Dakota and I are grand old friends, though we've only met virtually. Mick, I had to organize the cards and back now, so I think we're gonna start the roast today. If you're ready, with Abhay.
Yeah. With Abhay. Okay, cool.
All right. Tell me a little bit about Abhay.
Abhay is a gentleman that submitted his account for review last week. So we're playing a little catch up here, but I'll say, hitting the daily loss limit. This is the common theme when it was rapid tap. Now roast my trades. These traders, hitting the daily loss limit too often. It's very easy to talk about these. So he's also spending more than 5 times in his losing trades as he is in his winning trades, Jack. And that's, sounds like he's a hopeful romantic here. You don't want to be hoping for trades to turn around. You want to manage your money and then get that risk reward flipped around a little bit because you're lopsided. You don't want to try and make $200 and risk 320 to make that. That's what I'm seeing on the trade reports for his accounts. Let's hear it with the one-liners from you.
All right, Abe. Abe holds on to losers longer than my wife. And you mentioned lopsided risk reward. Abe is leaning more than MP after 2 rum and cokes and giving away about the same amount of cash. I sincerely hope that Abe gets selected for jury duty because making $17 a day would be a miracle at this point. Your ROI makes Bruno Mars look like Warren Buffett. You're roasted. We love you, Abe. All right.
Okay. All right. Bring on the next one. That was rich. Chase. Where's Chase? Chase. Okay. Chase. Same thing. Daily loss limit. If you're resetting every 2 days, you're doing something wrong. And I was curious when I was looking at this trade report because, I saw all these resets in the practice account, all these resets in the trading combines. And I was thinking to myself, like, don't they have video games down in Louisiana? Don't they have casinos where you could be doing the same kind of shit, just not in a trading combine that actually counts for something? Okay. And also, scalping here, Jack, is not the way. I like to call scalping ice skating uphill. He's averaging 72 trades a day with 40-second hold times. You're never going to find success doing that. And to get serious here with that, though, like, you can't trade the NASDAQ and predict all the market gyrations and price bar overlaps up and down on a short time frame and think you're going to be successful. So death by 1,000 cuts here with the Chase is experiencing. And, the resets of the practice account that I mentioned, you'd be better off just resetting in a video game. I think of, jumping off the cliff in the old Mario on the original Nintendo. And, I just reset. That's not what those practice accounts are for, Chase. You want to take those seriously. If you're not taking them seriously, you're not going to figure out what you're doing wrong and make adjustments. So, build up a long track record of garbage if that's what your trading is. And then find out where you could make some adjustments for improvement. And I say that in all seriousness. Don't reset those practice accounts. Run them to zero if you have to, but don't reset them and start with a clean slate. Get a good picture of what you're doing wrong, make some adjustments. And then, average losing days can't be triple what your average winning days are. You got to buckle down. Because it's a recipe for loss. Here in Chicago, as Bears fans, we say bear down and we still get the losses. I'm going to say buckle down and don't risk 3 times more on those accounts or on those trades than you're taking down. What are the one-liners, Jack?
Let's see if I can time this just right for something. Well, anyway, Chase Liberace would look at this trade report and say, little much. In his wildest fever dreams, Dolby could not trade like this. This is supposed to be a PG-13 show. Okay, I'm still going to do this. All right. In his wildest fever dreams, Dolby couldn't trade like this. You've heard of the pulled pork trade? This is the pull in the pud trade. Oh, I only trade NQ. I need that volatility for my strategies to work. I'm shocked this guy can spell NQ. You're a master of strategy. You're a master of strategy the same way Dakota is a master of mimicking human emotion. Well, Chase, you're roasted.
Roasted, toasted. Thanks for signing up, Chase. Just a reminder, all these roasts, these are people that know what we're doing. They submit their names in and ask us to do this. So, some traders like pain and punishment, and some people just like it a little bit more and like the blast on live TV. So that's what we're doing here. Who we gonna tee up next, Jack?
I think.
Speaking of teeing it up, have you played golf yet?
I've gone to the range a couple times. I'm going for the first time on Sunday.
Well, actually, Mick, if I can interrupt real quick. Sometimes as a result.
I don't know what's going on here. This is improv.
This was a gift from somebody downstairs that they told me to deliver to you. So why don't you open that up and we'll see what we've got.
Okay. All right. Changing things up a little bit. Oh, I know what these are. Dakota, are you watching? There's a little Post-it note. Hey, there he is. What's up, man?
There I am. Yeah, I felt kind of bad, so I go ahead and open it.
How do you like them apples? Look at this. Look at this. I feel like a school teacher, Dakota. I've never gotten apples from one of my traders.
You deserve it, Mick. I think
You're
there's even
sport,
a note
Dakota.
in there for you.
I saw, yeah, how do you like them apples on the Post-it? Did you write this yourself?
Actually, I had my errand boy write that for you. And by the way, can you tip him a few bucks for doing it? I appreciate that, Brett.
I don't know where he is. Brett came. Oh, Brett's the errand boy. Okay.
Yeah, he roasted me a little bit. He's going to catch something.
Well, Brett finally came into the office to work today. Maybe I'll take him out to lunch. I've been waiting for it. I'd rather go to a happy hour and have some margaritas at the spot in between our places, but lunch might suffice.
We'll have to get golf. I came in here and I was just going to make a list of, you know what this is behind me, but I ran out of space and I got to 2014. Yeah, unfortunately, not enough space on the whiteboard to list the quarterbacks Bears went through since 2016.
Yeah, no kidding. Bear down my rear end. I think I remember, saw a couple years ago, Brian Urlacher, they were interviewing him, and he'd been with the team for so long. He couldn't even list all the quarterbacks that we've had. I used to be optimistic, and I no longer am really as far as the Bears go. Last season I didn't even watch a full game.
If you connect all those names with some yard and stuff,
I
you'll
do
full
have
Aaron
to
Rodgers.
go, though. I have a tea time, so see you guys.
Oh, hey.
Dakota.
Thanks for breakfast. I'll feed these to my daughter, Dakota.
Oh, he left. So now we've frozen.
Okay.
Let's just keep frozen Dakota up for this last roast.
We could, if he didn't make 32 grand this week, I'd love to just keep his face up there and we could do virtual darts on him or something. If it was last week, that would have been a lot of fun. We could have had someone on production do that.
Yeah, for the record, there's all love in these roasts. I think people in the chat were a little bit worried earlier, but it's all good. And also, I'm not roasting Dakota today because I was on air and didn't have nearly enough time to figure out something deserving. All right, Mick, we got one more card.
One more? All right, let's bring a little pain.
Just one more. We got Tom T. Tell me about Mr. Tom T.
Little Tommy T. All right. So, again, the common theme with these is daily loss limits. I do hate to see that, his trading is not awful, Jack, but there's so many of these there's so many days on these trade reports. And I look through multiple trade reports here for Tom, and, you're winning, for every 3 days you have a winner, you have a loser, but that loser wipes it all out. I have seen on some days that he can take $1,500 out of the market, but he's in the 150K, and I think he'd be much better off after his next reset or something like that. Go with the 50K because he's not even trading the big position sizing. So Tom can make $1,500 on a good day, trading small size, 1 lots, 2 lots. Why not put a daily loss limit of $1,000 in place for yourself instead of having the $3,000 daily loss limit? Because he's hitting those daily loss limits. That is an easy fix, Tom, and it's going to cost you less, at least in your evaluation, as far as price for the subscription. He's got a 1-to-1 risk reward. That usually doesn't help people out too much. There's very, very few 1-to-1 risk rewards that we show on the shoulder tap trading cards. If they're ever up there, it's with someone who's got a strategy that's, very high probability. And we're talking, 70, 80, 90% win rates. if they're profitable. And I just would like to see him get impatient with the losing trades. Like one of our other people that we roasted, just the losses. He's spending more time in his losing trades than he is the winning ones. So get impatient with that. Get pissed off when the market goes against you. Take it off. You can always put it back on. Don't sit there and hope. That's all I got. I want to hear the roasts. What are the one-liners?
All right. So truth be told, when I heard that Dakota was going to come on, which I nearly spoiled earlier, but did a nice pivot. I didn't think that we were going to get to one more, but I'm not saying this applies to Tom, but it's too good because his name is Tom T or Tom Thumb or something like that. So here we go. Just one. Maybe it's a stretch. This guy's worse than Jack and the Beanstalk because I'm confident if he were Jack, he would have traded the cow for magic beans, gotten patient, traded the magic beans for a $5,000 trading course, loaned 10 combines, and then blamed the giant for market manipulation. That's all I got for you, Tom.
That was very intricate.
It was. I have two more half ones, but I'm going to save them for next week because I think one of them crosses the line into being mildly offensive, and got to work on that. But we love roasts. Mick, how do people submit themselves for roasts?
So what we're going to do, what we've been doing, and we didn't send it out this week, but we will drop into the chat a Google form, and all you've got to do is punch your name, email in. I think that's just about it. And then those will come. I have access to those. So I come in, I'll look to see who submitted. I'll look through and I try and use everybody that I can. There's some people that submit and I'm like, I got nothing to work with here for a shoulder tap or roast my trades because there's some good trading in the mix of it. So yeah, we'll just be dropping that in. I asked one of the team members if on Thursdays we could drop it in a couple times so we get very fresh submissions from the day prior to. Well, if we drop it now, we're not on for another 7 days. So I'd rather have it, the day before. So, just my own thinking. I don't always have the best thought process with things, but
hey, you try your best, Mick.
That's all we can do.
Well, have a wonderful weekend, Mick. Wish I was in the office to get lunch or whatever right now, but alas, the show must go on. We got group coaching next with Dolby and Hoag, and then we got Power Players this afternoon where they're going to unleash the house account. Stick around. We'll be right back after this. Get roasted. Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to group coaching. Back with Hoag here. I do want to give Jack some props for his roast. That was Excellently done. Very, very good roast right there.
Respectful.
Hoag. Respectful. I can't wait for the disrespectful ones. Hoag, you're a senior performance coach. Tell us more.
Well, I've been with Topstep for 13 years now. Full-time 13 years in May. I've been in the futures industry for a little over 40 years now. An active trader for about 31 years. After trading on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for 20 years, migrated to screen trading in 2011 or in 2009, excuse me, and since 2011, I've had the pleasure of being part of Topstep, and I've enjoyed every minute of every time I have the opportunity to talk to traders about trading. Looking forward to a great session today. Of course, nobody knows everything. There's no absolute right or wrong in anything, and we're going to do our best to get through as many questions as we can today. I really appreciate everybody hanging out and appreciate the questions, and I appreciate Dolby for joining me today. How are you today, Dolby?
I'm doing great. I'm doing very, very well. Very entertaining fast markets. Great roast with Mick and Jack. And I'm a little dismayed that I was impatient on my initial short about 45 minutes ago in the YM. Because if I had waited, I would have gotten that 5-minute range that I wanted at the 1 hour range high in the YM. Patience pays, Hoag, doesn't it?
Patience. It certainly does. It certainly does. And yeah, those were great roasts.
They were very, very good. So let's do some questions here. This first one I need to kind of translate a little bit, but is there anything you use like price action or something else to help recognize you to a ranging market early? I have a problem seeing it early and end up taking a few losses before I go hands off. Thank you for sharing your invaluable knowledge with us.
Well, thank you, Slothfather, and thank you, Dolby. So there are a few things that I will look for that, may or may not provide the context that the day is going to be range bound. Let's take a gander here. So I'm going to go with another market here. So we're going to go with gold. So these are the regular trading hour profiles for gold. I'm gonna shrink them down a little bit so they fit better on the screen here. On a day that I believe is going to be range bound, it's usually going to be a day where the market opens. This is the opening range here. When the market opens inside range and in value, this is a normal variation trading day. It opens right in the middle.
Sorry.
Pardon?
What's in range and what's in value?
Yep. Okay. So when we're looking at profiles, and we can look at this on a 30-minute chart as well, the range from this day is from 2350.80 down to 2324.80. When the market opens the following regular trading hour session, the market opens right in the middle of that range, basically right in the middle of it anyways, 2337.20. So that's the first sign that we may end up really just kind of ranging inside the previous day's range, because the market hasn't really provided any new auctioning away from that level. The perception of value of an ounce of gold hasn't changed that much. So if nothing changes during the session that day, then I'm looking at a potential range bound day. So initially, we start this day pretty much range bound, and at one point the market does extend above the initial balance, comes back inside the initial balance, and then ranges for the rest of the day. So the market is kind of telling us when it opens this way that there's no real change in the perception of value, and the market is likely to just kind of have a two-sided auction throughout the session that day, and that's basically what happened that day. This was more of a kind of a trend that fell into balance, and then we opened in there the following day, right in the middle of the range. That's a day that I'm going to probably say, if there's no news, if there's nothing changing about the perception of value, then I'm going to probably be patient, wait for the extremes, and work those extremes for the opportunities. Even if you took the short up here above the initial balance and you got stopped out on it, you didn't have to pay a lot. right? When we put in this low here, the next time down there, if we're expecting a range day, the low of the session that we're currently focusing on is 23.60. Price came all the way back down to 23.2520. So if we're going to be looking for a cheap trade, that gives us our cheap trade on a day that we're expecting to remain range bound. If we took that trade, we had a pretty good opportunity to take it to the other extreme of the range or that value area. If we take the short up here, we don't have to lose a lot. That's why I like looking at the extremes of the initial balance for opportunities.
And what's the initial balance? We got a question from Slug in chat.
Yes, the initial balance. I was just going to get to that. Dolby, thank you very much. So the opening range, right at this level here, 23.3720. I have the opening range at 1 minute. So that's the first minute of the session. And that. Hang on.
Woof.
Dolby, take it for a second.
Yeah, we got Lacey barking away.
Yeah, I'm here too. If you don't want to be alone, Dolby.
Oh, thanks.
I think she's done
like
now.
my conscience in my head.
done
This is
now.
great. Oh, okay, good.
Thank you. So, where was I? Oh, the initial balance. First, the opening range I have it at 1 minute. Some people look at it as 2 minutes. Some people look at it at 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. As long as you do that consistently, I think you'll be able to maybe sometimes take advantage of that. The initial balance is the first hour of trade. And that really comes from kind of pit session and early theories of market profile. The initial balance is where the locals, speculators, are seeking some sort of range where they can kind of expect two-sided trade. Once that initial balance is established, there's usually going to be some sort of excursion outside of it. If it's not, it's a normal trading day. Another thing is, if the opening range doesn't provide opportunity at one extreme of the range or another, and this was that case. It traded above the opening range. It traded below the opening range. That's going to say, okay, well, so far the market is still largely in the same balance area that it was yesterday, and I will look for, I'll be patient. I'll let that first hour of trade establish those extremes, and I'll focus on those extremes for my opportunity. It's a great question. That's just one of many ways to try and determine a market state or context of the market early in the session. And the earlier in the session you can determine what kind of day you're going to have, the better off you're going to be. But it is never easy, and there's lots of ways that the market can prove you wrong.
Yeah, and there's other ways to do it. I think you kind of mentioned one of them was, is there going to be fundamental news coming out? So if there's big news coming on a Wednesday, you can kind of anticipate maybe a more range-bound session for Monday and Tuesday. I think people also use moving averages. If you get a bunch of threaded moving averages that are kind of flat-lining, that's very range-bound typically. You could have flat VWAPs. There's probably a couple other ones, right, Hug, that you could use, depending on your style of trading.
Yes. Yeah, of course. Yeah. We mentioned that there's a lot of different ways to do it. And when those moving averages are braided in a short time frame chart, that's really, that's something you don't want. You want to avoid the middle and focus on the extremes again, because they're not giving you any context of the market. And that might be one of those days that's going to just remain range bound. Great point, Mr. Dolby.
Cheap trades, Hoax, what we're always trying to get. This is going to be a great question and very appropriate because you're currently reading a book. From Nick, I'm a fairly new trader and I've yet to read a trading book. Which book would you recommend as a first book to read? I also have an answer, but Hoag, go first.
Dolby, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm going to say I think a great first book for a trader is Reminiscences of a Stock Operator. It's about Jesse Livermore, who was a famous trader back in like the 1920s. And it won't teach you necessarily a specific strategy, but it will tell you a whole lot about trading, and you'll learn a lot of lessons in that book that will help you. So I think it's a great first book for a trader because it kind of just gets their kind of feet wet in the markets and in the psychology of being a successful trader. I think it's a good one.
Awesome. That's a good one. That is a good one. Nick, is a fairly new trader. I can only assume that you've got some sort of a degree about technical analysis. Get to know technical analysis very well. There's a lot of different books. I'm just getting into Brian Shannon's book, Technical Analysis Using Multiple Time Frames. I can't recommend it yet, but I'm relatively confident that there's a lot that I'm still going to be able to learn from that. So, a good book on technical analysis would be something I would suggest. The book after that, to me, is always going to be Mind Over Markets by James Dalton. It's a heavy one. I call it they all are, though. They're textbooks. They're not page turners. It's the book that I learned about market profile from, and to me, it's still one of my favorite trading books, especially in the first 100 pages, because it really opens your eyes to what markets really are, and they are just two-sided auction processes. Price is going to advertise higher until it's viewed as too expensive. Buyers won't pay it anymore. Sellers will take over, and a new auction to the downside will ensue. And when the price gets too cheap, the sellers won't sell it anymore. That's the end of that downside auction, and price will then rotate back to the upside. So to understand how the auction process works in using that book and the profiles has been probably the most important thing that saved me from going to do something else with my life. But there's so many good books out there. Don't forget about the mental game of trading, right? That's
another good one. Yeah,
this one here, Jared Tendler. I mean, this is a really good book, and there's so many other ones. You're not going to get just one book from me, I'll tell you that. The Mark Douglas books, the Disciplined Trader and Trading in the Zone, fantastic. You've got the Brett Steenbarger books. This one's Enhancing Trader Performance, and he's got the Daily Trading Coach and the Daily Trading Coach Point 2. Great books. And again, like Dolby said, none of them are page readers. They're all pretty heavy books, but I had to read Mind Over Markets probably 10 times before I absorbed all or most of the information that's available in that book. And that's true with all of these. There's so much good information in those books. And I encourage you, start now. Give yourself 15 minutes, a half an hour every day to read. And before you know it, you'll be through with the first one.
Yep. And we do have the Topstep library posted up top. I actually just clicked on the link. It's a really nice page. Thank you so much, Alyssa, for making that. The Topstep TV reading list is pinned to the top of chat. First time seeing it. Very, very cool. Has pictures of the books and everything with links to go and purchase them. This is more of a statement from Frank Hoag. Reached through the screen and kicked me in the ass. Was up $1,000 today and locked myself out at break even. Do you have any advice? Any advice here for Frank?
Yes. And I think I know which Frank this is. If it is, I know you've been around for a while, and you know how difficult it is to do that now. Without, knowing who you are and your average winning days, average losing days, those kind of things. If you're up $1,000 and that's a good day for you, give yourself the opportunity to continue to trade. But, if you give 50% of that back, you lose 500 of that. You just walk away. I know it's hard, but at the very least, you're going to be ending the day a plus player. If that's a good day for you, keep half of it. If $2,000 is your best day ever, keep 75% of it. Risk $500, and if you lose 500 of that, you're still walking away up $1,500. The point being, you are moving forward every day if you're going to do that. Not to mention, when you're up, you have a really good day going and you give it all back. It sucks financially, right, to do that, but I think it's so much more damaging mentally and to your emotional capital, right? You're just defeated. maybe you ended the day break even, but it feels like you lost $1,000 or even more than that. And try not to do that to yourself. Be kind to yourself. Pay yourself. You're up $1,000 and you want to continue to trade. Risk 50% of it, or take one more trade. Look for one good trade, and if that trade is a winner, that buys you the chance to have another opportunity to take a trade. You find a good trade that happens to be a winner, that buys you another chance to look for another opportunity. That next trade's a loss. Now you're thinking, oh man, I should have stopped on that last one. Now I have to trade again to get that money back. No, don't do that. Don't do that. If you're going to do that, give yourself one good trade, and the first loss, you call it a day. That's it. That's it. And there are going to be people that are going to argue with me on that, and there's no right or wrong way to do it, but you gotta say, when you're up $1,000, if that's a good day for you, at least keep half of it. At least keep half of it, because you're still moving forward. You can watch the markets, you can trade in a practice account, whatever. And of course, there are going to always be those people that are saying, "Hoag's wrong, the old man. You got to trade all through the day. You got to take every opportunity, blah, blah, blah."
No way.
Okay, fine. If that works for you, wonderful.
Yep. I've had way too many days, Hoag, where it's like, oh, I'm up $700 in the morning, and you keep on trading. And it's like, damn, if I had just stopped 3 hours ago, I would have been fine. Don't make trading harder than it needs to be. Does not need to be that hard. And speaking of which, we got a question from Apollo here. I am really struggling with waiting patiently for a setup. Once I open the chart, hello Gus. Once I open a chart, I think I've seen a setup, but in hindsight, after the loss, I realized it wasn't a great setup. How can I learn to exercise patience?
Okay. Apollo, you are a trader. It is not who you are, it is what you do. And when you're sitting there looking at the charts and you're looking for opportunities, it's really easy to manufacture opportunities that may or may not be in your trading plan. Try and get away from the idea that when you open up a chart and you see something that you have to act on it. Unless it's part of your strategy, unless it's part of your process. What I don't want you to feel like is when you're sitting there looking for a good setup and you're seeing maybe this is going to work and you take it, or maybe this is going to work and you take it, because you feel as though you have to be doing something, otherwise you're wasting your time. That's the wrong mindset to have. Your job is to sit down, be really boring, and wait for the setups to come to you. I can find trade opportunities left and right if I concentrate hard enough, and most of them are going to be garbage because they're not part of my plan, not part of my strategy. I'm just trying to do something. Don't feel as though you have to do anything. Staying flat is a position. If you're sitting there looking at the screens going, well, I think this looks and you end up taking it, and you take a loss, and well, now you're starting to flip your switch. So our job as traders is to find good trades. It is not to trade. Our job as traders is to try and take money out of the markets. It is not just to trade. So
we can
Apollo,
always yeah.
Yes.
So we could always find a trade if our standards are low enough.
Very, very well put. Very well put.
Let's keep on going with the questions. I wish I had this one earlier. How do we identify a trending day? Probably the opposite of a range bound day, unless you think there's something different there.
Well, let's define a trend. All right, a trend is consistently higher highs and higher lows. How do you find a trend on the time frame that you're looking at? The time frame is going to be providing you with higher highs and higher lows. That would be the definition of a trend in one direction, right? How do you identify that early on? Well, there is one way that it doesn't happen that often, but when it does, it can be really, really wildly profitable. And it happened, I think, in the Dow today. So here's the Dow. Here's the profile. I'm going to smush this so that it fits the screen a little bit better. Okay, so how do we find it? How do we determine if it's going to be a trend day early on in the session? Well, a lot of trend days end up with the opening range, the first minute of the regular trading hour session, which is represented with this gold bar here, being the absolute low of the day for a trend day to the upside, or the absolute high of the day for a downtrend. And with the opening range, the dead low of the day today, the market has been consistently putting in higher highs and higher lows, relatively consistently. Is this a true trend day? A true trend day, I think, would probably be there would be a little bit less time here in the middle, but that's one of the ways that you can say, okay, well, the opening was left at the dead low of the day. Buyers have been in control all day long, and so this is not a move that I want to try and pick a top on. I got to see if I can't find a pullback and continue and take the ride to the upside. And now, Dolby, we've got negative delta, and we're sitting here at the highs. That is one way that I look for trend continuation. If those longer time frame buyers here and the shorter time frame traders are hitting their bids, basically making liquidity for them, and we see this negative delta as we continue to push higher and higher, then we might get the squeeze. And I know there was a question I think yesterday about, how do you know it's a squeeze? What does that mean? Oh, that's from today. We'll get to that, Rachel. So, a lot of trend days end up with the opening range at one extreme or the other, or extremely close to one extreme or the other. Now, here's a day where the opening range ended up the high of the day, but we couldn't reaccept the value from the previous day, and this was rejected, and the opposite occurred. I mean, once we took out that opening range, the whole picture had changed, and there's lots of rules around that, and we try and go through them like during fast markets and during this period, but we're going to try and get to a couple other questions. So, looking for a trend day early, one of the most important things is, man, if it opens out of balance, I think that there's more of a tendency to do that. But if the opening range is either the high or the low, you might be at the very beginning of a trend day that could go that direction all day long.
Yeah, trend days are hard to trade, Hoag, because it feels like it's always a little bit of a chase trying to get in, and if you really want to get profitable, you got to sit on your hands and hold it, and that's not a strength of a lot of new traders.
Yes, it is very difficult to do that.
Yeah,
very difficult.
So
especially if you're only trading one contract, right?
Oh yeah, because you can't even peel off and go risk free or do any of that stuff. Speaking of power hour, there's no segue there, but what are liquidity injections, and how do you know when they will occur?
Well, I think most of the liquidity injections are time based. Usually, you're going to see a liquidity injection like on the hour and on the half hour. Why is that? A lot of your longer time frame traders are working orders all day long that they want to get finished by the end of the session, and a lot of those traders are using execution specialists. Right, I've got a friend of mine from the trading floor who's an execution specialist. A lot of these bigger banks and bigger funds, they don't want to deal with the risk of execution. If they fat finger something, they do something wrong, that's going to cost them. They give that opportunity for commission to another person to execute and take that execution risk. So if my buddy gets an order to sell 5,000 E-mini S&Ps throughout the day, what he's going to do is he's going to break that package up into probably 12 different packages. So, whatever you've got 5,000 divided by 12, well, he's going to just kind of set an alarm and he's going to execute that at specific periods, at specific times during the day. We used to do that in the pit. I'd get, hey, sell 2,000, take all day to do it, spread it out over the whole range because they're just trying to get an average of the range. So we would take that 2,000, we divide it by 12, and on the hour and on the half hour, we would execute whatever that number was. And, was it smart to do it that way? Well, a lot of the locals would be, just waiting there looking at you when the half hour came and the hour came, because they were going to try and squeeze a low tick or a high tick out of you because they know you've got something to do. That, I think, is one of the liquidity injections that we're talking about. And then, the MOCs, that's sometimes a good liquidity injection. And you're usually going to see what Dolby calls a wiggle when those come off. Wiggle. Yep. A woozy woo.
A woozy woo, a wiggle. Every now and then you'll see one in the ladder. Hard to find. Takes a little bit of time to spot them. We got 3 minutes left, and then you get even more Hoagland, myself, plus I believe Anne Marie, actually. So probably going to be a lot more of the same, chat, which I'm pretty excited about. So more questions here is, we can probably get this one, is it necessary to stick to a certain strategy?
Well, I'm going to go with yes, but you have to have certain strategies for certain market states and contexts. If you have a strategy, number one, if you don't stick to that strategy, you'll never find out for sure if it's a profitable strategy over time. And number two, we used to call it strategy drift. If your strategy doesn't work one day, you say, well, my strategy's broken, and you throw it out and you start coming up with another strategy. I don't like that idea because you're never going to be consistent. You may make money one day, lose it the next day, make money the next day, lose it the next day, which is, that's part of the game here. But, a certain strategy, sticking to a certain strategy, I would say more based on market state. If we're in a long-term trend to the upside, I'm going to be more often looking for an opportunity to buy the market when it exhibits weakness. I'll be much tougher looking for shorts on those highs because the market is in an uptrend. And if I do get short in an uptrend, it's going to be a see money, take money situation. If I'm seeing a strong daily trend, if I'm seeing a strong trend in the day time frame, then I'm going to be trying to find a way to buy pullbacks to get in to be able to participate in that trend, which has always been very difficult for me. If I'm not already in a trend, it's very difficult for me to try and get into them because, you saw us today on fast markets. Everybody was like, okay, well, we gotta buy it, but where? That was Dakota's thing. Okay, we just have to buy it, but where? We put in bids, we didn't get filled. We put in bids, we didn't get filled. The market wasn't giving us the pullbacks that we were looking for. And on the other side of that coin is sometimes you're going to buy a pullback and it's going to pull back even more. So I've always found that trend trading is very difficult, but you have to have a strategy for it. Like if we're range bound, even on the daily time frame, my focus is on those extremes, and I'm going to fade those extremes every chance I get until it proves wrong. By fading, I mean selling up against the high of the range, buying against the low of the range. Dolby is an expert at that. He's an expert at that. So, but that has to be a strategy that you use in range bound trade. Then there's the strategy that you use for uptrends. Maybe there's a strategy you use for downtrends. Maybe there's a strategy you use for breakout type situations. And those will come in time. Your ability to put that context accurately over the marketplace, that will come in time. But, if you only have one strategy, it'll work fine as long as the market state doesn't change. But as soon as the market state changes, then you're going to go, why doesn't my strategy work anymore? Well, it's not your strategy. It's the fact that the market state changed, and you're going to have to adjust that strategy to the market state. That's a good answer, I think. I hope.
Yeah, that was a great answer. We got Anne Marie in the waiting room, cracking her knuckles, ready to share a bunch of wisdom with us. And this is going to be a quick turnaround. So we got Strategy Lab with Anne Marie, Hoag, and myself, and we'll see you in like a minute. Hello, did you miss us? We were gone for a very long time. We found a guest though. Anne Marie, welcome to Strategy Lab with Anne Marie as I drop my water on the floor.
What are you dropping? That's water? Okay.
Yeah, it was a water bottle. Just dropped right on the floor accidentally. Off to a good start.
That's maybe it was your wallet.
Oh, it's not that heavy, though. It's not that heavy.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah,
like
MP
it.
shook us all down for the house account funding, so I don't have anything left.
We got the dad wisdom from group coaching. There it is.
Yeah.
And Dad always said, man, money is easy to make. It's easy to lose. Just very difficult to keep.
Right.
Very difficult to keep.
You know, my grandmother, who was also a very wise woman, she was 8 years old when their whole family owned a bakery and they lived above it. And the whole bakery burned down to the ground when she was 8. And so everybody went into the workforce. And she always had a saying. She would say to me, listen, it's not cash flow, it's cash stick. And so I just always loved that, you know, because money does. It's keeping it in the space. And that's the cash stick that your dad was talking about.
I like
stick
that.
as in sticky. Yeah, I loved it. It would always remind me. It would always remind me of, you know, making it stick is the thing. So today,
that's right,
on Strategy Lab, this morning on Fast Markets, we were all talking. Now, Dolby and I were in the chat, and I have been very bearish on the price action today. And when the coaches came in and they said, hey, listen, we see upside, my thought was, uh-oh. So what I need to do is, if it breaks out of the top, I'm going to run with it. And so what I wanted to show you, James, I think, or Jack, I think my screen is up. I only traded, today's been insane. On this my screen.
One moment.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I think so. One moment here.
All right.
I got my charts up too now.
Yeah, so
your charts are showing. 1 second. It's being obstinate.
Oh, I just got kicked from that.
Talk much stuff for 1 second, and I will get this fixed.
Yeah. Okay, so the big story was, after the short, I took the short on the clip up top, faded it to the bottom, and it was a really nice trade. And it immediately started reversing, and all the fellas were saying, oh, you know, this is long. Dolby had gotten in just before, not Dolby, Dakota had gotten in just before that. He'd run it up in the ES for a really nice trade. The patterns were similar. And so what I texted Dobie in the YouTube chat, and I said, what do you think about taking the breakout over this range to the top? And so I want to bring this box event on the hourly charts into our frame of reference, and I want to show you something. So I use the Gann box. It's the chart on the left is the one that you want to see. That's so weird. Let's see. Let me go back here, and then let me make sure it's doing the source. Yeah. Oh, it is. All right. It'll come back. I don't have any idea what's going on right there.
Hold on.
We'll go back
to me most of the time.
Okay. All right. So yeah. All right. So what I did was I used the 1 hour chart, but instead of using the 1 hour candles, I tried to frame out the box of congestion. And so if we go to an hourly, yeah, so let me show you. Yeah. So, yeah. And so, yes, so you can see it's the top tick pre-market. You have a line kind of right there. Top tick pre-market, yes. And then the bottom wick coming into the 9:30 open. Yeah. So that was the range. And so I knew when it was coming to the top, I immediately went to my 2-minute charts to watch it sort of make that failed pattern. I can't get up, I can't get up, I can't get up. So I take the short. But when it broke out, I duplicated that box and I put it above it, which was the reason that I initiated the short. I also put it in the chat at 17,895. And so let me show you. Let's see if my chart is back. Is my chart back? Can we see it? We get my screen because I drew them out for everybody so they could see it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's all drawn out.
You can see that.
Yeah, so if you can, yeah. No, still nothing. Bizarre. When I try
Looks
to get
like the
it to
inside of
another
my eyelids.
screen, there
it is.
Nope. Shucks, no, that's yours. Yeah, or somebody else's. But in any case, no idea why it's not doing it. But the Gann box, use a Gann box to draw that framework again like you did. Instead of, yeah, go there. And then choose the Gann box. Yeah. And so top of the pre-market range to the bottom of the low wick of, yeah, okay. Now, spread that out a little bit so we can see, right? Now duplicate it. Just say clone.
Clone.
Yeah, clone. So you not voice activated yet. So click on the box itself. Right click on the box itself. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
No. Click. No, it's not there.
I mean, if you want to check really quick, do you have your video muted or something in video? Because I see that.
Let me see. What does it need? Video. No. Screen share. Yeah.
Right.
Do you see it now?
We're gonna get through this together, guys. 1 second.
Yep.
Yeah.
One
so
second.
Weird.
Well, here, I can do this way. Yeah. This.
Yeah, it's.
This.
I feel like I'm on a screen share for customer support right now.
Okay.
I'm flashbacks.
Okay, so let's see.
Oh, there we go. There's another one.
There it is.
Yeah. So you put it right. Okay. Do you see how it stopped at that 50% line?
Yes.
The very top. Just like
right
what
there.
Jay was talking about, the 50% of a range.
Uh-huh.
Once a range is established, it's going to move that 50% up, come back. And if it holds, that 20 to 25% range, it's going to head to the north again. But that's why I took the short. And it was the target for taking the long out of the break. I just didn't stay in because I had other things going on in the chart. So when it says refresh for my video, does that mean
So I just disconnected you if you want to try and reconnect again.
Perfect.
Guys, we'll learn some troubleshooting back here for sharing remote screens.
I am in a trade, so I'm short 2YM at 38,518.
Oh, I like that short too. It's got the same box building.
We like
boxes.
Same
box building.
Yeah, this is a clean box. It's a good one. Nice clean trade.
Okay, so if I say share screen, I know what I'm going to do. Let's see. Let's do this.
I see it now.
Sharing my screen. Oh, you do?
If you go to your charts now, I can see this. Okay, are you ready for this? This is the big reveal.
Yes.
I think. All right, let's go. There you are.
Oh, beauty. All right. So that's exactly, you notice how I've adapted my GAN box. I've made it much more muted so I can see the candlestick motion.
I like that.
I really don't care about time. I'm a price-based trader. I'm trying to learn more about time because I remember what you said a couple of days ago. You said, hey, listen, I'd look for this to break out right away and accept price or else it's going to back down. That was when we were on Fast Markets. Was it Fast Markets? Yeah. Fast Markets together. And you said, hey, that needs to break out and hold. And it actually did. But I was thinking to myself, all right, I need to learn that it's got to break out faster. But in any case, this is what it did, breaking out of the top of that range. And if you double that GAN, and let me show you how to double it. You want to go to the box itself and activate it. And when you activate it, let's see if this comes up on the screen. When you activate it, it'll give you a clone choice. It's not showing it for some reason. It'll give you a clone choice. So the big thing I want to talk to you about, Dolby, is, there it is. You see how it says clone on there? So there it is. So anyway, what I wanted to talk to you about was taking a look at this strategy using these 1 hour frameworks. You can even see heavy congestion at the middle of the first range we were looking at, which is right down here in this midsection. Right? And so I find it to be really reliable after the price action has clearly told you, listen, there's a potential that you're sitting here in a box. So how would you know to build a box in the first place? One, you've got a high that you can see that people are not breaking through, and you have a low that you see people are not breaking through. And so generally what I did with that, sometimes I truncate the wicks, make it a little whatever, but that gives you that framework to go, okay, if I'm breaking out in the direction of trend, I can take it, and I know that my target is very likely to be that 50% range as it holds. And so I really wanted to share the simplicity of that formation. The easiest thing to go is, listen, I have an upward sloping moving average, I have an upward sloping VWAP, and I have positive momentum. Today I said, let's put something simple that we all know about, which is the MACD. And so this is the MACD on the bottom, and you can see it turns green right there on the bottom. And then as soon as it turns green and you get above that edge, you know that it's probably going to break out to the north. The thing that makes me very comfortable in this short is the diminishing volume on the bottom of the range. Can't see my mouse anymore. If you look below, you're going to see there's diminishing volume. And that diminishing volume is telling us, I don't have enough juice to keep running right now. And so power hour might be very interesting if we can have a VWAP test. If we can have a VWAP test.
I would enjoy that very much.
Yeah, if we had a VWAP test, it would be very nice as long as our momentum levels stayed well above the 0 line, which, it looks pretty good right now.
Yeah.
And so that general space, I wanted to ask you, Dolby, because you and I look at those ranges. Things that can give us, I think, both more power in the trade is realizing the break and trend. We can use a moving average because I know you hate momentum indicators. The break and the positive trend gives us that upside pressure event that we can run through. I really like it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you've kind of taken the range and have applied a couple more tools to help, suss out some things a little bit more and to help have them a little bit more visual. Because people ask me in chat all the time, it's like, how do you draw a box? And it's like, well, I've been doing it for 8 years. I just look at boxes and like, oh, this looks pretty good. It's like, this looks boxy.
Exactly. You look for a place where no buyers are going, and you look for a place where no sellers are going, and there's your box.
It's like the trade I'm in right now. Like I got short, 38,518 in the YM in my 100K trading combine that I'm trying to pass on air trades only, but very, very nice 5-minute range. And we're at, I would consider 1 hour range highs. So now you have the nested range within a range. And that's how I try to get that high risk reward, because now we're starting to roll lower and my entry looks totally insane right now, which is great.
Yeah. The thing there, and this is mine looking at that YM. I took the box off and I don't know why I did that, but it's showing the same kind of resistance edge. It did not pull me into my short because I had the limit waiting up there at the first framework. It is a counter trend trade. So if it fades, it's going to fade into that support zone right near 38, 450, 38. What are you thinking? 410?
I'm looking at 400, 410. The midway point of this range is 38,389. If we go range to range, it would be totally bonkers. I don't know if we can pull it off today, because that would be down to like 38,260. That would be a ridiculous rejection. I don't know if we have the juice for it to get down that low, but if you're a range trader, I mean, that's kind of the rules I have set up for range trading. You know what I mean? And that's why range trading can be hard for new traders, because it's, where's my target? Like a couple 100 points away, and I start sweating bullets if I'm going to trade for 5 minutes. It's not going to be an alignment of what you can handle and what the system requires.
Yeah, for sure. I think working through that, you might have to do it steps at a time. Like for me, I range trade all the time, but I'll go from one candlestick level to the next, and then the first bounce, and then I'll move. I'll just start a brand new position at a new lower high or a new higher low if I'm doing that, because patience-wise, the difficulty with these combines, in my mind, is twofold. One, there's a daily loss limit that you have to listen to and pay attention to, because they are trying to help you. Topstep tries to help you come to terms with the fact that most of the time we take too much risk as traders. So Topstep says, hey, listen, let's work on that problem first. And so they give us this daily loss limit to work around. And then the second fold is, if you aren't careful about where you position, you're going to end up running into that daily loss limit, even if you're right. And so it requires patience waiting on the ideal setup. And so it's just like, I love the way Jay and Dakota worked together this morning in Coach's Takeover with you guys.
Yeah.
So they were so in tune with listening to each other and going, yeah, well, how about this? And how about this? And what if we do this? And what if we do that? And it was just a very fluid, I felt no anxiety listening. It was really, it was fantastic. It was
silky
really,
smooth.
really fantastic. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
very, very, very good.
I love the point that you said. It's like when you're in a trading combine, like especially a 50K account, you have to be so particular with your entries. You don't have the liberty of being sloppy with your entries. You maybe have 1 or 2 shots a day to put in your best damn trade. And if you half-ass it, well, you just probably blew half your day on a trade that you didn't want to take, or you were too impatient to take. Now, I think that might be why traders prefer like a 150K account or a 100K account, because they want more swings at the plate. They want to get more reps. And if that is why you're doing a larger account, I think that's okay. But, are you taking a larger account because you're compensating for not being strict with your entries?
Yeah. And you know what? I think the answer to that is yes.
Yes, I would agree.
The flip side of that is, learning to use micros so that they help you with trading rhythm is totally underrated.
Mm-hmm.
Because I got very close to my loss limit, and I went to micros and chipped away at it $100 at a time until it was well off of that range. And many times folks go, oh, I'm just going to reset. Well, you're never going to get good if you cannot handle the pressure of digging yourself out of the hole.
Agreed.
Of an imaginary account. It's not even...
Makes you much better trader when you do that.
Yep. Exactly. And so the key thing is, listen, if you are in a combine and you're like, oh man, I'm down again, realize this. This is a very performance-based line of work. And so the way to achieve is it's the way to perform, right? That's how you get to the big leagues. You just get to the space where you are performing consistently. If you're not giving yourself enough room to be wrong, because you have to manage a daily loss limit and a daily limit overall, slip to a micro. Yeah, but I don't want to make da-da-da. I mean, just like one of the coaches said the other day, you can trade micros and still make good money. Listen, I went to sleep with a Nikkei short, I don't know, was it 2-3 days ago? And I felt, I was like, all right, it either gives me 250 or it takes 250, but I know how to position. And then when I come back, I can visibly see through the day, okay, this was how much risk it really came into overnight. And it worked out great. But learning how to mechanically execute trade after trade after trade after trade. I know Dakota does sound annoyed sometimes, where he goes, listen, it's very boring. It's the same thing over and over and over again. But he is really saying something. Listen, we love trading because it's super exciting. It is. It's very exciting when it works, but it is very demoralizing when it doesn't. And a lot of us are in the space where we're constantly demoralized. And so what you have to look in the mirror and say is, listen, what I'm doing is not working. I want to do what works. Therefore, I must change what I am doing. Simple as that. If you can't do that, then there's another space you have to go, and you have to look at yourself and go, okay, why do I refuse to admit that I'm wrong? Or why do I refuse to admit that I'm employing a strategy that doesn't work because I've had 4 resets this month or 54 resets. I don't know, right?
Ego.
Whatever the number of resets you go, just realize every time you reset, what you're saying to yourself is, you did that wrong. You don't have the right mechanic. Try something different. And listen, it doesn't mean that you are having strategy shift in the sense that you know what you have to do, but you're really not doing it. That's the thing. A lot of us have great strategies. We're not doing it. Somebody talked about Jesse Livermore, a reminiscence of a stock operator. I learned so much about the head game of price motion and how people chase from that book. And somebody goes, yeah, but he died broke and he killed himself. Yeah, he also didn't follow his rules.
Yeah.
That's why he got there. He had the rules in place. He didn't follow them. So I'm going to raise my hand way big and go, I don't follow my rules sometimes. And when that happens, you can be sure that I am down because I have not followed my rules.
Isn't it funny how that happens, Anne-Marie? The market just like knows that you're being naughty and it just slaps you on the wrist every single time. And it's like, had I just waited for my system or my strategy, I would have gotten rewarded. But as soon as you step out of the line, the market somehow knows.
Yeah.
Not doing the right thing, Anne-Marie.
It's the rhythm of price action because we're all caught in that same sense of, if we just had our instincts to work on, side note, the human is only born with 2 or 3 reflexes or instincts. We have very few of them. One of the is the Babinski. It's when you if you take your hand, your finger, and rub it on the bottom of a baby's foot, they'll naturally drop. If they don't, they have neurological problems. And so that's the first thing they'll do as soon as the baby's born. The second thing is that we're afraid of heights. But other than that, we really don't have that many instincts, except that we choose to buy high and we choose to sell low. It's our nature. It's true, though.
I know. I think that's funny. It's like you have all these old examples, and then it's like,
yes,
in
buy
the modern
high and
markets,
sell low.
humans still have.
None of us are automatically hardwired to do this correctly.
We aren't.
Oh, no.
Exactly. No. Exactly. And so, listen, today's Friday. Monday is going to come after some 2 days of respite. If you've been at the space where you go, hey, I got to change something. If you're frustrated, just take a breath and go, you can be sure every trader that you've ever seen on this show has had a space where we're so frustrated with ourselves or so disgusted or so whatever. It happens to every trader through the cycle. So say, you know what? Times are changing and I'm changing too, and start following some rules. And these boxes, I'm telling you, they're absolutely beautiful. Now, what I'm going to try to do is put them up in the strategy lab in the mornings. I'll snapshot them off of the Topstep platform, and I'll stick them in there, and I'll put a box over the current range, a box that says if we break to the north, a box that says if we break to the south, and then you're going to be able to look at them and go, what happens? Now, a lot of times we're impatient about waiting to see what price does at a level rather than going, oh, that's the level, I'm going to short it. And it ends up moving 40 points up before it rotates down. And so just because the level is there doesn't mean you go, okay, I'm putting a limit order short right there or limit order long. Wait to see what the traders do when they get there. What do you think about that, John? Can you see that happening in a volume profile space where you go, I think it resonates because you often go, hey, listen, we got to wait for this 30-minute candle to close to see if we've got an auction failure. or to see if we've got price acceptance or something like that. And I think that's a great reminder that people have to see what the traders are going to do at price before they decide what they're going to do at price. What can you add to that in terms of the volume profile and how price action looks there and what you like to do?
Well, I mean, certain like nuances of the profile, you kind of do have to wait for the next bar to open or something like that, and at the same time, that's gonna cost you in trade location, unless there's already an extreme or a nuance that you're currently trading at that already exists, right? So,
Okay.
like with your GAN box today, you got the early range, right? That's the 730 bar, and where was the top on that? Was it all the way up here? That was right?
Yeah.
Basically down to here.
Yeah, it was the high of that.
Right here to here.
Yes.
Okay. So when we do break out of that box and you take that long, how do you know that that halfway through the upper box is going to be resistant?
So
until it shows you.
But what's super interesting really is that whatever algorithmically is going on, they love those 50% retracement levels.
Mm-hmm.
They love them. And that's, I heard Jay talking about it a fair bit, that 50. He looks at different levels. Like he talked about, the candlestick that had everybody making the moves into the news. So he might draw a candle on that economic news, and he might say, okay, I'm looking for the 50% retrace of that to go long,
right,
or to go short.
Right. Mm-hmm.
The beauty of this is that the markets are so fractal, and fractal is to be fractal is to have a copy of yourself within yourself. So we see some of those beautiful things. They're called Mandelbrats. Have you ever seen them?
I've
the
not had
Mandelbrot
that type
fractal?
of sausage before.
Makes me think of an onion.
I got to show you what a Mandelbrot fractal is. It is incredible, but it's a big picture, and as you zoom in, it's a big picture, the little pictures of the big picture, and it just keeps going forever. But it's a mathematical computation, and it shows copies of things within itself. And so even if you said, listen, I'm going to use this, but instead I'm going to use a 30-minute candlestick formation, or I'm going to use an hourly candlestick formation, and I'm going to hold trend as master and commander to make the trade. So if I see the box and it pulls back and it holds a range and my moving average is up, I'm buying that. If the moving average is flat, I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to wait until it comes way to the bottom of the box. If it's down, then I'm going to look for those highs and I'm going to anticipate failure. But at the end of the day, John, you're right. How do you know it's actually going to give way at that 50% line? You don't. But if you zoom in to that line in anticipation of the breakdown on, say, the 5-minute or that 3-minute, you're going to see the price break. So if I do this with the NAS, I'm going to turn this to a 1-minute chart, and I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. Death defy that 1 minute, but we're going to look at it and look at what we're going to see at that halfway spot. You're going to see one of Dakota's favorite formations. So actually, we could look at bigger than a 1.
3-bar reversal.
Exactly. And you'll see it twice. So he's looking, that word he said, I'm looking for structure.
Right.
to hold firm. So here's what he's talking about. I have to tell you, I am having the most fun digging into all the different strategies everybody has.
Good.
They have been so much fun to me because I look at them and I go, oh, all right, I see where the strength of that motion is. And let me do this.
If we can
and
get
take
on
a look
Anne Marie's screen.
It is. Oh, yeah, that's his.
There we go. There we go. Yeah.
Here it is. Okay,
Thank you.
it's
Thank
coming in. Right. So if you look over to the big hump, can't see it very well right now, but there we go. Let's try to zoom in a bit. You're going to see those 3 bars right over here in that top edge. Can't see it, but it looks just before that 14 EMA rolls over. Right there is the space. I knew it was coming into that 50% line, or I anticipated that. And so I had my 5-minute up because I'd already built the big pictures. So I knew at the 5-minute, all right, I need to see a double top, that 3-bar reversal, a failure to go higher and then a break of support, or a fade underneath that exponential moving average. And I'm taking the short and I'm going to take it into XYZ, wherever it is that I decide I'm going to go to. And so that is exactly how you do it. And you're waiting in advance because you know that's the space that they are going to very likely have a rotation that matters. And they'll go back to the 0 line more than often, and then either break out to the north or collapse back into the box below. Yeah.
I got flat by YM short, plus 344. I think I might have gotten stopped out on a pullback though. So still a little bit to learn.
Yeah, looks great.
Yeah, I mean, still got some dubs, got some money, so that's pretty good. Happy with that. Is there more on the bone here? There might be. I am maybe a little bit concerned that I got too sucked into a small time frame for a large time frame trade, but we will see how this plays out. We'll see how this plays out.
Well, the trend is up. And
it is.
So
it is.
It's better to leave early when you're trading counter trend than get caught with the big wave smashing you in the face.
It's true. That is true.
Yeah.
So not unhappy with profits though. Always going to be happy with that. And that was in the 100K account that we're kind of chipping away at. 50K is done.
I like it that you're doing that. So you just do it live?
That's the goal, Anne Marie. So I have a 50K, 100K, and 150K accounts. And the goal is to pass the trading combine, but I'm only taking the trades on air. So no behind the screen trading, everything is out front. So I'm kind of just going through the exact same journey as, one of our traders in chat is also going through, trying to pass a trading combine. So yeah, it's fun. I've actually not traded in a trading combine in a very, very long time. So I like the new rules. I think they're, way, way better than they used to be. Way easier to get funded.
Fair. Yeah,
I mean, before it took 15 trading days, chat, to get funded. Not 2, 15. Yeah. Yeah, getting funded back in the day was a real achievement because there was only a handful of people who could last for 15 days on sim.
You remember when you had there were 6 different rules and you could choose the 3 that you wanted to adhere to,
oh yeah,
consistency targets, better than 50% winning days or better than 50% winning trades. Yep. Reward over risk 2 to 1. You had to achieve all those to
God, there were so many iterations.
Then we had custom combines too. People would say, can I do this? And we'd review them at the end of the day and say yes, no, whatever. And
God, it was a
long road to get to where we are.
Oh yeah. I mean, we're in the golden age of prop trading. I don't care what anybody says. It is literally the best time ever to be a retail prop trader. I mean, education is either super cheap or free. Screen time is either super cheap or free. I mean, if you go back 10 years, we're talking thousands of dollars for everything. such a privilege to be trading just in this era in time as a retail trader. As long as you manage your risk.
Just overall, the barrier to entry has dropped. I mean, we had to put up, we'd either buy a seat for, $250,000 to $1 million or lease a seat for $1,000 to $3,000 a month. Then we had to put up 50 grand in a T-bill with our clearing firm. And then we had to put up money to trade with, and there were prop firms, but boy, it was hard to get hired by them. I got hired by one and I was really lucky to get that. And, it's the barrier to entry is so low now. And, but the risk is still great. So, the fact that we have these prop firms that they give you the opportunity to learn to trade with some skin in the game and without risking, a lot of money, then this is fantastic. This is why I had to be a part of this company, is because nobody was going to be getting the opportunity to learn the way I did. And that was, through working on the trading floor and working my way up the ladder and working with people that were professionals and learning from them. And, that's not available anymore. There are no trading floors anymore. So it's just a great time to be a retail trader. But, a lot of these brokerages, though, they're not worried about you. They just want the commissions. And if you run out of money, they're going to let you know about it and say, hey, you're going to have to send in another check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's great to be a retail trader if you can manage risk. Otherwise, you're just going to live in hell.
You're going to get smashed.
Or in Robinhood or on any or prop firms. If you're not managing risk, you'll make your life a living hell in trading. Guaranteed.
Yeah. And you know what's super interesting is that even though things have gotten so much better for the person who wants to learn to mechanically trade and trade the futures, because the resets have become more manageable financially, people sort of use them as a crutch. And it's the nature of the human condition, right? It's sort of like, why do you think that rivers never run straight? Rivers don't run straight because they move in the direction of the easiest place that the land gives way.
Yep.
And humans are the same way. We will push on that edge, whatever's the easiest. And at the end of the day, if we put ourselves in a box that's a little bit uncomfortable and we go, come on now, you can do this. You can do this. How about trying to go this? Let's say you become addicted to the reset and you take one a week, right? Why not next week say to yourself, you know what? I'm going to go this whole week without doing a retest. And then the very next week, you're going to go, you know what? I'm going to try and string Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm not going for a reset. And if you focus on the fact that there's no way out, you're going to be in good shape. For me, I looked at this and I said, I'm going to learn to trade and I'm going to be a good trader. And I sucked so bad for so many years, right? The crown of royal suckage belongs to me. I said to myself, listen, there's no way out. You can't stop. You're going to keep going until you get it. And then I figured out, it's all about risk. And you're going to keep going until you get it. And if you don't head for the door and go, I'm going to reset again, or this isn't for me. Listen, some of us are not psychologically built for it, but this is not rocket science.
Practice.
It is not.
No. It's a very hard science, but it is not difficult.
Yeah.
But I would agree with you on resets. And chat, you probably won't like this, but I do mean to hug you with these words. As resets are really good at absolving a trader of responsibility.
Never better words said, right? That should be in the glossary as definition of reset. because that's really what it is. It's awful to look at yourself in the mirror and go, oh, you're not taking any responsibility. Nobody wants to feel that way. But listen, if what you're doing is not working, you have to change what you're doing, or you're going to continue to get what you got, right? The old Albert Einstein thing. If he did say it, you hear all the time people go, oh, yeah, so-and-so said it. And you're like, I don't know if you really said that or not, but that's the story. That's the story.
And I'm just saying that because I used to do it. I know what it feels like. Pressing the reset button feels really good. You just get like this wave of like cleanliness that comes over you, and it's
thank goodness I can start over
whatever I want now, while trying to learn absolutely nothing in the process. So like resets aren't bad. I mean, but just make sure like you at least learn something when you press the reset button, or like write down a thing. It's like, I'm not going to do this one thing anymore. And then press the reset button, and then keep a journal, and like try to hold yourself responsible, because it's very, very, it can be addicting to just smash the reset button because it's because you don't want to accept the responsibility of what just transpired. And so it's much easier to spend $49 than to look at yourself in the mirror and be like, I have to.
Exactly.
Yeah. Some egos don't like that. Talk to Ginny Christina. It's inner child work. That's what that is.
It's not it's not a crutch.
Work.
Yeah, she's great.
Not a crutch.
I work with her.
Crawl.
Say who it is again? Say again who it is?
Ginny Christina. She's
oh yes, she was
coach.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I worked with her,
she was on
personally. Yeah, I worked with her personally. We had her on recently. She's so good. She's awesome.
Yeah.
Really cuts through the BS. It's like one of those. You get in a room with her, and like you just immediately all your walls start coming down. You're like, what's going on?
You're naked.
What is that? She just has to like, look at you. She just has to look at you, and you're just like, you're gonna get me, aren't you?
That's a special skill.
Oh, she's the best. She's the best. Yeah. She's so much fun to work with, but good God, do you have to be prepared for it? Because you're going somewhere you have never gone before, and not only that, you've been avoiding going there.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. I got chills. I can't. Too many flashbacks to my work with her. Very
special
very fun
skills.
person though. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So good. Highly recommend. Chad, if you haven't seen it. Yeah, I worked with her for Yandi. I did Yandi with her. Yeah. So it was okay. This is how intense it was. It was 20 hours of therapy in 2.5 days. 2 8-hour sessions back to back, followed by a 6-hour session. I literally almost got hit by a car leaving her office because I was so spaced out. True story.
Wow. Is she in Chicago?
She is, yeah. Yep.
I like it.
Yeah, I can post her international highachiever.net chat. That's in bam right there if you want to work with her. Link in chat. I think there are some restrictions based off of what state you're in, but you can always contact her to find out. But would highly recommend working with her. Not cheap, but very, 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 very efficient. If you don't want to waste your time in therapy for 2 years. Cheap. No, if you don't want to waste your time in therapy for 2-3 years getting nowhere, that's fine. Not my preferred. Just if you want to dig in super hard, spend the money, do the work, buckle up. Ginny's the best. It just gives you, she gave me so many tools too. Yeah. I mean, just for life. Because when you can start when someone like that gives you the tools to start analyzing your own emotions, you can start using that to help analyze other people, and not in like a predatory way, but in a, where is this person coming from?
Exactly.
And what are they feeling type of situation. And I found that to be really beneficial as well. Not just in trading, but just, in life skills, having those tools is super helpful.
Yeah.
Super helpful.
Yeah. I've seen, several trading psychologists through the years, and it gives you I think basically, Dolby, what you're saying is, by doing that, it gives you a new level of empathy.
Yep.
And the ability to give people the time to tell you what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe much
Yeah.
more empathetic.
Mhm.
Not towards NASDAQ though. NASDAQ can go screw itself. But towards everyone else, yes.
I saw you dissing it this morning. I did. I saw you dissing it.
Well, I think the NASDAQ needs therapy itself. So
it does. It needs to figure out who it is. What's your personality? I don't think the NASDAQ even knows who it's trying to be. It's very schizophrenic.
Very frenetic.
it has several.
Yep.
Oh, it does.
That's exactly right. It's dissociative.
Yeah.
It's got a dissociative personality.
Which NASDAQ are we going to have today?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, by the way, who's reporting after the close today?
No, nothing really. Usually not on nothing much on Fridays.
Oh, that's right. It is Friday. Yesterday
Yes.
was the big day. Yeah.
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 What do you think about shorts here, Anne-Marie, in YM? I'm flat, but it's kind of just chilling out right now.
There's nothing there that's told me. There's nothing there that's told me, hey, listen, this is going to rotate over. I see a natural pullback, but I don't see
some wiggle in the ladder here. I just caught
I have been
some
stuck
wiggle.
in the ladder a lot trying to get it, but it's tough. Now, here's my thought. I like the short if it's a quick trade.
Yeah.
The VWAP is sitting below. It's got some rotation on it. We're sitting underneath. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. There's limited risk here if you take the short, right? So if you
I'm
look
risking
at, say, if you look at a 5-minute chart, it's already showed you topping formation. It's broken below and it's coming in. And, the easy thing is that 14 exponential is arced down and there's negative momentum.
Yeah.
So those two things together.
Mm-hmm. It's okay, cool. I hopped in. I just had to. 38,480. I'm hopping in with one. Something in the ladder, it wiggled a little bit. I'm like, I think we're going to get a move in the next 5 minutes. We'll see if it's right.
Yeah.
We'll see if it's right. We'll
Why in the next 5 minutes?
Yep. I'm calling a move.
A
major move in the next. A wiggle in the ladder. In the next 5 minutes. In the next. This is. I can't explain it. I see something in the ladder. It looked weird, and I think in the next 5 minutes we're going to get to either 38,455 or we're going to break 38,500 in the next 5 minutes, just based off of the ladder wiggle.
John, you and I have work to do with Dolby in quantifying the wiggles.
I can't.
We've got some work to do. We have to work with him on that.
Okay. Well, let's see what happens, because it's just
Here
you
we
see
go.
it. I don't know. It's hard to describe.
You see
all
what
of a
you
sudden,
see.
it just does a little thing, a little dance on the ladder, and I'm just like, we're gonna get a move. We're gonna get a move. So we'll see if I'm right. I don't like saying something and not placing a bet on it. Like if you're gonna call something out, put a couple of bucks on it, because that is what makes it real. If your setup happens and you don't take your setup, did your setup ever happen at all? It's the same result as it never happened if you never took the trade. You know what I mean?
It's like the tree in the woods.
Yep. It is.
I hear you.
Yeah, it's trying to do
something.
something.
All right. Yeah, it is trying to do something. It is. We could fade. I don't know about 5 minutes, though. I think it might take a little more than that, but we'll see. Tell us who's coming on next. I see their young face in the green room.
Yeah, I've got Benjamin Button in chat right there. And then
Benjamin Buttons? Did you call it?
It's Nick T. It's Nick T. We got Nick T and Andre. Nick T and Andre. A very, very good trader. Very, very good trader.
Yes.
He's been on a couple times
Looking
for Power
forward
Hour.
to
He's going
it.
to help us drive this. Help us drive the house account actually. So looking forward
Nice.
to that. Should be pretty fun. Yeah. And also, my call expires at 1:58. By the way, so either new lows
Let's
or new
do
highs in the next 3 minutes. So we'll see. We'll see.
New
Gotta
highs
place
or
the
new
trade if you
lows?
call it. Yep. Either we're
Like
getting
day-
below
like day
38,000. No, just up within this consolidation. So either below
on the box. Oh, okay.
38,455 or 38,500 is what I call it. Just off the wiggle, just a little wiggle, and that's what I'm seeing.
I mean, I like it, and I
it's-
like mechanically,
it's trying.
I can see why I would short it, right? We got a downward sloping moving average. We've got negative momentum. We've had a double topping formation. So, I mean, there are a lot of things that are there. It's just got a pretty strong trend. So we'll just have to see how that one goes.
I just want to see how this if it happens, because then we're going to be looking at Dolby as some sort of a seer. some
had
sort
to
of
do it.
clairvoyant.
Had to do it. We will see. I think we're kind of running out of time, but I did feel like that push got us pretty close. 38,462.
Yeah.
I mean, that was only about 10 points off my call there. But
Yeah.
We'll wait.
You could call that close enough.
It was pretty close.
Horseshoes and
I
hand
thought we-
grenades.
Yeah, that's true. I thought we would really, really, really push. I thought we'd really, really push. We'll see.
Yeah, I think that might
I
be
think
later.
no
And
volume helps.
remember, Fridays have a tendency to be a little bit bullish, especially into the end of the day if the whole day has been riding on the up cycles. So that's the thing that worries me about taking a short and certainly sticking with it for any length of time.
We do have 30,000 positive delta in the S&Ps right now.
That seems pretty bullish.
Wow.
Yes.
Holy cow.
If those are all short time frame longs, they're probably not taking those positions home.
Wow. So you think we could see a drop based on the size of that delta?
I'm not predicting.
I know
saying,
anything can happen, of course.
Yeah, I mean,
but you're saying because of the size of it, there's some likelihood
overall,
of some covering.
Overall, I mean, it's been concurrent with direction. It's been, it's been congruent with direction. And so, I don't necessarily want to fight it, but just telling you that there is some pretty long delta in this market. Not in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ 1600 positive. That's it. So, and the YM negative 3100, and we're at the highs here. If I were a Dow trader, I would be looking for extension to the upside.
Oh, hold on. Are we gonna?
Yep.
Okay, it's 159. So technically, I was not correct. Technically, I was about 2 seconds late to that call. So we were close.
I'm getting you a turban and a little.
2 seconds late. I'm going to move my stop down because we're short 3, so I'll risk $200 on this trade. 2 seconds too late. But we're going to go to the next segment, which is hashtag Power Hour. So please find us on X. Anne-Marie, thank you so much. Hoag, always a pleasure.
My pleasure, gents.
Hey, always a pleasure.
I love spending time with
Bye,
you
everybody.
guys.
Have a great weekend.
Definitely have
a great weekend, everybody. Be kind and pray for peace.
Yep.
Yes, we will. All right, we'll see everybody. And
Welcome back. Welcome back. It is the last power hour of the week here at TopstepTV. The man in the middle with the comeback kid himself is our funded trader, Nick T. Welcome, Nick T. Welcome to Power Hour, man. How you doing?
I'm good, guys. I'm good. Appreciate you letting me come back on here, potentially getting the keys to the house account trades. Let's see what happens here.
We got it. So really quick, just want to touch on your last 24 hours, if you will, Nick T. Tell us about yesterday. Tell us about going on tilt. Tell us what the market did, and tell us what happened today.
The market definitely punched me in the face yesterday. Not that I had a bias. I was looking for rotations down most of the morning. I mean, it worked early. We definitely were kind of peeling off that 5,000 SPX level and kind of getting some light downside, but buyer stepped up in a big way and kind of took control for the rest of the session. And naturally, with us kind of, I guess, coming out of, some of these new lows that we've made in the last week or so, was looking for a rotation back down, looking for, a rip back up to sell. And unfortunately, yesterday was one of those days where each time I tried, I just got stopped, and then eventually hit a daily loss limit. So you kind of, scratch your head a little bit. It's typically trades I would still usually take. It's not like they were poor setups that I'm just kind of firing off. It's just one of those where it seems like if you went long, you didn't have a tick move against you. And if you were short, you were lucky if you got out break even. So when that typically happens, it's not my session, not typically price action that I love. So I think I've described this in the past. I look for typically rotations, and a lot of the time I'm looking for, if I'm going down or going short, I'm looking for 20 to 30 points to the downside at the most. That's really kind of my style, is to get in and out in a few minutes on the NASDAQ. And yesterday was just an unfortunate day, but bounced back with the vengeance today, and kind of been on a tear early in the morning, and then did what I haven't been doing recently, which is completely just shut it down and lock it up for the day. With my live account, I've tended, I'd say in the last 2 weeks, to be up a few thousand and then give at least 1,000 back, like pretty regularly. So I'm trying to get out of that habit where it's like, if I'm up to at least 2,500 for the day, it's over. We're done. We're not moving. We're not taking another trade.
Great stuff, man. Great stuff. Mad props to you, man. Way to finish strong on a Friday. It's been a hell of a week. Got back on the bucking Bronco today and was able to ride that sucker out for the 8 seconds. Good job, Nick T. Mad props. My partner, Dolby Time there. He was a little hot in the green room there. What happened, Dolby Time?
I think a little too tight on my stop-a-roonies here in this YM short. I got stopped out at 503. I think it went to 504. I had a 3 lot on. Also, I probably still could justify been in my initial short as well, because it was a long time frame range short. And so honestly, all this 5-minute back and forth garbage really doesn't matter. And I got sucked into it. So something I got to work on. If I'm going to be trading large range consolidations, I got to stay on the large range charts, because I don't want to get sucked into, microscopic price action that's irrelevant to my system.
It's very smart, very smart. All right, as Nick T mentioned, we do have the keys to the house account right now. Currently up $4,600 in the house account, so sitting pretty there. We did have high water mark around 6,500. Took a bit of a loser. I was fat fingering shit this morning. It was not the cleanest execution. That's on me. Chat was lighting me up. Nick T's having a chuckle in there. Full disclosure, this is not my setup. This is Patak's setup, but that will be changing here over the weekend, and we're going to customize it to me, so we can get cleaner executions like that. But I take full accountability for that. But we are still up money. We're going to be looking for levels here in the NASDAQ, in the ES. Nick T, we were talking about a certain level. We're looking at 5150s here in the S&Ps, correct?
Yeah, 5150. I'm seeing about an order block, or about 500 contracts sitting right at 5150, and then another 500 sitting slightly higher at 5155, which pretty much would kind of coincide with the monthly VWAP that's just sitting a little bit higher than where we are right now. So right now we have rejected March's value area low as well, kind of as the high of the day. So if we kind of fail here, if we can't seem to pierce that high, I mean, I'm looking for shorts in the last hour if that happens. I also would look for shorts if we can kind of stop run at 5150 and make a run at 5155, and don't cleanly kind of break there. I'm taking a short. There's no question.
Okay, we're a little bearish here. That's cool. I like that. We do have that crazy delta in the ES S&Ps plus 30,000 haven't seen a number that big in quite some time. Like John was saying, it is congruent with market direction. So you got to think there's going to be some profit taken at some point today. There's 51 minutes left in the trading week. When are they going to take their profits? That's got to come sooner than later. Not everyone's going to have a position going into the weekend, especially with global headline risks. Staying long equities seems like a bit of a risk. Just me, kind of what we're thinking here. We got the level 5150. We got liquidity 5150. We got the delta staying long. Maybe unravel it, unwind it a little bit. Just a trade idea. We'll see if if that level comes into play. For the time being, what's up, Max Maserati? Oh, speaking of Max Maserati, you guys see him in the chat. Max, tell us in the chat here how that trade ended up. People have been asking about it all day. If you guys weren't here for Power Hour yesterday, we got top tip. We bought the highs of the day here on the house account. It ended up being a hell of a winning trade. The market did rally. Pretty much right, like 301. Max Maserati did see the pullback where weeks got stopped out, got long, and we saw the market rally hard. So Max Maserati, please let us know how that trade finished. You don't have to give us the actual numbers. You just tell us entry and exit price if you don't mind. But yeah, Max Maserati in the house. Everyone say what's up to Max. So here we go. All right, we're starting to see some upticking here in the NASDAQ and S&Ps. Dolby, and Nick, I only have NASDAQ and S&Ps up right now. I do not have YM, gold, or crude. So if you see something happen around there, please shout it out.
I just got I have a 1 hour range in YM between 38,455 and 38,536.
536?
Dead set. Yeah, 536 in the YM. Kind of in the dead center of it. I would be interested in playing either the bottoms or tops of this, but not super interested to play in the middle.
Cool. Okay. And Nick T in the green room, we were talking about that gamma, right? Can you please explain that to the audience? Hell, explain it to me. I don't fully know what it means. You give me a number. I understand what it's theoretically supposed to do, but give us a crash course in what you've seen in the gamma.
Yeah. So right now I'm seeing gamma exposure for the rest of the trading session. Pretty much majority of that volume, open interest, everything is sitting right around 5,100. And I haven't seen, sometimes you see, I guess later in the session, you see that wall of options basically roll up in situations like this. They haven't been doing that today. So it pretty much is just sitting pretty heavily at the call side at 5,100. But that is where majority of the gamma exposure is. So there is a chance, just why I'm kind of leaning more short, that we may drift back towards that large pool of options liquidity, sitting down at 5,100 SPX, which is roughly 10 points lower. So, which I think would be reasonable if we can't break these highs here, that we might rotate, 10 points, let's call it, just back down at least closer to that gamma level.
So we got the trade idea. Short 5150s. We can talk about the stop as we get closer and profit target as we get closer to that level. If we do hit it, we're about 10 points away from that. Dolby time, what are you looking at? Hold on. Coach Dakota in here. Did we buy yet? I think Coach Dakota's on one this week, folks. He is really feeling himself as he should. He's traded the hell out of it.
It's his week, man. It's been up and to the right, so I'm not surprised.
So the victor go the spoils, and he is indeed. He's going to go on a little camping trip this weekend, and he's kind of zone out.
Dakota doesn't like pain as much as I do, which I guess is getting majority of my points this week on the short side for some reason. Just completely fading trends. No, I'm just good at timing rotations. It just sometimes it doesn't always work out for me.
He is on quite a roll right now. Dakota, if you have any levels, though, we would love to get some levels for longs. For, I don't know, what, NQ, your ES, maybe ES would be good. Whatever you got, Dakota, we'd be interested in going long, I think. You could probably convince chat.
Well, I guess the long was an NQ long right as we were coming on air at the initial balance high at 840. That probably would have been an easy 20, 30 points right there.
That'll work nicely here. TopstepTV. Yes, Dakota, throw some levels in there if you do have any trade ideas. Here in the last 45 minutes of the trading week, it has been a hell of a week. Earnings coming at you left and right. Eco numbers, sometimes mattering, sometimes not mattering. We did have a blip of inflation. GDP was but who cares? Earnings were strong. So off to the races we go. We are trading 51.41 in the S&Ps. Perhaps taking a short up at 51.50. Justin Mosena in the chat says if it breaks 51.50, we may go to 5,200. So there's a counter Trade idea right there, which we appreciate here on Topstep TV. We are the real ones. We do real trades with real P&Ls, real accounts with real traders. You don't get that anywhere else. So tune in. Let's see how we do this. Trading is easier than golf. I don't know about that, Dakota. Golf's pretty hard.
Absolutely
It's pretty tricky, yeah.
The cup is too small. Cup is too damn small. That's the problem with golf.
Should have made it bigger. I don't know.
They should have made a hula hoop. It would have been a lot more fun if it was like a hula hoop.
It would have been.
Yes.
They had to make it hard and stupid.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
I'm still feeling shorts, even though Dakota's in chat. So
Dakota might be poking the bear a little bit right here. I'm not sure. We are looking at a quick look at tilt here. We got 68% long in the ES, 63% long in NQ. Everything else around 50-50. Gold got 65% long tilt. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to watch.
I've been getting crap from friends again, guys. I think I killed volatility today, knowing I was coming on. I know I said that last time, but here we are again.
I love it. Good job, Nick T. Good job.
Well, they like to let me know that, you know, whatever day I seem to go on, it's not even me anymore. It's the masses of friends in this community that I have.
I love it. I love it when our guests get shit on air. I love it. Join the club, Nick T. It's a badge of honor around here.
And these are not only like degen trader friends of mine. These are doctors, lawyers, and, you know, people with regular 9-to-5s that you would never know are just as much of degenerate futures traders as we all are. But yeah, they've been giving me a lot of crap the last few times I've been on about just how volatility just gets shut off the second I show my face on camera.
Would you like to name names, Nick T? You can if right now is your opportunity to name names if you want.
I'll hold off. Okay. I don't want to dox anybody these days. I undoxed myself, so you know, here we are. And but yeah, there's a few in you know, with PhDs and MDs attached to their names. So I don't know if they would want that shared.
It's pretty easy.
The more letters, the better. The more letters, the better at the end of the name. Yes.
Yeah, if you're unaware in the chat, some of the smartest individuals in the United States also are degenerate gamblers, just as an FYI. So your doctor may actually be long NQ while he's, you know, right before he's coming into the exam room.
A 16 parlay for that later that night too.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
On some obscure soccer games in Indonesia or something. I love it.
Yep,
love it. Good stuff. Well, okay, Nick T has officially sucked the volatility out of these markets. So in the meantime, Dolby time, let's talk about hashtag Power Hour. Let's get that going. I think we're getting some good traction with that last couple of weeks. Tell them about hashtag
We
Power
are
Hour.
trying. Guys, we are on X at Topstep. Use hashtag Power Hour. We will post your wins, your trades, your memes, whatever you have. We will post it. If you don't post it, I'm going to Discord and I'm just going to start grabbing random stuff. And I'm going to put that on there. I would prefer having
Here's
it be people from
my
chat.
submission, Dolby, for Power Hour memes.
Okay. I hope
that's fun. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Why do you have that printed out like that? Why is that printed out like that?
It's just my after a day like yesterday, it's my mantra going into today's trading session, which was to basically lose my bias if I had one. So I just hope both sides are able to make money. I don't really care if you're bearish or bullish in this market right now. I just hope you're having fun and you're enjoying your time and everyone's making a little bit of money.
Go markets.
That's
Go markets. So I mean, and I also think that is like the funniest playing both sides meme, the Rob Lowe in the NFL hat. You just can't beat that.
You cannot beat that. It's so generic. I've never seen that hat before until he wore it. Maybe on an NFL referee or something. But yes, like Dolby was saying, hashtag Power Hour and X. Instagram too, Dolby? We'll scrape it there too? Just X.
We're not getting as much traction on the Instas. I think Instas is like too old now. I think only, I don't know if we're, it kind of feels like it. I mean, it's Facebook related. Facebook's garbage. Absolute garbage. I hate Facebook so much.
Are you basing that off their earnings or just an overall opinion?
No, after using MetaSuite. After using MetaSuite for social media, is just the most garbage app. It's like multi-billion-dollar company, and it's just the worst piece of crap ever. It's so bad, so bad.
Where am I supposed to get my political news, Dolby? If I can't have Facebook, where am I supposed to get my news? I don't.
Obviously,
X.
I don't know where else. I don't know.
That's where I get it. Of course. The source of truth. The source of truth.
It's not on Insta, and it's not on TikTok. I can tell you that right now.
So yes, hashtag Power Hour. Get in there, send your submissions. We will post them here on Power Hour. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, we're just chilling right here, trading 5150. Yes. NASDAQ trading 17,871. Nick T, were your trades in ES or NQ today? I didn't get a chance to ask you that.
They were all NQ. That's funny. I was actually about to take a long just above 5,100 this morning. We just didn't quite get there on ES. I was about to take my first ES trade of the week, which is pretty normal. I do take about one or two in any given week, but I don't know. It's just sometimes when there's no volatility or when it's just a slower market, it's just not fun to sit in an ES trade sometimes. In the first 30 minutes, it is.
Is the ES a boomer market? Is it boomer market yet status or?
I think YM.
If you ask me, I mean, you could say that about NQ today. I mean, we've been stuck in about a 30-point range for NQ, which is basically the equivalent of the Boomer Index for the NASDAQ, if you ask me. I mean, because you just haven't lived, so you have 50 to 100 point 30-second candles on NQ. So once you've lived and been in a trade with that, it's hard to go to a 4-hour range of 30 points.
Keep chasing the dragon, as they say. Absolutely. Yes. All right, Dolby time. Let me know if you get into a trade. We are just hanging out here. We got the house account queued up. We got the keys to the Ferrari or the Maserati, if you will, after yesterday. We should call it the Maserati today in honor of Mr. Max.
And I'd be more than happy to find a trade, but we are stuck, very, very stuck in a range. Very stuck. We got higher lows and lower highs in the YM right now.
We do.
So
that's okay.
Not interested in playing the middle of this range. Like I said previously, if we can get up to 530s in the YM or 455s, there might be some value to be had on either side. But I think we're in coin flip territory right now.
Okay. Hey Johnny, if you're there, get a Delta update real quick. As we came in at Power Hour, ES was plus 30,000. I did not catch the NQ. Delta, but it was plus 30,000. John will be all over. I see he's in the chat right there.
I mean, NQ looks bullish.
I mean, it's kind of been a quiet. I mean, outside of PCE, it's with the Fed not being allowed to talk this week. It's been kind of boring towards the later parts of some of these sessions.
Yeah. It has kind of gone quiet in the afternoons.
No crazy auctions, no 10-year, no Fed speakers just randomly chiming in. So, I mean, it's definitely killed volatility this week, and we've just kind of moved up.
That's what happens when in doubt. FOMC next week.
Everything's turning into the Dow.
Oh, everything's turning. That's not good. I am seeing some gold sellers here. Thank you, Eddie. Do not have that chart up, but I'm being told gold is selling off right now. FOMC next week. Correct, Jay Cook. So we got that to look forward to. More earnings next week. So it should be action-packed. Be sure to tune in. We do have a bell-to-bell, one free reset next week as well. That is next week. So don't ask if it's today. There's 40 minutes left in the day. It's next week. Plus 31,000 Delta in ES. So it's growing. I like the shorts. Shorts.
All right.
What's up, Nick?
I'm going to take a short in ES.
Itching.
I think I'm more so itching for a trade. This is a combine trade, but I'm going to take it.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. Tell us the price, please, and how many times.
I'm going to see if I can get a fill at 50 or 42.
Okay.
See, I was
just 3 contracts.
Short at 513. Man. That's a good short. I like it. I kind of want to. I might have to live vicariously through you with that short. I don't know if I can take it, but I want to.
Isaac Rivera trade idea here. Have to close below and stay below 51.38 and then likely see a little flush towards 51.20 or lower. 51.38 would get us out of this range, so I do see that. And then a flush to 51.20. Okay, look at the charts. I can see that. 51.20. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. And Dakota's in here saying, where do we buy? Okay. Dakota, are you messing with us? Or are you trying to help? Are you trying to help or hurt? Right? You're just trying to cause trouble right now, Dakota. I know what you're doing.
Yeah.
We buy lower after I cover.
Yeah, right. Yeah, sometimes a question I like asking myself if I don't know what direction the market is going is what traders are the happiest right now? Are bulls the happiest or are bears the happiest? Who is showing the most strength in the market? Are we making higher lows or are we making lower highs? Because if you just don't know, don't ask yourself, ask the market. The market will tell you the answer.
We got Rips. Okay, so, all right, it's fine. We'll sit on our hands. We got Rips and Dakota bullish, Isaac and Nick T bearish. Hands off right now. That's
yeah.
okay.
I'm out of this if we break this this high at 46.
Okay, we are pushing here.
Man, I do want to. I kind of want to try longs.
Where is he? Where is the Goblin Hoop? Where is he? We kind of, I think we scared him away a little bit this morning. Okay. We have a push here. NQ.
I don't like the push I'm seeing in NQ, which is kind of why I'm potentially going to jump out of this, because we all know how that goes.
Yeah. And I still have nothing in the ladder. The ladder is very, very calm, just like lake waves on a calm day, just slowly lapping against the shore. Cool breeze blowing across your face.
It's a little meditation session.
I just don't like how we
what are we talking about?
Take F51.
Wait, what happened? Wait, we're talking about. Sorry, Nick T, you were saying.
Oh, go ahead.
Don't be holding me.
No,
sorry. You were very soothing right there. Yes, Chris Priest. You're saying Nick T.
I was saying I just didn't like. I have not liked how we haven't been able to kind of take out the liquidity and kind of fill the single prints going back to whatever newsprint it was from last week that kind of sold us off there.
What was that?
So we've just kind of been hanging around just below it. But granted, it's Friday. It's the end of Friday, and we all fading a slow grind up on a Friday is usually a recipe for disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Can be. By no means are we looking to make or break the week in the last 35 minutes of the day. Maybe take a little bit of trade, gain some confidence going into the weekend, end on a high note. Like John would say, back in the trading floor days, the traders you saw sticking around after 2 p.m., hell, after noon, after 12 o'clock on a Friday, it was probably a bad sign. They were chasing, hoping for some sort of scraps to piece together the week. Those guys that are profitable going into a Friday morning, into a Friday afternoon, we're out playing golf by noon on a Friday. So, yeah, those that are trading right now, be careful.
That's where I just have concerns for the summer lulls that we'll probably going to start seeing here in the coming weeks as the Goldman interns are running the asylum and the real traders are in the Hamptons and Montauk for the summer.
Yeah.
Ooh, sounds fun.
Or Lake Geneva, wherever they're at.
Yeah. The vineyard. Yep. Oh, that sounds amazing. Or we were just junkies, PAG said.
And the interns are just going to ping pong us between 100-point range on ES with options every day, all summer.
We're going to be filling them. We're going to be filling them all summer. And yes, taking rate cuts off the table for all the
between
summer.
5150 and 5300 probably is my guess.
Mm-hmm. They got orders from the boss. Don't let it move above or below this. And if you do, you're fired.
Yeah, there's the someone on Twitter screaming like the JP Morgan collar trade right there. You just exposed it, Dolby.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
He's blew up the whole strategy. All the
real
C-suites have to
stuff.
back to the office. all the MDs have to be back in the office. He just blew up their trade idea.
Yep. Sorry. I am looking at the YM. I'm trying to see if we can get any. I'm trying to identify a wiggle in the ladder for chat, so we can. I'll tell them to rewind the play and go watch it. But we're not getting the wiggle that we had before. It's just this is very normal action in the ladder. There's nothing going on. Doesn't feel like it's trying to achieve anything right now. But if it does, I will let chat know. I will let chat know. I have a very. I can't. Chat. Don't ask me about the NQ ladder. It makes no sense to me. I cannot spot a wiggle in that one.
Man, I was watching that thing. I'm like, this is all HFTs. That's all this is. I'm just filling computers on these trades. Watching all that sucker trades. There's no humans in this. There's no humans in this market. I was looking like,
no, it's
just
1,000
me and Dolby.
Yeah,
it's 1,000 sim traders and about 1 million robots.
Toby Larone in the chat says, lock that house account up. Trades are done. Check mark. We'll do the poll. Maybe we'll talk about that. And
I was going to say, Dolby's got to be one of like 7 people trading Dow futures right now. like in total.
Yeah.
There's
tell you how many
I know
way
the
to trade
names
that.
of the other two. I think it's Robert Cooney and I think Anne Marie are the other two.
Sorry.
And then there's probably some dude in Thailand who's trading them, who's funded with us. And,
Mistakenly,
maybe
just
a guy in the
mistakenly
West
trading them.
Coast. Yeah.
To trade some other market. Happens to be clicking on YM. Oh. Again. All right.
So
Well,
a little bit of volatility here. Okay, it's picking up a little bit.
I'm going to give this trade about 40 seconds before I'm done
Hey,
with the
let's
guess
do a
for another week.
Let's do a quick influencer update here. I don't like how we call them influencers. There are traders. Anyways, we got Isaac Rivera up $5,800. Dakota up $5,000. Nick T joining us right now up almost 6 G's. I hope those doctors and lawyers heard that. They think this is boring. Pin up $3,500. Philippe up $600. And Prince, cool name, Prince, 32 up $3,300. Boy, a lot of green out there today. Great job, great job.
Okay, pushing to. So, I mean, here's the question: like, do we want to try a short up here? That's the only trade I really see, unless we're doing like a momentum long breakout. We're still stuck in the range, though. I still want to see a more extreme price, personally.
If we want, James
That's
or
tempting.
Jack or who we got, we can do top quiz results.
I'm selling one.
All right, Dolby's getting it. If you want to treat our wins and top quiz results, now's as good a time as ever. If we got them.
We got some
If
wins.
not-
We don't have the quiz results yet, though. But we definitely got some stuff to show.
Okay.
There's three.
Oh, we just sold off right
three
there.
of them there. Yeah, I got short 1YM 38,491.
Just the move. All right, here's the trade idea. Short 51.38s. John saw that too. Short 51.38s. If we can break below 51.38, we'll see flush down to 51.20. Isaac Rivera trade idea. I know. John saw it too. I do see it as well. We'll do a 5 lot. It is the weekend. I don't want to blow it all. I want to make it all. We'll see. We could be stuck in this range. I know I'm saying 51.38 because look at the 5 minute. The low end of the 5 minute is 51.38, 3/4 ish. Lenny Bradford says, close the house account. Close the house account. Not just quite yet. Stephen H.
The casino's still open, guys.
Wait till this thing's open 24/7. I don't know what.
I mean, I have nightmares about that, to be honest, Andre.
Me too.
Please,
Me too. They've been talking
think
about
it's a
that for
good
so
thing.
long. They've been talking about 24/7 for so long, and now it sounds like
isn't
they're
it
getting closer and
technically what 23/7 because they need to technically
Hour for
margin
maintenance
requirements
and
and things like
Yep.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well,
They've
I
been
know what all the
talking.
Goldman interns are going to be doing on Fridays and Saturdays. All right, we're going to work this short for a little bit. We are going to play some more shorts at 526 and 534 to see if we can get cheap shorts at the top of the range. We have not made any lower lows, though, on the 1 minute, which does not give me... It kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies a little bit, but we're going to run it. We're going to run it and see what happens.
There we go.
Do we have the...
John, you concur?
the
John, you concur on this trade? Hoag, you're in there. You concur?
Yeah.
Do you guys see this? Pull up
We got
the
good
ES.
FOMO.
Yeah, pull up the ES.
This
60-40
is
long.
you entering at 38 basically,
Yeah,
or are you already in?
I'm not in yet. I'm not in. We'll get a VWAP. 51.28. 51.28 is VWAP. So I could see the play here. We do have a long.
I mean, feel free
we
to
do have
fade
that delta.
me. I don't feel particularly in the zone, so I don't care if you guys fade me. I have not traded a ton this week. I might be out of the pocket. Feel free to fade my ass if you want to. I have no idea what's going on here. We'll see what happens.
I got it queued up here. Let's see.
Like I said,
That
I'm still leaning at 5100 area to close on SPX, so roughly 9 points lower. That's like the only edge I have right now, to be honest.
Chris Molden with the joke of the
we
week.
failed
Andre's
at
going
the
to
high
wait
of
for
the
it to
day
hit the
again.
lows before shorting it. That's a hell of a joke there, Chris Molden. Hell of a joke. All right.
Buy
let's
low,
see.
sell high.
Buy low, sell high. Again and again and again. All right. 51.40.
I mean, good Momo.
I'm just looking
Got
to
this
get
short at 38,491. It's not bad.
So, entertainment trade. Kentucky Bluegrass. This is a real trade.
Yeah, I mean, this is
There's
for
a real
my
setup. There's
100K
a
trading
real
combo.
setup here. We're joking around. This is a real setup, though. That delta is super fat right now.
There's a lot of liquidity starting to build above us to be filled.
Okay, well that's
somebody. Yeah, 500 lots at 51.45 now too.
I do see that.
I see a lot more liquidity in the YM to the buy side, but that's down to like 453, which is coincidentally right about at the 1 hour range lows where all the buy side orders are stacked, and there's almost nothing on the sell side. We have 60 at 502 and 60 at 509. So if we are going to get a check to liquidity, we're going to want to see at least 38,442.
Might be a little late. Trading 39s here. Trading 39s. Trading 39s. Well, this is where they get taken out here.
Yeah.
Back up to 40.
Really solid
I'm
5 minute range. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking for 35 on a full profit on these 3 contracts.
You're looking to get out at 35?
Yeah. I don't know. I could make. I'm in a combine. I think I'm already up like 22 something, so I can't really make more than $1,000.
Gotcha.
Oh no,
that's
actually
true. Yeah. You are capped.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to pass this in 2 days anyway.
There's probably stops just beneath here. That's the problem.
Yeah, if we break 34, I guarantee we should have a nice little flush. Sorry, not 34, 38.
34?
38.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to focus on the house account. What are we doing for the house account, y'all?
Yeah, get out 30. Looking to sell 38s, maybe 37s to get some confirmation. But the buyers come in this 5 minute range. I feel like there's stops. These longs are getting long here. There's probably stops beneath.
Here we go.
There we go. Okay. I sit up straight in my chair all of a sudden.
Yeah, get a standing desk for the house account, Trey.
Yeah, I'll be more susceptible to punch a screen because I can get momentum. Saying sell 36 halves. Here we go. Trading made easy. Ooh, that username makes me want to get in there. But if it doesn't play out, it doesn't play out. All in short, they say. Then we got do nothing on the house account. Capital preservation Friday. That's not
I know. We're getting conflicting information, Dre, because some people want us to place trades and chat wants us to be responsible. So it's tricky on what to do.
So naturally, it's full port lean hogs.
Pretty much. Delta 3100. They're saying lock it up. I mean, I'm saying.
I know, chat. What do you think? Should we lock it up? I mean, I don't know. If we had a vote, everyone.
If it makes money, if it loses money, we should have locked it up. If it made money, it was a good idea. That's
yeah.
When you got the results in hand, it's easy to critique. But I do like the setup. Let's see it. Everyone's saying lock it up. Put it on a poll. Put it on a poll. Where we go?
I mean, we're gonna break 38 right here.
I think we are too.
Yeah.
The only thing is just follow through.
Yeah. There's been a lot of absorption right there.
Right here.
High. Initial balance high.
Yeah, chat says lock it up. Chat says lock it up.
Great.
Man, we made good money. I mean, you traded really well.
It was sloppy execution on my part, to be honest with you. Yeah.
What did you guys? I got coffee with my wife earlier this morning, so it's like I kind of missed the fun of initial balance.
We got long on some nice pullbacks. We actually missed the first two. We missed 2 long entries by about 6-8 ticks total. We just watched it rally and rally and rally. Stayed patient, didn't chase. Did finally got the pullback. I forgot the prices. 84s, I want to say. Is that big? I gotta look at this. 7 something, just beneath 18 or 800s. We got long beneath 800, I think. I forgot. We bought a pullback, sold that. We were up $6,000, bought another pullback. Then we got stopped out. Pretty much bottom ticked on the stop just to watch the rally again. But 780s. Thank you, Jay Cook. You bought around 780. It's hell of a great trading, great team trade there. Here we go. Jay Cook, what do you think about this ES trade?
Let's see.
We've moved 4 points in power hour.
I would take a short in the house account if I had to, and I would put a stop at like 51.50 and just slam a market order right now and just hope it rolls. If we absolutely had to place a trade, I think. But that's like irresponsible. I don't know if it's entertaining or not. I think chat would be more mad if we did that than if we just locked it up. Even if we made money, I feel like chat would be more mad at us.
Jay Cook says pull it.
Responsible.
All right, trades off. I've got enough people saying no.
If we get a stop run below 38, I'm gonna laugh now, Andre.
I'm gonna cry.
I mean, here we go. We're gonna find out real quick.
Don't do this, dude. Don't do this. I haven't locked it up. Full results. Lock it up. Yes. 55%.
Wow, I'm actually surprised that it's that close.
Shit, here we go.
55.45.
Oh,
wow.
Here we go.
Uh-oh. Let's see if they stick save this.
I think I tried clicking it and said I missed it. Market order 100 line. Good call next. Oh, this is riveting TV.
Nope,
I'm sure.
Nope. They're stick saving it.
Just stay in this range.
Save it?
Just stay in this range.
Somebody came in.
What time frame are you on watching this? ES?
5 minute. Or sorry, I'm on a 3,000 volume right now.
This is gonna be a 5-minute trade. So I'm watching. This is a 5-minute chart.
Yeah, we didn't
Here we go.
Here we go.
I did not pull the trigger. I missed it.
I mean,
where's my chance?
In fairness, if you were going to do it, I mean, if you're playing for the stop run, but I feel like a good trade when you're going against trend it would have been the short higher, maybe even a little higher than I got in.
Yep. All right, chat. I think you guys convinced we cannot go. Here comes these buyers. We cannot go. If it was going to go, it would have gone, right?
I know. I mean, maybe the first.
I mean, it seems pretty happy right now. Not doing a whole lot.
It's just going to chill.
I mean, it's not going to go more than 6 points right now because of the options activity at 5,100.
5,100, gotcha.
So it's pretty much, I think downside would be capped at like 5,130 on ES anyway.
Yeah.
It's 50 times 10. That'll be $3,000. There we go. They keep trying to tickle these 5,137s. The buyers come in and say, nope. Back to 5,138.
Like I said, I'm looking to cover at 35 at basically point of control for the session.
Worst price. Richard Harris, you're telling me, man. I know, John. This Delta, man. When are they going to? When are these longs going to cover, John? I do not know.
In the last 5 minutes of the day, as late as possible.
Matt P says your balls are shriveled up. Matt P, shout out to Matt P. Shout out.
Friday chat being Friday chat.
Friday chat, man. Friday chat. Yeah.
I mean, I do have my stinging blue balls here, though. If chat wants to see them, they're right here.
Those truck nuts? Oh yeah.
Oh no, they're like the ones.
Danielle, I'm glad you like that one. That was for you, Danielle. You want 37. 51.37 half. Nah, this is gonna be a lock it up.
YM looking
Andy,
to snap 38,455.
And you've caused enough trouble around these parts.
Do you want to do trader wins, Dre?
Yes, I would love to do trader wins right now. I would love to do trader wins.
All right, we do got some of those. Colby, you got some commentary probably, so I'll start throwing them up.
Probably. Yeah, so we finally started to get some stuff from Twitter. Thank you, formerly known as X. This one is from retired Captain Sergeant Backbone. So thank you for sharing here. Looks like you're in a nice trade. Probably not in it currently, but you're in the NQ there with the TopstepTV up in the window, picture in picture. Love seeing it. Thank you for submitting that one. If we could go to the next one. I think we were talking a little bit of book club here. I haven't seen this one before. Stephen Goldstein, Mastering the Mental Game of Trading.
Beautiful.
We know the other one. So this is from SunTrader 777.
I'm watching.
Yep.
Right now.
Yep.
I'm watching. Let's stick to trader wins. I'm not looking. Trader wins. What do we got?
Yep. One more. A little bit of a meme here. Power Hour plus Topstep equals unlimited power. Join us for Power Hour. Thank you so much. Carl Hungus, a true bell-to-beller every single day. Love the dedication.
And then I have my own submission for Power Hour because we saw Andy in the chat, and Andy loves to give us ideas. I made this about a month ago.
What is this one?
Come on, get 35.
Yeah.
The Oppenheimer
did.
Andy fire drill one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
That's all your
no.
fault, Andy.
And
All right,
there's
we got Nick
there's
T
the cover
here.
at 35.
Yep. Nice trade.
Yep. My short's doing really good. Your
Son of a
short did really well.
mother of-
Oh, what was that, Trey?
I said
You wanna
it.
finish those words? Yep. Really nice move.
We ain't done.
Love you, Andre.
Isaac,
I'm
shout
sorry.
out. No, man. No. I got it from all the way.
I'm holding this one till close. We're break even. We're holding it till close. What'd you get on that one?
That was 3 contracts, so just $1,000 in the combine that I decided to trade this afternoon.
Lock it up, huh, chat? Lock it up, huh?
Yeah, I'm choosing not to destroy the wonderful $6,000 day I had in my life by trading that.
Whatever. Yeah, this is probably
that's probably wise. That's probably the wisest thing to do.
Yeah, I would say that's not necessarily a high probability trade, but that was potentially the right trade at the end of the day.
It was.
I
wasn't gonna be a home
probably would
run.
not have made that trade in my live account. I'm just being perfectly transparent there.
It wasn't going to be a home run trade either way. Fair
No.
enough. Yeah, it might be time to lock it up.
What, you don't want to throw 10 on in the last 5 minutes, Dre? You don't think that's responsible trading? You don't think that's what chat wants?
No, what? I don't know what anyone wants at this point, Dolby.
Yeah, what do you people want? Locking it up with 30 minutes left?
Taking the trade with 15 minutes left, laughing at us if we don't take the trade, laughing at us if we do take the trade.
It's just we're just split across the board in the chat. I mean,
can't get a consensus. Blow it up. I'm with you. Live simply. Let's just blow it up.
15 lots. You know, we're in a long right now, just for a couple ticks.
You know, what would MP do, Andre? What would MP do?
Double down.
Double down.
Hey, if you guys enjoyed us this week, if you guys had fun with us this week, Power Hours, opening call, fast markets, power players, coaching, shoulder tap, please click like one last time. Please click subscribe. Tune in next week. We got a Bell to Bell next week. We got FOMC next week. We got the usual cast of characters, all bringing you some great trades, great information, help you make money along the way. This can be a lonely journey. This is real trades with real money and real traders. No fake, no filler around here. It's the real deal.
Actually, there was a good question in chat. If Nick T,
No, there
you want to
wasn't.
get this one? No, there actually was a good one. Hold on, I have to find it though. There's a lot of not good questions in chat.
What?
Where did it go? I think the gist of it was, Nick T, could you explain like the reasoning behind why you went short? I think that was basically what it was. It's just like, why were we looking short at the end of the day for this market?
You just weren't seeing the typical like end of day initiation of like trying to break the intraday high that we've seen 1,000 times, especially on a Friday. So when you see them continuing to fail and where the high of the day had already failed at last week's value area high or value area low, whatever the level was, top of my head, previous month value area low, right around 51.46. When you just cannot see them kind of break that high, it just makes sense that we might rotate lower. You're just not finding a lot of buying interest above that, despite the liquidity seeing it sitting there at 51.50. So that's a trade where if you kind of caught it in the mid 40s, you should know your risk is most likely that liquidity is going to fill. And then anything above that, you kind of may be wrong, but you'd be looking for a stop run right above 51.50 and then returning back into value for the day.
Mm-hmm.
Hope you got your answer.
Quiz winners.
Hope you got.
Oh, top quiz winners. Hey, those are asking for top quiz
Yep,
winners.
got that
Hot
one.
and fresh, James. Please, top quiz winners. If we got them, we got about 12 minutes left in the session. Boy, they bounced right back. Top quiz winners, James.
There we
if
go.
got
Hot
them.
and fresh.
Hot and fresh. Beautiful.
One is censored today, so.
What happened? What did they
Ooh,
say?
good job.
I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. Can't. Ouch. Slim
Oh, no.
Slim Trady. I like that. Slim Trady. Well done.
Oh, that's a good one.
If the name is censored, I'm assuming that's bad, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Someone we try to keep it PG-13 around here. Someone probably went rated R on it. Well, that's short.
That's why we can't have nice things, guys.
Yeah.
I'm holding this short till end of day for YM. It's a 30-minute range trade. I just got to hold it.
If we got no PP
till the end.
Eddie,
we did
let
just
us know.
cleanly buy off VWAP too on ES.
Top quiz. Trade one's got that delta.
It's always VWAP that randomly bounces for the market. That's what I've noticed. It's like, oh, market caught a bid out of nowhere. It's probably VWAP for some reason.
I mean, it's those Goldman interns programming a very simplistic algo that just says, "Hey, at VWAP, try a buy."
I'm not gonna lie. I trade like that too.
I do too. That's why it works.
I'm not gonna lie. I trade like that too.
It's
it
like
works.
the moving averages. It's like it only works because everyone believes it works. Someone said that to
100%.
me recently.
Shh, that's the
Self-fulfilling
secret.
prophecy.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Don't tell everybody. Actually, no, scratch that. Tell
Honestly,
everybody.
there's
The more people,
no,
the more people, the better.
There's wisdom in there. Like if you have too many indicators on your chart, you're not going to be riding with the rest of the market. So you might be looking for, trying to look for some people to hop on your train. But if you're trading weird stuff, it's probably not going to happen. But if you're just trading super simple, then you'll probably line up with the market.
All right, we got our MOC in balance. 950 million to the sell side. Not quite
sense.
We like those
Pretty
big
chill.
numbers, but it is a bigger number than we usually saw.
When are they going to sell
950
this
million to the
sucker?
sell side. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Awesome week this week, Eddie. Thanks for everything. The man.
Very much.
Likewise, brother.
So, when are they actually going to sell this thing? A lot of bearish indicators here. So, when are you guys actually going to sell?
Last 5 minutes.
Last 5
I'm
minutes.
still waiting for when Nancy covers. I think the world's going to end.
100. Oh boy, we're all in trouble. We are all in trouble.
Yeah, and then it's going to be probably a month later, unless you're active watching the options chain and are really in the weeds. But she could also probably exercise it as shares and disguise it and sell from there. But as soon as she sells, I'm out.
Oh yeah, we're all out. We're all in trouble, Nick.
That's not true.
We're all in deep trouble. We're all in deep trouble.
It is chilling.
31,000 plus 31,000 delta, and we ain't budging.
Plus 31K. Wow.
Folks, like Nick T apologized ahead of time that the volatility was going to be sucked out of the markets on his appearance. Good job, Nick T. We're just kidding.
We got a pretty decent move in
We
got
did.
10 points in ES, and NQ didn't move. Nothing to get excited about. 20 points, nothing crazy for the same move.
Yeah, is your
There we
next
go.
meme just going to be a picture that says "I'm sorry" in the background?
Yeah, I'll come up with a good meme for next week.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. I just hope both buyers and sellers had fun. This is the sellers. They're going to give the old college try. Another push to the downside here. Oh, they do it.
Let's do
Command,
it.
have a good
Sell
weekend.
off.
Here we go.
Yeah, I'm only short one. Only got one YM here. So we're kind of just all in on this one.
Well,
I gotta
let's
say,
see what
trading
the
the
Goldman
house
interns
account.
do.
Yeah, trading the house account during power hour is tricky, isn't it, Trey? Because if we're up a good amount of money during fast markets,
You're defensive.
you really have to have a very, very solid entry. And those are kind of, I think, maybe a little few and far between in power hour. They're hard to find.
Well, I guess it depends on does the thesis change? Would you do what you normally do, where it's hey, if you still want action, okay, size down a little bit and scalp.
Right.
Take a high probability trade for 5 points on ES or something instead of a 10K hitter.
Exactly. Yeah. I think that's the solution, Dre, is that we have to size down and just try to go for base hits if we're trying to do the house account, because it's so irresponsible if we're up $5,000 to try to make 10 again during kind of a mediocre session.
I concur.
My 2 cents.
You are right. The setup, I came very, very close to hitting sell there. Came very, very close.
I mean, you would have.
money
What
still.
did we? You rejected it like
38?
32. You would have gotten 5 points.
I know. Like,
easily,
what would I've gotten
5,
out
6.
at? Well, like, yeah.
I would have said you at least cover. I mean, you did 5 lots.
I was gonna be 10. You guys talked me down to 5.
I mean, a reasonable cover
Now we're
would
at
have
0.
been at VWAP, I guess, or 30. I probably would have said cover at 30, and we would have missed it.
We would have, yeah.
But
definitely.
it never would have moved against you in theory because we came back to 38, so we could still be in this trade right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. All right. Almost 255
very end.
255 coming up here. Should get those MOCs in about 30 seconds. Execution here. Quiz winners, Murdic trades. About 3 minutes late. Just posted those about 3 minutes ago. Doubt you just jumped on at this time just to see the quiz winners. I bet you were watching, so you must have just missed it.
Just rewind the stream.
Yeah, there you go. The beauty of the internet.
Yeah, you can see us not taking the house account trade at
you can see us
short.
fumbling that. It's all good. You can see us just. Here we go. Come on, there's your 55.
So I guess the question for the close here is: do we go back down to 30, 31-ish?
Something. I mean, plus 31,000 delta. I mean, everyone's going long into the weekend. I doubt it.
No way. No
I mean,
way,
I
dude.
wouldn't.
No chance.
Like all of a sudden we're
There's
risk
so
on.
much.
Get
There's
the
so
hell
much
outta here.
headline risk.
Yes, there's so much.
This is where, and it's not like the benefit of, this is where 23 hours a day, 7 days a week would actually be beneficial, where it's like, yeah, you can take a little exposure because you can get out on Saturday if something happens.
That's true. That is true.
Oh, that'd probably make Power Hour worse though.
Yeah, that's not good for
Yeah,
Power
it
Hour.
really would.
That's just.
Well, it
that's
depends.
just-
I'm still waiting for
boring.
for the CBOE to go to 1 hour expiration options and things throughout the day.
Yo, it's coming. Here we go.
Just to blow, ruin markets right there.
Here we go. Well,
Nice.
There's your 31.
hypothesis was we were right. We didn't pull the 800 lot here on the 800 lot of 5130, 5130, 800 lot on the bid. Let's see if we fill that.
If you do that, I mean, that's where I would have covered. I guess said, yeah, you need to cover.
I would too. Oh, for sure. I'd be joining that bid as
Right
this
at
gets filled.
5,100, basically. Yeah.
No, 5100, 5130.
No, I'm saying on SPX, which would be right at the
SPX,
options
got
level
you.
for the close.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Was that sitting there, or did that literally just come on the books?
I wouldn't. It was sitting there as we approached it. Wasn't looking that far down. Maybe it just came in. Someone's short.
Yeah,
Someone's short from
if anyone saw that in
5138.
chat,
Yeah. Someone's short from 5138. No. Here we go. All right, there's a block. 1,000 on the. Oh, here come all the bids. Look at all these bids coming in.
Yep.
Filled.
That's 600 at 131. Is that what you're watching?
Yeah, on the one just above the 400 lot on 31 quarters.
It's like 350. It's almost 1,000. Yeah, look at
Great
that.
trade idea. Nice trade idea, Isaac Rivera. Shout out.
nice trading, Isaac. Yeah, he was right on that same read with me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well done. Got about
Dre,
2 minutes 20.
Was the hesitancy in pulling the trigger the fact that we were up like almost $5,000 today? Was there a little bit of like risk management?
No. I was getting conflicting information from everybody. That's why.
Fair.
This is where we're back. I'm back in the chair next week again, Andre. So I'll keep R&Ding how we can do this more effectively with you.
You were right. No, you better be back here next week, man. We love having you around here. Good stuff. And dude, keep it up in the chat, dude. You're great. We feed off you. We lean on you in the chat. You do great. Keep it up.
Yeah, that is the truth. Love getting levels.
Need them from our top talent. The levels from our top talent. We respect so much that we'll back the trades. We back them as traders. We'll execute house account trades on the back. Look at that, just get filled. They're moving up. All right, Eddie, you got Bell and outro, my man.
Oh yeah. And it is Friday, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Max, shout out to Max Maserati. Wow, Nick T and Isaac are both going to be on Topstep TV together Thursday of next week. Ooh, look out!
I was going to say I didn't know if they wanted to reveal that surprise, but that should be very entertaining next week.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
20 lot minimums, so get ready. All right, 50 seconds.
20 lot minimums. Oh, those are some expensive tables, man. Jesus.
Yep.
I need the nickel slots, not the 20 lot minimum table.
He's got a certain taste. Enjoys the finer things in life. So, gonna up our game here, gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure this week. We've had some trying times here at Topstep TV. We battled like hell to get through it. I think we're in a good spot right now. We're building this plane in midair with this house account thing, and I think we're finally getting our hands on it. We're starting to get a better feel for it. Leaning on the great talent here, the Dolbys, the Nick T's, the Eddies, the Anne Marie's, the Hoags. Everybody out there, Jack, you guys are awesome. Hell of a week. Danielle, keeping riding the ship, keeping us afloat. We got this shit. We're gonna keep kicking ass. We're gonna go bigger and bigger.
Oh, Sellers came in.
Sellers sure did come in.
Yeah.
It's getting real weird. It's getting real weird, chat.
So thank you to everybody. Thanks to the chat. Thank you for everyone watching. We're coming back better than ever next week. Eddie, my man, you the man, dude. Thanks for keeping all the positivity throughout. Hoag, you too. Everyone behind the scenes, James, Jax, all you guys, JD, Tim, everybody, man, everybody. Robert, hope you're feeling better.
Let's not forget Danielle working very hard.
I just said, of course.
Oh, yeah.
I just said, Danielle, the boss, keeping the ship freighted. So, yes, thank you, everybody. Eddie, you got this. See you guys next week. Let's get it.
All right. Nick T, thanks for joining us here. We'll see you in the chat next week. And speaking of next week, what's on the agenda for our economic numbers? Well, coming in Monday for breakfast, we might just have a glass of warm water. Really nothing going to be out here as far as I can see. We do have a 10:30 3-month and 6-month bill auction. Scrolling down a little bit earlier, we'll have a 9 o'clock Dallas Fed PCE. That's going to be about it. As far as our All-Stars, coming in on Monday the 29th of April. April's almost done already. Damn. Stock Market Wolf and JD will be opening up on Monday. We got Andre, JD, Stock Wolf, Stock Market Wolf, Deanna, and Jack for Fast Markets. Power Player. Peter's going to be with us again. Yes, that Peter Tuchman guy, the Einstein of Wall Street. And I'm going to be joining Dolby after him. Also, Top Quiz. We got myself and Devin. Get ready for some more Eddie questions on Monday. And Shoulder Tap, Mick and Andre. We got JD and Robert. Robert will be back with us here for group coaching. We do have Strategy Lab with Anne Marie, Dolby, and Robert. And to end the day, of course, that dynamic duo, Dolby and Andre, and Austin Silver. Okay, so, hey, if you had a good week, fantastic. If you had a bad week, fantastic. We're going to learn from that, and we're going to learn from failure, and we're going to enjoy success. So keep that up, and remember, we love having you here each and every day. Participate. Be part of the program. Be part of the community. Share your levels. Share your ideas. All right? So hopefully you did learn something, at least one thing this week. If you did, or that one thing today, that's good. You're moving forward. So it is the weekend now. Folks, it's family time. All right? Family time. Do not log in. Do not worry about the charts. We'll be back here Monday. Get some rest. Re-energize. Have a fantastic rest of your day and your week. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV.
Okay, everybody, that's it for today. Thanks. We'll see you Monday.
Okay.
We're talking about Freud, why he did enough cocaine to kill a small horse. Thank you.